71%. Chapter 401. In early March, Huakai received the news that the South Korean prisoner mountain was breached. In early April, the Korean capital was breached. The 800,000 South Korean army could not stop the footsteps of Chin Guo's soldiers. In less than 2 months, most of the city in South Korea was abandoned, and the people were displaced. King Han has never made a move. Some people say that he was frightened by Chin Jung. The state of Chin also rarely sends battles above the foundation building. The countries in the Central Plains have already placed their troops on the borders of Zhou, Zheng, Wei, Song, and Chen. Everyone seems to be watching South Korea being breached a little bit. All of these people understand that Chin's soldiers are sharp, and no country is willing to face Chin's edge at this time. When South Korea consumes almost the Chin's soldiers, when the Chin's masters are trapped by karma, they will confront with a defensive attitude. Chin, their own losses can be much smaller. Every country has its own mind and wants to be the last fisherman. This gave Chin the greatest opportunity. By the beginning of June, 80% of South Korea's land had been occupied by the state of Chin. When Chin soldiers were escorting the Korean people to Shenyang City, the countries in the Central Plains were anxious. As the only superpower in the Central Plains thousands of years ago, Zhou had no less influence in the Central Plains than the 7 major countries. The state of Chin left 100,000 troops in Prisoner Mountain, because the elites of the state of Chin attacked the city and plundered the land in the hinterland of South Korea. As a second-ranked country, Zhou has a population of less than 800,000. Most of the 200,000 troops formed are coalition forces from small countries in the south. They fought with the Chin army at the foot of the Prison Opera Mountain. Chin sent many Shantian people and even the foundation. In the building environment, they have not been able to prevent the defeat, and a discerning person knows that there must be some tricks in it. The 50,000 troops of the Chin state were dispatched from the state of Chin, and the pressure on the capture of Chishan was slightly reduced. The fighting between the two sides was fierce. Zhou continued to dispatch troops from the rear to support the state. At this time, the troops of the state of Chin who broke into the state of Yan had begun to divide their troops into 3 routes to Zheng state. The 3 places of Weio, and Zhogyu launched an offensive. Chin's ambition and strength have been shown to everyone in the Central Plains. If you don't fight to resist, everyone will be wiped out one by one. The Central Plains countries all started to fight back, but the other 5 major countries seemed to have no response. Huakai knew that this was only part of Chin's strength. The opponent's Blood Dragon Guard had not taken any action yet. The Blood Dragon Guard was the strongest unit in the world. The fact that Chin Jung now sits in Shenyang City shows that all these situations should be under his control. Chu Yuncheng came to urge medicine pill and weapons again. He urged medicine pill and weapons for the 4th time throughout May. Huakai could only give him half a month's worth of money each time. The state of Chin in South Korea launched a counterattack. At this time, although the state of Chu was in the mind of South Vietnam, it could not turn a blind eye to the expansion of the state of Chin. Huakai calculated that the number of these countries in the central part of the lower Central Plains is about 40, with a total population of more than 13 million, which is more than 3 times that of the entire Chin state plus Bashu and Yichu. If these countries really deal with Chin, then the 600,000 army is not enough to see, but the result cannot be known by comparison with strength. The war in the Central Plains has affected the entire world. Recently, more and more people have fled from the south to Jialiu County. In May, tens of thousands of people have followed the Beijing business group to Shacheng or Jialiu City. They have applied to be the head of Jialiu County. The entire Jialiu County is still in normal development. Everyone laughed and talked about the war in the Central Plains, feeling that it was too far away from Jialiu County. According to the review of the Mei family, there are 3 more 6th-rank families in the Hua family. 41 families became aristocratic families this year, and most of them were aristocratic families migrating from various countries in the Central Plains, which made Tokaryu County more prosperous and colorful. On the 3rd day of their promotion, the 3 new 6th-rank families applied to the Hua family to go to the east of Jialiu County to build a city. Huakai agreed on the same day. Many families in Jialiu County began to move eastward with these 6th-rank families, and the population of the entire Jialiu County, the distribution began to be even, and as soon as the population of Jialiucheng fell below 200,000, it finally became less crowded than before. Huakai was in Jialiucheng with Fu. Hearing Jiating's report on the offensive of the state of Chin, the situation of the army of the state of Chin is very bad now, because the front line from South Korea to Zhou, Zheng, and Wei is too long, and they need to defend the already occupied In the city, it is necessary to suppress the rebellious people in the city, and also consider the supply of army food and grass, as well as the transfer of the people. The loss of countless troops every day, the force of the three countries is less than 100,000. Now the offensive is blocked, and the Chin country has been deployed from the country the troops are supported. Let the survey count the population of Jialiu County. How are your statistics? And the number of newborn populations in Jialiu County each year. Hua Kai asked this special Chinese family member beside him. As one of the core members of the Chinese family, he is now in charge of the Shantian family. Wahia has all affairs in Jialiucheng. It's already being done, and now probably the statistics have been released. It is very difficult to do detailed statistics, because many slaves and newcomers have difficulty counting, and it is even more difficult for them to give birth to children. The total population of Jialiu City is 187,000, and the population outside the city is 112,000. The total population of Weisung Fortress is 66,000, and the population outside the city is 228,000. The total population of Shacheng is 191,000. The total population of Beishan is 186,000. The population of Baoyuguan is 54,000, and that of Guanan is 21,000. The total population of the 7 east regions of Jialiu County is 47,000. The total population of Jialiu County is 1.092 million. Quote. After hearing this, Hua Kai nodded slightly. He thought that the population under the Hua family was less than 1 million, but he did not expect to have reached 1.1 million. This population base is already comparable to the second-ranked country in the Central Plains. If you know the population of South Korea, less than 2 million, Chi State has a population of 2.4 million, and Yan State has a population of about 2.7 million. How about the fertility in Jialiu County? Hua Kai asked. Last year, Jialiu County should have 69,000 births. Children under 6 years old are not included in the population. If Jialiu County counts all babies, the population will be around 1.5 million. Hua Jiading reported to Huakaihui. Beginning in July this year, all 1-year-old infants have begun to give out Ling rice subsidies. A total of 110 Ling rice porridge distribution points have been set up in the cities of Tokaryu County. All children from 1 to 6 years old can eat a bowl of Ling rice porridge for free every day. There must be a Ling mi casting point in the middle. All things that children over the age of 6 must go to school must be publicized. Let the people know the importance of reading. Try not to use force. Don't raise public grievances about a good thing to the sky, and settle down and communicate with the people. For the more than 30,000 people who have escaped from slavery this year, make arrangements for their work and work with Angia to marry. Let the Hua Jiading stare at them personally. The two sides will play the top 10 boards first. Hua Kai handles the affairs accumulated by Gao Liucheng. He hasn't reached Liucheng in half a year, and many things have changed rapidly. Now Hua Kai has decided to deal with all family affairs in April and May every year, check the slaves faithfully to release them from slavery in April, and grade the affiliated family in May. Generally, all political affairs are handled before May, and then start in June. Go to fiction school. Hua Kai is 22 years old this year, and Warentuya is also 20 years old. He learned from Erzhuang that Warentuya has practiced Dzogchen, and now she is busy training the elites of the Yuezhi kingdom, and now she is 40,000. The elite cavalry are already above the Kaiyuan realm early stage, and this force is already very powerful in the grassland. But this is just the beginning. If in another 1 or 2 years, most of this cavalry will return to breakthrough aerodynamics, and the number of training auras will exceed 2,000. At that time, even the Azure Dragon Legion will not be able to compete with it. This year, the Blood Moon has been unwilling to disappear for 3 consecutive months. Obviously, this is not a good time to get married. Moreover, when the situation in the Central Plains has not reached a high profile, Hua Kai knows that he shouldn't wait for marriage, but at least it has to next year. Hua Mo's marriage this year is also delayed. On May 30th, Hua Kai is finishing his own novel, Journey to the West. Now he has written more than 1,300 chapters. The total of more than 8 million words of Journey to the West is about to enter the final stage. The 33rd stage of the fairy world has been perfectly displayed for everyone. In front of them, Tang Seng's 4 people were also about to complete their merits and virtues, and there were probably more than 10 chapters of their first masterpiece to be finished. A family member reported to Hua Kai's study that it was someone from Qi who wanted to see him. Hua Kai couldn't help but was taken aback when he heard this. Hua's family in Jialiu County had no contact with the families of Qi's family anymore, just being an ally with Yao's family. The wooden business exchanges, but the Yao family wants to contact the Hua family to pass the message through other people, and the Hua Kai asks the envoy of the Qi country to come in. I have met Hua Jun. The visitor Hua Kai knew him. He was the head of the Luo family in Lindsay City. The Luo family was a third-ranked family. The family had the foundation building cultivation base. It's Patriarch Luo. I don't know what Patriarch Luo has to do in Jialiu County. Hua Kai's strength now exceeds the opponent so much that he doesn't need to salute him anymore. Patriarch Luo had not seen Huakai for many years. He was still a little unbelievable when he heard that Huakai had already been in the foundation building. When I saw him today, mental energy had already surpassed him too much. Hua Jun is on top. Today, on behalf of all the families of the Qi state, I met with Patriarch Hua. The Qin state's heart to dominate the world is known to all. After they have occupied the land of South Korea, they began to attack Zhou, Zheng, and Wei. All countries in the Central Plains must unite to fight against Qin in order to prevent the expansion of Qin. The state of Qi has secretly sent 56 Shantian boarders to South Korea to support the coalition forces of the nations, and Wang Hua's family can also send support above the border of Shantian. Patriarch Luo directly explained his intentions. Are you representing all the families of Qi state, or representing my teacher who participated in Sage? Independents of the Hua family and Jialiu County are not part of the Qi state. How many masters did the Luo family send, and how many foundation buildings did the Qi state send? Hua Kai asked. This. I naturally represent all the families of the Qi state. My Luo family has sent a Shantian to Zheng state to fight against Qin state. The Qi State Foundation building state has not yet supported it, but it should be supported soon. Speaking for sure. Patriarch Luo can travel around in Jialiucheng when he has time, and it has a different flavor than Qi. The novels of Jialiucheng are famous all over the world. It is better to bring a few more copies when Patriarch Luo leaves. Hua Kai has already begun to thank guests. Patriarch Luo actually came today to investigate the attitude of the Hua family. Now the strength of the Hua family in the northeastern part of the Central Plains is not weak at all. The matter of Hua Kai and King Yan speaking out loudly has spread all over the world. If the Hua family is willing to take action, this will be for the world. It is also a role model, but Qi is unwilling to get ahead, so how can the Hua family be willing? Even if the state of Qin attacked, the Hua family still had Qi state in front of them. Moreover, looking at the current situation, Qin's 600,000 troops have been blocked. It will take some time before Qin can win all nearby countries such as South Korea. Even if Qin increases its military investment, it will not be able to digest the Central Plains countries in a few years. At that time, the 5 major powers faced each other. Now he is quietly gathering refugees from the Central Plains, and quietly developing himself. Isn't it right? Of course, Patriarch Luo would not be able to fool the Hua family head on against Qin with a single sentence. Today, he mainly explores the Hua family's tone. Hua Kai's attitude is very clear. The Hua family is still on the front line with Qi, but only following Qi Guo and not charging alone. This attitude is enough. 71%. Chapter 402. In June, Huakai began to teach disciplines at the School of Novels. With last year's experience, a plaza of more than 30 acres has been built outside the courtyard where Huakai lives. The plaza is depicted with various stone sculptures in the Journey to the West. Many characters and sceneries are vividly portrayed in the wonderful scene fragments of, and the carvings of these stone sculptures are bound to be unseen masters. Hua Kai was sitting in the Great Hall and was creating Journey to the West. The tragedy of the 4 monks studying the Buddhist scriptures of the Tang dynasty. The vast background of this world has basically been shown to everyone, and everyone is fascinated by it. I'm here today. Journey to the West has been created for 2 years. If you have any questions, you can summarize the questions to Zerui and stop here in the morning. Hua Kai finished speaking, and all the disciples sent it away. Hua Kai has entered the foundation building to achieve great success, and he has become more and more comfortable in portraying virtual story fragments. He even pulled all the students attending the class into the creation fragments of Journey to the West, so that everyone can feel the difference in this world. Returning to the backyard study, Hua Kai watched the Journey to the West he had written again. All the plots have been repeatedly scrutinized and selected. There is no problem. In some places, he has the power of the will of the world and the will of the virtual scene. The given is not in place. Some powerful monsters put in too little energy, and some little monsters gave him too strong willpower. Hua Kai began to revise all the stories he had written, and continued to change it to the place he wrote now. He suddenly discovered a strange thing: his willpower consumption was not very large. Comprehending the world of Journey to the West, Hua Kai discovered that this place has actually built a fragile spiritual bridge with the real world. This Journey to the West has absorbed the power of will from the real world. This is still an unfinished novel. If it is finished, Hua Kai feels that Journey to the West should be able to become a sacred book. Only sage can write the holy code, which contains the great principles explaining the origin of the world, and is the strongest spiritual treasure for everyone to comprehend the heaven and earth will. Today, only Confucianism and Taoism have the sacred code in the entire world, which makes them the two most powerful academic schools in the hundreds of scholars. Journey to the West was originally still slowly absorbing the power of the will of heaven and earth. When it ascensioned all the characters in the novel world, magic treasures and other energies to the realm according to Huakai's requirements, then the sacred code has become Journey to the West was originally going to be an extremely powerful magic treasures that can fight against the big demon, but it will take a long time. Hua Kai opened his eyes and saw a layer of dust falling on the table in front of him. He counted. It took him a month and a half to enter the world of novels this time. His physique ascension is 3 points, and his vigor is a little ascension. The power of ice will finally breaks through Tier 4 and enters Tier 5. Ice antibody has been upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Hua Kai moved his body and felt that he was better than before. It's a bit stronger again. Relying on the cultivation of his own work is the most common cultivation method for novelists. When the world of novels becomes more perfect step by step, novelists use their understanding of the rules of the novel world to ascension their own willpower. This long-term epiphany has made Hua Kai see clearly the direction of the novelist's sanctification. Come here. Hua Kai felt that there were 2 Hua family guards outside the door. They were afraid of someone approaching to clean Hua Kai, so they kept guarding outside his study. Patriarch. A patron pushed the door, and saw that the figure of Hua Kai sitting in front of him seemed to have been integrated with the world, and his heart was shocked. His patriarch is not far from being sanctified. Let all my direct disciples come over in the afternoon, I have something to explain. Hua Kai said. Yes. Jiading stepped back after hearing this. Hua Kai's closed-door training for a month and a half did not make all the students dissatisfied. The giant closed-door training is something you can meet but you can't ask for it. Some people see Hua Kai's closed-door training for a month and a half, and they are all wondering if he is not to be sanctified. In the afternoon, when Cao Zerui and Ma Changwang saw Hua Kai, they could feel the changes in him. All the disciples who were passed down to Hua Kai worshipped Hua Kai, and then got up and stood quietly to the side. Teacher, are you going to be sanctified? Cao Zerui spoke as Hua Kai's major disciple. It's just seeing the opportunity of sanctification. How easy is sanctification? I call you over today. I want to share some of my insights with you. Hua Kai said of his own insights in the world of Journey to the West novels. Disciples are listening carefully. These are all hard to find experience. The novelist is now a giant of the Chinese family, and this experience is even more rare. Hua Kai was talking. He had just retired from the epiphany and told about the sentiment in the novel. He even introduced all his disciples' mental energy into the own sentiment. As Hua Kai's disciples, their realm ascension is so fast, it is not without reason. When Hua Kai was about to finish speaking, he suddenly felt that the will of water between heaven and earth suddenly became active. Everyone couldn't help looking at Ma Changwang, and saw him sitting still on the ground, and the power of will between heaven and earth was constantly converging towards him. Everyone dare not wait quietly. Hua Kai felt that Ma Changwang was condensing his own virtual space, and he finally realized that he was going to become a giant novelist, and the novelist was about to usher in the second giant besides Hua Kai. There is a rare opportunity to be promoted to a giant. Hua Kai's other disciples closed their eyes and quietly felt the change of willpower around Ma Changwang. 2 hours later, Hua Kai felt that the fluctuation of the will of heaven and earth finally calmed down, and Ma Changwang opened his eyes. Congratulations, junior brother, promoted to giant. Cao Zerui took the lead and said, anyone can hear the melancholy in his heart. As the most talented one of Hua Kai's disciples, he thought he would become the second giant of novelists after his teacher, but he was first listed by his junior disciple. Congratulations to the second brother, you have been promoted to a giant. The other 27 personally passed on to Ma Changwang. Listening to the teacher's advice, I will eventually become a giant today. Brothers, fellows, the teacher is still half step into the holy realm. In the future all of us will become giants. Ma Chengwang said so that everyone's hearts could not help but become enthusiastic. Kong Zisheng received 3,000 disciples, of which 2 of the 72 direct disciples became saints, and 2 were promoted to sub-saints. The remaining 68 disciples eventually became giants, which established his most saint name. Ma Chengwang said that this is a comparison between Huakai and Kong Zisheng. Also, Huakai is only 22 years old now, much younger than Kong Zisheng when he became a giant, but now he has reached the door of sanctification, and his future achievements are probably not under Kong Zisheng. How can these disciples lose the teacher's people? Zerui, it's too short for you to enter the world of novels, and there is still a long way to go. To be a giant is just the starting point for you. It is what we should pursue to integrate the insight of own into the novel of own, and to portray the story in our own heart. Hua Kai looked at Cao Zerui and said, "Thanks for the teacher's teaching, Zerui knows." Cao Zerui said with some shame when Hua Kai said so. Ma Chengwang is now in the foundation building environment, and also a giant of novels. He is not much stronger than his big brother. It is impossible to say that he is not in a hurry. Hearing Hua Kai's teachings, he felt that the teacher did not despise him because of these. As a novelist, he can only set an example for his juniors if he is a good one. Okay, I'm here today. After you go down, think about what I said today. Tomorrow I will continue to create Journey to the West. After 10 days, each of you will write an own writing and give it to me. Hua Kai finished. He signaled all the disciples to leave, and soon the study fell into silence again. Hua Kai immersed mental energy in the original text of Journey to the West. He found that the more reasonable the virtual scene, the faster the force of will from reality is absorbed. In the first chapter, a small unreasonable point was modified. This virtual clip absorbed reality. Willpower is faster. He did not dare to immerse himself in the world of novels for too long. Some people say that sage can enter the epiphany at will. Meals are often calculated in years. Today Huakai finally knows the reason. Huakai feels that every character in the world of Journey to the West, magic treasures can be realized by himself in reality, but every time these characters are used, the willpower of magic treasures will disappear, and the next time I use it, I need to use it again. Slowly accumulate, or allow yourself to grow and recover slowly. All characters and magic treasures' power ascension speed is very slow, that is, Sun Wukong, Tathagata Buddha, Bodhi Ancestor, Guanyin Bodhisattva and others, who are the most powerful portrayed by Zhang Hua Kai in Journey to the West, all have only the early stage strength of the foundation building. Once had a great influence on the original Journey to the West. The magic treasures in Journey to the West, except for the 5 elements mountain, have only a vague concept. It is too expensive to get the power of the primary spirit treasure in a single blow. Hua Kai knew that he needed to clarify the power of will in all the magic treasures in the novel, and inject the power of will into all the magic treasures, and then there are all kinds of spiritual roots, spirit fruits, and various cultivation in Journey to the West. Technique. He wants to create and perfect all these according to own idea. It is a long process. On the second day, Hua Kai continued to create Journey to the West. On this day, he quickly wrote 3 chapters of Journey to the West, with nearly 30,000 words, and all the students who watched it were very excited. Today, compared with a month and a half ago, they feel that the novel world of Journey to the West has become clearer. Everyone has a much deeper impression after watching the creation of Journey to the West than before. From now on, I will create Journey to the West once every 3 days, with 3 chapters a day, and probably more than a month before Journey to the West will end. Hua Kai finished writing Journey to the West and wrote the fragments of his novel Virtual Space 2, Journey to the West. After the novel was originally written, he spoke to all the students. Some students are still immersed in the world of novels, but they can clearly hear every word Hua Kai said. Many people have realized that Hua Kai is a method only available to Yasheng. This kind of consciousness transmission, as only sage can be used with Yasheng. Seeing that Huakai had got up and left, many students gave Huakai a gift. Since no one in the family is looking for himself, Huakai is at ease to perfect his own novel at the School of Novels. He woke up every closed-door training until he needed to create a lecture. He wrote Journey to the West in the morning and taught his own students in the afternoon. After Ma Chengwang became a novelist, Huakai's last personal disciple was finally promoted to the Master of Novels, and now he teaches nomenclature. The disciple's task, Wakai, has been completely handed over to the own disciplines. Perfecting the world of novels is not an easy task. Sometimes after Wakai revises a story, he finds that the speed of his assimilation of the will of heaven and earth not only does not have ascension, but has dropped. For this reason, he has to revise the plot. In this way, when the time entered September, Wakai accepted 7 more registered disciples as his personal biography, and his journey to the West became more perfect than it had just begun. The characters in the play have also begun to become vivid, and the entire journey to the West has absorbed the will of heaven and earth more than 20 times faster than it was at the beginning. The images of the Buddha were portrayed by Wakai. Tang Sheng, the 4 masters and apprentices, have reached Lingshan. They finally obtained the scriptures after 99 and 81 difficulties. Tathagata sat on the top of Ju Peak of Lingshan, surrounded by countless Buddhas. It is the last chapter of Journey to the West, and it is also a summary of all will powers. Huakai needs to perfect Lingshan while portraying every kind of Buddha's will. 71%. Chapter 403. In the early morning of September 9th, all the students of Gao Liucheng School of Fiction were waiting for Wakai to appear. The creation of Journey to the West, once every 3 days, made more than 60 novelists appear in more than a year, and thousands of novel students. With tens of thousands of students, Wakai has become the most representative figure of a novelist. The students waited quietly, but Wakai was still immersed in the world of novels. This last chapter of the novel Wakai has been portrayed for 10 days, but there are countless Buddhas in Lingshan, Bodhisattva, holy monks, arhats, jyadi, and monks. Wakai. Every time a character is gathered, it feels that Journey to the West is more closely related to Heavenly Tao. At this time, how could Huakai not know the existence of Heavenly Tao? Journey to the West must be recognized by Heavenly Tao to become the holy book. Heavenly Tao wants to perfect the rules and order of the entire Journey to the West, especially the construction of willpower. Wakai didn't dare to stop. He didn't know whether he could communicate with Heavenly Tao for the second time when he quit this virtual space shaping. Wakai felt that the entire Journey to the West absorbed the power of the will of heaven and earth. Several times, in Journey to the West, the power of rule circulation gradually appeared in the world. As long as the world of the novel forms its own power of rules, then Journey to the West can really break away from the world and become a sacred existence. Huakai finished shaping all the Buddhas and began to shape Bodhisattva. After all the Bodhisattva shaping was completed, he felt that Journey to the West was originally linked to Heavenly Tao again. Until the final Bhikkhu image was finished, Huakai felt that the entire Journey to the West, the world of novel rules, is all present in my mind. Heavenly Tao, who had not enough willpower in the past, actually injected it with willpower. All the characters in the world of Journey to the West are adding willpower, especially the strongest Tathagata and Sun Wukong, who have come to the foundation building to achieve great success. Realm. Wakai continued to feel the world of Journey to the West. He knew that such an opportunity was very rare. He felt that he seemed to be the Heavenly Tao in the world of Journey to the West. Everything in the novel world was under the control of the owner, and gradually the power of the rules of the novel world formed. Those Buddhas and Bodhisattva are actually a manifestation of the power of the rules of heaven and earth. They are handed over with the reality Heavenly Tao. The reality Heavenly Tao seems to be learning something in the world of his novels, while at the same time combining a large part of mental energy and the will. The force returned to himself. He and the reality Heavenly Tao seemed to be dealing with each other. Wakai integrated all the mental energy and willpower given by Heavenly Tao into the novel world. He saw that many characters in the novel world began to advance by leaps and bounds, and Tathagata had entered the Gold Core realm. Tathagata entered the Gold Core realm. Although Huakai could only be summoned once, it was enough to deter some Gold Core realms. Huakai summons Tathagata to enter the real world to give him a self-destruction, which is enough to seriously injure all Gold Cores. If the world rules and order of Journey to the West become more perfect in the future, the character strength of the novel is ascension to the Gold Core state and above late stage, Huakai summons Tathagata, etc. When people come out, they may explode and kill the big demon violently. I don't know how long it has passed. Huakai feels that 5 Elements Mountain has been promoted to a high-level spirit treasure. He can now choose another novel, Magic Treasures, to start refining with the power of will, but the powerful magic treasures Huakai has not been able to build. It is clear that the weak magic treasures have limited effects. After thinking about Huakai, let's slowly ascension 5 Elements Mountain power. Wait for your realm to be higher in the future, improve the stronger internal rules of magic treasures, and then realize the powerful magic treasures. Hua Kai is in the novel world of Journey to the West. Although his novel has not yet been written, all the plots have been perfected and recognized by Heavenly Tao. All the students of the School of Fiction could feel that countless powerful wills of heaven and earth began to gather in Hua Kai's other academy, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Many people know that Hua Kai is perfecting the novel world of Journey to the West. If it continues at this speed, Journey to the West will soon become a sacred book. The disciples of Hua Kai were sitting in the palace waiting for Hua Kai's arrival. They felt a powerful atmosphere of Journey to the West, a somewhat unfamiliar and powerful Journey to the West world atmosphere that enveloped the entire novel school. Many people knew this. Journey to the West has become a world of its own, and Journey to the West has been recognized by Heavenly Tao as a sacred book. Many old students were so excited that they couldn't help shed tears. Who would dare to say that novelists are not into the stream? Novelists belong to their own scriptures. Hua Kai saw that the world will cycle in the novel has been completed, and he still needs to record all these condensed stories into the original sacred code of Journey to the West, in order to play his due role. He didn't dare to stay longer in the novel world. After Hua Kai recovered his consciousness, he found that it was not noon yet. Many students in the School of Fiction were still waiting outside. He got up and left the study. When he arrived at the palace, Hua Kai saw his 36 disciples sitting under the great hall, and when he saw himself coming, he got up and saluted himself. Congratulations to the teacher for being promoted to Yasheng. The teacher has a long life. The disciples stood up and congratulated. Congratulations to Washeng's Journey to the West, promotion sacred code. Washeng has no boundaries. All the students outside the great hall stood up and congratulated. Sit down. I have some feelings today. The final chapter of Journey to the West has been approved by Heavenly Tao as the sacred code. I will finish Journey to the West within 2 months. Hua Kai said. Everyone knows that Hua Kai has been promoted to Ascendant, and the next step is to work hard to improve Journey to the West and promote it to Sage Realm. It is impossible to write novels for them in public, and it is difficult to point them. Hua Kai took out the original of Journey to the West, and he started to write it directly without talking nonsense. All the novel content and virtual fragments have been completed, and he only needs to write these stories. In the afternoon, Hua Kai had finished writing 5 chapters and more than 40,000 words, and he stopped. The trainees were very addicted. They were all the earliest and most enthusiastic fans of Journey to the West. Many people started writing their own novels based on Journey to the West. The earliest fanboy was born at this moment. Journey to the West has become a holy scripture. It is not necessary for Hua Kai to preach that all scholars in the world will read it. The novelist, as one of the top 10 schools, will become more and more influential for a long time in the future. These are inevitable, but Hua is the biggest representative of a novelist or the only person who can represent a novelist. K stated that novels cannot govern the world, and that 100 schools of scholars cannot govern the world. This idea is in conflict with the school of scholars. The philosophers and hundreds of schools have always advocated ideological and academic governance, and even Confucianism and Taoism directly control many small and medium-sized countries in the Central Plains. Novelists will inevitably have ideological conflicts with these schools in the future. Hua Kai wants to convey the idea of own through novelists. In order to prevent novelists from being squeezed out, they must begin to transmit own viewpoint theory to their students. With each birth of sage, he is bound to overthrow some decadent thoughts, and Hua Kai also hopes to let more people in the world know his thoughts with this opportunity of sanctification. So in the following days, Hua Kai wrote Journey to the West to his disciples and students of Jialiu County School of Novels, and at the same time began to instill in the disciplines the gains of becoming a saint, such as his own understanding of the world and life, and the understanding of various systems in the world. At this time, Qin had already invaded South Korea for more than half a year. After the Qin army broke into the 3 kingdoms of Zheng, Zhou, and Weihou in 3 ways, in mid-September 80,000 troops of the Qi kingdom broke through Luoyang, the capital of the kingdom of Zhou, and King Zhou fled early. Entering the Song state, the Zhou state soldiers began to retreat into the Song state to continue fighting with the Qin soldiers. The strength of the Qin Bing has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, letting the countries of the Central Plains know what a strong soldier is. A Qin Gorui soldier in the Kaiyuan realm dares to chase down several same-rank enemies. Qin Bing is familiar with the battle formation, and 20 Qin Gorui soldiers dare to fight against hundreds of others. Enemy troops. Many countries in the Central Plains have not had a major battle in a century. The Qin state faced a force 10 times its own, and the allied forces of the Central Plains were retreating steadily. At the end of September, Zheng Guogo was broken, and Zheng Wang fled to Lu. In October, 100,000 troops of Qin state attacked and besieged under the capital of Weiyou, and more than 400,000 people of Weiyou and coalition forces did not retreat. The army of Qin left more than 50,000 corpses under the capital of Weiyou, and finally gathered 100,000 Qin Gorui. The soldiers attacked with all their strength, and it was not until the end of October that they broke through the patriotic capital. So far, South Korea, the first-ranked power in the Central Plains, and the 3 second-ranked countries Zhou, Zheng, and Weiyou have all fallen. It only took Qin a year to conquer the capitals of the 4 countries, and now it has begun to prepare food and grass on the spot, and is ready to fight again in the coming year. In the land of Wu State, Chu State sent more than 300,000 troops and more than 4,000 ships. After capturing Meili City, it trapped more than 100,000 Vietnamese troops north of the Yangtze River. They united with the countries captured by the south and attacked Wu State. Vietnamese soldiers left the mountains and forests. The combat power declined and the deaths and injuries were heavy. Only the last 40,000 people fled to the 3 countries of Zhongleguo, Shiguo, and Zhongguo. The country of Vietnam went out of the southern mountains and forests, and the gap with the country of Chu was too big. The fact that Chu was able to solve the South Vietnam issue so quickly was also due to the Chinese medicine pill and weapons. This time, all the elites of Nanyu were out of Yu, and they no longer have the strength to get out of the southern mountains. The general situation in the world is like this. Qin and Chu are still the 2 strongest countries in the world. Qin invaded and occupied the central part of the Central Plains. Wei and Zhao have been standing still. Qin will be sad this winter, even though they support more than 100,000 troops from the country. It is impossible for the remaining more than 500,000 people to manage the more than 6 million people in the 4 countries of Korea, Zhou, Zheng, and Wei. Chu State will definitely not make Qin State so strong next year. There are also Wei State and Zhao State in the northern part of Qin State. Everyone is not optimistic about Qin State and thinks it will be difficult for him to survive such a crisis next year. Huakai heard the development of war in the Central Plains every day in Jaliucheng. After Qin captured Zhou, Zheng, and Wei, Cao, Dai, and Chen were all third-rank small countries that were not enough to fight against Qin. To the east is Song. The country is over, and the country of Song is further east to the country of Lu. The state of Lu has been preparing for several years. In the past few years, the slaves, medicine pills, weapons, and cultivation techniques that King Lu has obtained from Huakai are countless. This year, the state of Lu has added a foundation building. First, many people from various countries who have retreated from the Central Plains have fled to Lu. Some of these people saw that the power of Lu was left behind, some fled to Qi altogether, and some fled north to Yan Kingdom or Jialiu County. The further north they are, the farther they are from the Central Plains battlefield. Those who have experienced war only to know the cruelty of war. Shacheng arrived in October, and the inside and outside of the city gave people a different feeling. Many people who fled to Shacheng settled down, because they felt at ease seeing the walls and defenses of Shacheng. The 14-meter-high wall and the 10-meter moat would be extremely difficult to attack. The streets of Shacheng only took a year, and most of the blocks have been built. Although the streets are mostly temporary tents, and all kinds of shoppers are pushing wooden carts on the street, but there are all kinds of shops in Shacheng, ordinary people. The construction of courtyards is limited. This year, tens of thousands of courtyards have been built throughout Shacheng, which can accommodate 200,000 people. According to the WAMO plan, the construction of the commercial area will be carried out first next year, and the entire Shacheng will be completed in about 3 years. According to rough statistics, from the beginning of this year to the end of October, the population of Shacheng from the central part of the Central Plains has exceeded 100,000. Shacheng has become the largest city in Jialiu County before its completion. 71%. Chapter 404. At the beginning of November, Huakai perfected the cycle of Wulin, Journey to the West, at Jialiu County School of Novels, while writing Journey to the West, until it was finally over. Huakai just closed the door training for 10 days, and revisited the small details that need to be modified in Journey to the West. Seeing that the last chapter of Journey to the West is about to end. Huakai called all the cores of the Hua family in Jaliucheng. The last chapter of Journey to the West has been written today, and the world's first novel Sacred Code will be born. And Huakai has a feeling that when the Journey to the West is over, he may be promoted directly to sage. After the last time in the novel world, he now has some understanding of Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is like a simple child. If you do things that are beneficial to the world, it will give you secret rewards. If you often do things that are not beneficial to the development of the world, it will stumble you everywhere, and you may encounter all kinds of accidents and dangers. Heavenly Tao also likes learning very much. It will only become stronger and more perfect when it keeps learning. Therefore, it likes new creations and theories, and even attempts to transform the power of the will, as long as you are good at doing it, even if you do it. Heavenly Tao is not stingy with rewards. Baijia is the darling of heaven and earth. Journey to the West, written by Huakai, this time is different from the real world, but many things have similarities and similarities. Heaven Court, Lingshan, and the major demon kings all showed a magical world, but these have their own different meanings, highlighting some irrationality in reality. Huakai communicated with Heavenly Tao in this way to show his understanding of the future world. He believes that the world in his heart is more colorful than this world, and the system in his heart is more perfect and reasonable than this world. Therefore, if Heavenly Tao agrees with On's point of view, he will surely make himself sanctified. If he does not agree, he may have to stay on the threshold of sage for a long time. Whether he can be sanctified this time also determines Huakai's next attitude. Confirming that everything was well prepared, Huakai picked up the thick Journey to the West and left the hospital alone. When he came to the palace, he saw that all his own disciples were waiting in front of the great hall, and more than 40 core figures of the Hua family stood on the side of the palace wall and watched quietly. The disciples passed the salute. The named disciples saluted, and then the disciples outside Great Hall saluted. After the ceremony, Huakai said, "Today is the last chapter of Journey to the West. After writing Journey to the West will become a sacred book. I will ask my disciples to transcribe a few copies of Journey to the West, originally for all students to watch and print out Journey to the West. The whole book of G will also meet with you soon. Today is the last time I create in the eyes of everyone. How much you can learn depends on your good fortune." Huakai began to write the last chapter of Journey to the West. The printed Journey to the West does not have the effect of the original text to perceive the power of will, nor can it experience too many changes in magic treasures and cultivation technique. But if Huakai's disciples are asked to transcribe Journey to the West, the transcriber can incorporate their own understanding into the pen, so that although others may not read it as well as the original, it is much stronger than the printed one. The holy code of not knowing your own teacher is a great sin for a disciple. It is a great disrespect to the teacher. It is normal for Huakai to make disciples copy Journey to the West. Huakai can learn about his disciples' understanding and expertise from the process of copying. Huakai wrote very slowly today. He seemed to feel the power of every word. Seeing that the 4 monks of Tang dynasty became Buddhas one after another, everyone was very excited. They experienced hardship and cultivated the right fruit. Many people turned their eyes to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattva, holy monks, and arhats in Lingshan. Each of these people is special. The expression or sitting or standing or lying there, everyone has their own willpower comprehension in their bodies, which represents the countless powerful rules of heaven and earth in this world. When the 4 monks and apprentices of Tang Sang and the white dragon horse who had become humans were awarded the rewards, the world saw a powerful willpower entering the original Journey to the West. Sun Wukong belongs to gold, Pig 8 rings belong to wood, and Tang Sang belongs to fire. Drifting belongs to soil, and white dragon horse belongs to water. The power of 5 elements is formed. In Journey to the West, the 5 basic will powers are formed. All 5 people are promoted to the gold core level, and Sun Wukong rises to the 6th floor of the gold core level, winning the name of fighting and defeating the Buddha. Huakai doesn't care about this. He can feel that the original Journey to the West is undergoing a wonderful transformation from the real world. Many things in Journey to the West have been copied and learned by Heavenly Tao, and the compensation given is the injection of a lot of willpower. This makes Journey to the West more willful. Finally finished writing the last word, Huakai closed his eyes. Journey to the West originally flew westward and hovered above Huakai's head. The countless willpower it had just received was fed back to Huakai's sea of consciousness, and Huakai slowly understood the changes in Journey to the West. The powers of different 5 elements are intertwined to form the basic world of the novel, Journey to the West. Various other special forces of will are the transformation of the power of 5 elements, making this world more colorful, and the whole world reaching a kind of subtlety. In the balance of life, various creatures live in this balance. If this balance is broken, the entire world will be destroyed. For the first time, Wakai felt the existence of the origin of the world, that is, something that generates the willpower of heaven and earth on its own. Heavenly Tao gifted the world of Journey to the West with a trace of the origin of the world, which can make the world grow on its own. Perhaps one day the world of Journey to the West will become a real world. At this time Wakai felt that his mind was sucked into the world. He could see anything around him. Some people could feel it as long as he thought of him. This was a feeling of controlling everything. What Wakai's disciples inside and outside the palace saw was that after Wakai finished writing, Journey to the West, originally floated on top of his head, and then slowly turned into a virtual reality and entered his body. Wakai suddenly it became ethereal, he sat there like a world, and he seemed to be unable to escape his feelings for any thoughts. Everyone knew that Huakai was sanctified. Sanctified when the creation of Journey to the West was completed, which made the novelist one of the most academics in the future, and the Wa family was therefore on a higher stage of history. After a few minutes, Wakai withdrew from this state. He had accidentally noticed the thoughts of all the novelist students about the novel. As a novelist sage, he can sense the voices of all novelists in the world. Most novelists feel that they are very happy in their sanctification. Some are more worried about the future. Some worry about the war in the Central Plains, and some worry about their own personal affairs. Congratulations to the teacher. Sao Zerui saw Wakai open his eyes and was the first to kneel and bow to Wakai. Congratulations to the teacher for sanctification. Wakai's other direct disciples bowed. Congratulations to the teacher for being holy. Wakai all the registered disciples bowed. Meet Huakai sage. All the students of the School of Novels bowed and bowed. On Jaliucheng Street, everyone saw the extremely tall Huakai phantom appearing above the School of Novels, and many people knelt on their heads to Huakai. In Jicheng of the Kingdom of Yan, King Yan is in the palace, looking towards Jaliu City. It is indeed a more enchanting existence than Xinjiang. It seems that I am betting on the Wa family, and I have been betting on the Wa family. There is one more novelist, sage, and these schools of thought do not know what kind of change they will face. But I, Yan Guo, just need to sit still and watch, to see how the philosophers Baijia and his Qin deal with it. Wang Yan looked at Gao Liucheng and muttered to himself. Come here, send someone to send a congratulatory gift to the Wa family. How far are Wa Mo and the 2 princesses getting ready for marriage? Anyway, the wedding will be held this year when negotiating with the Wa family. Wa Mo seems to be hosting Shacheng in Shacheng, Jaliu County. Construction, and more support for some craftsmen to do dowry for the princess. King Yan said to the eunuch beside him. Qi State Lindsay City Jixia Academy. Zhang Shen Sage is discussing Qi State's political affairs with the major families of Qi State. It's November and the winter is coming, and the war in the Central Plains is about to enter a period of suspension. Qi State is now fully organizing the Central Plains countries to fight against Qin. They have already planned to send them. Elites above the Qinlian Qi level went to the central area of the Central Plains, where they wanted Qin to drain their blood there. Suddenly everyone looked up to the north, and the heads of the major families looked surprised. This scene has not appeared for more than 200 years. Sage. The Luo family patriarch looked at Zhang Shen Sage. Wakai, the head of the Wa family, has been promoted to novelist sage. This is a happy event for our entire human race. Zhang Shen Sage said. Will this change the situation in the world? A family head said. Wakai was once the son of Qi. It is really rare for him to break through the throne at this time. Everything in Qi is as planned. Wakai will not be our enemy. The one who should have a headache is King Qin or King Zhao. Once Sage talked about this, everyone ignored it. Zui City of Lu State. This is the place of Kong Zisheng's closed-door training. The Confucian family, as the super second-rank family of the Central Plains, never participated in the struggle of the Central Plains. Cultivation base. As a Confucian tycoon, he read the Confucian Analects by sacred code by Kong Zisheng in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force of will envelop the entire Confucian mansion, and he hurriedly raised his head. Grandpa, patriarch of the Kong family, knelt and bowed into the air. Get up. The appearance of novelist sage, this heavenly Tao is more difficult to imagine. At this time of the Central Plains turmoil, Hua Sage advocated that the novelist should not rule the world. This impact on the entire world, the relationship between the philosophers and the monarch is inevitable, have a big impact. The prosperity of novelists cannot be stopped. The status of Confucianism will be challenged, and the never-born phalanx of the Confucian family will not change. If there is more to contact with your Uncle Zhang. The voice of Kong Zisheng appeared in the head of the Kong family. Grandson knows. Patriarch of the Kong family worshipped. There is another saint in the world. The powers of all parties who have been sleeping for 100 years have awakened from the coffin. The novelist is not influential and now has a sage. This Central Plains thought will inevitably change due to the ascension of the novelist status, and the entire Central Plains situation will also be changed. Affected. Huakai merged with heaven and earth. They felt that there were more than a dozen huge will powers in various parts of the Central Plains. They had a close relationship with heavenly Tao. Among them, Qin Zheng was in Shenyang of Qin State, shining on the earth like the most dazzling star, but he in the integration of heavenly Tao is the least. Own teacher once participated. Sage was ranked fourth in the bright state of Lindsay City, Qin State, only under the great power of Qin State Xinjiang, Lu State, and the great power of the southwestern part of Shenyang City. The second place should be the sage of Confucianism in Zhui City, and the third place is the Taoist sage. I didn't expect Taoist sage to be hidden in Qin. Hua Kai thought silently. Huakai can sense the existence of various powerful demonic beasts in the Dongling Mountains, Qinling Mountains, Tianshan Mountains and other big mountains, but if you look closely, you can't find anything. Some demonic beasts in the East China Sea are even bigger than Xinjiang. Several times more powerful. He can only detect some particularly powerful existences on the edge of the Death Desert and the Eastern Divine region in the West. Just thinking that Hua Kai felt that his consciousness had left the heaven and the earth and returned to his body. This kind of fusion with the heaven and the earth could be met but not desired. It was impossible for him to enter that state anymore. System prompt. The host explores the secrets of the world. The snow lotus petal effect is triggered, ice will comprehends ascension, and the qualification ascension reaches the SSS level. 71%. Chapter 405 Journey to the West Secret Realm. Hua Kai opened his eyes when prompted by the system, and he checked the own attribute. Huakai. 9th floor of foundation building. Qualification. SSS. Physique. 73. Strength. 71. Will. 79. Xuanbing Will. Level 5. 71%. Resistance. High-grade ice antibody. 14%. Supernatural powers. Illusory world. Power of dominance. Novelist. Sage. Confucianism. Everyone. Taoism. Everyone. Mind method. Meditation technique. Intermediate level mental method of heaven. Great perfection. Marksmanship. Split air spear. Low level spearmanship of the heavenly rank. Great perfection. Saber technique. 18 swords. Yellow rank. Advanced saber technique complete. Mind method. Novelist. The basic skills of copywriting. The low level mental method of the heavenly rank. Achieve great accomplishment. Special mind method. Big dream ideas. God level. Xiao Cheng. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. Huakai's qualifications reached SSS level. He felt that every trace of willpower between heaven and earth became extremely clear. Spiritual chi from heaven and earth consciously rushed to him. It became easier for him to communicate with heavenly Tao, as long as he was deeply cultivation. It is easy to enter a state of epiphany. SSS. The above qualifications are already the darlings of heaven and earth. Hua Kai can clearly feel the favor of heaven and earth. He sees that he has another supernatural power, which should be a supernatural power that all sages have. I will slowly answer all your doubts in the future, and this is the end of this year's lecture. Novelists do not govern the world, but they can influence the world. If many novelists want to create good works, they must enter the world and discover the truth in the world, and then make a summary to become the foundation of their own peace in the world. If you want to become a giant novelist, you need to use this to open up the own virtual world, and then create a world of own novels from the own virtual world so that you can be holy. Novelists who wander around the world should keep in mind that novelists do not govern the world. The country should be the foundation of the human race, and the family should be the foundation of the human race, and should not participate in world warfare. Hua Kai said. This voice passed into the mind of every novelist in Dongtu. Follow sage's orders. All the novelists bowed to Hua Kai. Hua Kai got up and left the palace. All the novelists knelt and waited for Hua Kai to leave before they got up. Many people were still rejoicing yesterday that the novelist had a quasi-sage, and did not want Hua Kai to become sage today. This is of great significance to the entire school of fiction. As long as all novelists are sincere, they can communicate with the sage they believe in anytime and anywhere, so that they may get answers from sage when they encounter problems. Novelists will surely make breakthroughs for a long time in the future. When Hua Kai returned to the study of the other college, he sensed whether there was a mathematics student. Everyone communicated with him and asked him. He answered them one by one. Every time he communicated, he could see that the Wahia's luck value increased by 5 to 100 points, not for a while. Wahia's luck is worth tens of thousands of ascension points. Thinking of journey to the west in his heart, Hua Kai's figure disappeared in the study. He entered the Wagwo mountain of journey to the west and saw that spiritual chi was scarce here, much worse than the real world. This is already a more abundant place for spiritual chi in journey to the west. Hua Kai appeared in Datang country, standing on the street as long as he wanted to, no one would be able to discover his existence. The spiritual chi of Datang kingdom is thin and hard to detect. As the most prosperous place in the mortal realm in the three realms, the people here are very wealthy, and they rarely practice martial arts. There are all kinds of worlds outside Chang'an City. Hua Kai's will move, and here seems to be like a quick release of the camera to spend a few spring, summer, autumn and winter. From the birth of a stone monkey in the novel, to the time when the 5 monks of Tang became Buddha, Hua Kai traveled through time and space in a total of 1226. After all, I finally knew the effect of his new supernatural powers. He can change everything in the 3 realms within 1226 years. Every change of life may have an impact on future world changes. If it is a good influence, the faster the will of journey to the west will move, if he changes the story of the novel. Process. This world needs to spend a small amount of the power of the world's origin to modify the process. This makes Hua Kai have a deeper understanding of the foreshadowing and plot shaping of the novel's story. Hua Kai also knows several other major uses of journey to the west. He can use the power of heaven and earth to open a space 33 days away, changing the ratio of this space to the time of the world, but every time the time reaches the end of journey to the west, everything in this world will disappear, everyone in this space can only be spectators of this world. Journey to the west is another important role. Hua Kai can devote anyone's consciousness to the movement of heaven and earth. Those who enter the world of novels will be reborn in this world, and they will lose their memory here. Life, so that experiencing a different life is also the willpower of ascension, a method. It is said that sage is good at teaching the world. Although sage's combat power is not better than the gold core state, this virtual world is more powerful than any magic treasures. The original power of journey to the west is not enough. I can't change the world process too much. I still adjust the time. By the beginning of the westward journey, 1 day in space and 1 year in the 3 realms. Hua Kai thought for a moment. The whole westward journey world has entered the beginning stage. Before the birth of the stone monkey, he opened up a space of 100 square meters outside the 30th third stage. After the space was opened, Hua Kai suddenly thought whether this space could be linked with the family secret realm space. System prompt. It is detected that the host has a willingness to link to the virtual space. Are you sure to link to the family secret realm space? Hua Kai was thinking. When the system prompt came, he tried to put the 2 world transmission openings in the conference hall, and a light door appeared in the conference hall soon. The whole westward journey world began to shake for a while, as if the end of the world was about to come. Hua Kai saw that the origin of the westward journey world was almost drawn, and the whole westward journey world became unstable. He hurriedly injected the power of his will into the journey to the west, so that this world slowly stabilized. The system prompts that it can be connected, but it does not say that it needs to consume the power of the novel world, and Hua Kai sweats in fright. There is little left of the original power of journey to the west, and I dare not make any changes to this world in the future. Hua Zichen, Shui Chen, Hua Mo and others came to Hua Kai's study and saw Hua Kai sitting motionless in the wind and fire futon. What they saw today was beyond their imagination. Feel unwell. There will definitely be someone visiting and congratulating me these days. Shui Chen, you and Cao Zerui will help me receive it. The hidden dangers in the Dongling Mountains in the west of Shacheng must be resolved as soon as possible if the problem occurs in Jaliucheng, otherwise the defense of Shacheng will still be a big problem this year. Hua Kai opened his eyes and said to everyone, "Brother, are you really sage?" Hua Mo looked at Hua Kai's face with excitement. Sage is not as powerful as you think. It will cost an incalculable price to fight against Gold Core. The Hua family will need to develop Loki for a long time in the future. This world gives Sage powerful magical powers, but the restrictions on Sage are stronger than in Gold Core. Many, I will stay in Weisung more in the future, and I have to leave more of the family affairs to you. After Hua Kai finished speaking, many people's smiles disappeared. I thought that Huakai became sage. The Hua family was not afraid of the first-class family in the Central Plains. Only when Hua Kai said so did I know that sage could not make a casual shot. Son. Don't be frustrated. Sage still has sage's means. I am also in the foundation building realm. It will be much easier to become a sage to condense gold core. Now I control the whole school of fiction, and the Chinese family's luck is very good. Quickly, this is no less important than having a gold core in the Hua family. Besides, Hua Mo, Shui Chen, Wu Shu, Tang Lei, Shui Pan, you all have the possibility of being promoted to gold core. In the future, what the Hua family lacks is not gold core, but sage, a giant who can lead the world's thoughts. Huakai said that everyone couldn't help but nod silently. That said, a sage's role is far greater than that of gold core. Everyone looked at each other and was full of confidence in the future of the Hua family. Everyone enters family space. Let me take you to a place. Hua Kai said to everyone in the Hua family. When we came to the family space chamber, everyone saw the light door in the corner. Hua Kai entered through the light gate. Hua Mo, Shui Chen, Hua Zichen and others all followed. They found themselves in a special space with a world underneath. No, it should be the three realms. A special way is working. Patriarch, is this the new secret realm of family space? Shui Chen sank into his mind. He could feel everything in this world, and he asked Hua Kai aloud. This is the world of Journey to the West novels. This has been turned into reality. You can immerse your own consciousness anywhere in this world to sense the progress of the power of the world. One day here is a year. Hua Kai introduced to everyone. Everyone in the Chinese family sinks into their minds to experience the development of this world. Heaven, the mortal realm, and earth have their own unique operating order, which is independent but dependent on each other. If it weren't for viewing the journey to the west from this perspective, they would never have thought of a world. It can be like this. This journey to the west world has another function. I can integrate your mental energy into this world so that you can be reincarnated here. After reincarnation, all your memories will disappear. You can only wait for a complete death or wait for all the plots to end. To come out. The story of Journey to the West is 1226 years, which means that you can live up to 1226 years in this world, while the real world is 1226 days. Hua Kai said. Then can I be reincarnated as Sun Wukong or Tathagata Buddha? What if I influence the world plot? Hua Zan said at this time. Sun Wukong needs willpower above the middle stage of gold core, Buddha Tathagata needs willpower of gold core early stage. If they reincarnated, the characters created in my world will dissipate, and I will not let people reincarnated them. Or one day their willpower is gone, I will let everyone experience everything about them. Hua Kai said. Every more person who enters the world of Journey to the West will have a greater impact on the world. Hua Kai will choose how many people to enter the trial based on the situation. This trial is a trial of mental willpower. Ascension is a person. Different from the secret realm of will training, it can enter infinitely, and the power of will can be ascension every time. It takes more than 3 years to enter once. I still won't enter. Wait until everything in the Hua family stabilizes. Does anyone want to reincarnate and experience this world? Hua Zichen looked at the core members of the Hua family behind him and said. Many Chinese families have own missions. It may take several years to enter this world and they can't wait. Finally, Hua Kai decided to ask about own personal disciples. When Cao Zerui and others heard that they could enter the world of novels, they all wanted to try. Hua Kai finally chose a personal biography. He is almost 60 years old this year. He has been in the novel for more than 10 years. His aptitude plus willpower is his shortcomings. Hua Kai brought a personal disciple to Tian Weishan and threw this disciple mental energy into samsara. 72%. Chapter 406. To enter the secret realm of Journey to the West, the core members of the Hua family only need to enter from the family space chamber, but other people must be introduced by Hua Kai in person or hold the original text of Journey to the West. Watching Hua Kai send that disciple into samsara, Hua Kai's 35 direct disciples and more than 40 people from the Hua family all watched quietly in the space. Everyone watched him enter the samsara pool and reincarnated in a wealthy family. The tester has a special light in everyone's eyes. As long as mental energy enters the world of fiction, he can't help being attracted by him. Everyone watched the Huakai disciple was born and waited for him to grow up quietly. But after waiting for more than an hour, the baby was only half a month old, and many people became impatient. Some core members of the Chinese family left. It will take more than 10 days for the baby to grow up before I can see him. What can I do in this world? Hua Kai left the world of Journey to the West with his disciples. He originally handed Journey to the West to Cao Zerui. The novelist now has only one giant. Hua Kai hopes that his disciples can be promoted to the giant as soon as possible through Journey to the West. On November 5th, the weather was already cold. Hua Kai rode and Hua Mo went to Shacheng, and Gao Liucheng was left to Shui Chen to do. Now the younger generation of the Hua family has been provoking the family for half a day. When I came to Shacheng Hua Kai, I was shocked by the prosperity in front of me. Although only 30% of the buildings in Shacheng were built according to plan, the rest of the area was all simple wooden houses and tents, but there were crowds everywhere here. Those who migrated from the south, the trade zone, life zone, military barracks, government affairs zone, etc. are already very clear, and Hua Mo's work performance in 1 year is worthy of recognition. The most central part of Shacheng is the Huahia inner city area. The inner city here is only 100 acres in size. There is no inner city wall surrounded by a forest and an inner city river. Among them, tall houses and some palaces have been built. Every family and the maid are busy in it. Brother, this area is surrounded by the home area and guest room area. We live in the house in the middle of our family. That piece of palace was built for you, and now only the main hall has just been completed, and you live there. This area is the residence of the children of the Hua family. This row of palaces is the wedding room where I got married. Hua Mo took Hua Kai to introduce him to the construction of the inner city of Shacheng. It is more than 10 times smaller than the Washington, D.C. in Jiliucheng, but although the sparrow is small and has all the internal organs, there are landscapes and pavilions everywhere, giving people a feeling of being in the south of the Yangtze River. I will settle in Weisung in the future. No special things will come out very rarely. Most of the secrets of the Chinese family are in Weisung. I must sit in Weisung to prevent prying and sneak attacks in the Gold Core realm. Shacheng will be handed over to you in the future. Huahia's trade center and cultural center will be transferred from Jiliucheng to Shacheng. You have mountain and river map in your hand, and sit in Shacheng. Shacheng will not be breached unless Gold Core comes to you, Hua Kai said. The two came to the new courtyard. All the family members saw Hua Kai and Hua Mo salute them. They came to the study room. There were all the holy scriptures and masterpieces of Zuzi Baijia, library. Hua Mo took out the mountain and river map and put it on the table. Hua Kai saw that the map included in the mountain and river map was 10 times more than that of the beginning of the year. Hua Mo obeyed Hua Kai's instructions and has been working hard to expand the mountain and river map this year. The problem is handed over to Hua Kai. Look at this mountain and river map. This year you have not missed the Dongling mountain range. This has expanded to more than 400 miles to the west of Shacheng. As long as I remove the deep forest in this area and erect a mountain range here, can block most of the beasts. Tomorrow, you will take care of the affairs of Shacheng in Shacheng, and leave it to me to transform the Dongling Mountains. If you have nothing to do, go to the world of Journey to the West, more. This is very useful for your realm ascension. Hua Kai finished talking to Hua Mo, and put away the mountain and river picture. Early in the morning on November 6th, Hua Kai rode Luma, and brought Xiaoqiang and Wukong to the Dongling Mountains on the west side of Shacheng. Wukong is now 1 meter and 3 meters tall. Its 7th level and 7th level cultivation base has the ability to escape calmly as long as it does not encounter too powerful demonic beasts. Only a little bit, it cannot use the Huahia Chi Luck if it leaves the range of Takaliu County. Increases attack power, so even if it wanders, it rarely goes deep into the Dongling Mountains as much as Xiaoqiang. Looking at the rugged mountains below, Hua Kai mental energy plunged into the mountain and river map. I saw that the originally quiet mountain peaks began to shake, and some wild beasts fled around in terror. The mountain peaks slowly sank into the ground, and some deep valleys were slowly filled in. After being promoted to sage, Hua Kai's mental energy was stronger than before. In a short while, all the 10,000 mu of mountains under his feet turned into plains, and Hua Kai began to change places to continue to transform the mountains. After an hour, Hua Kai felt that his mental energy had been consumed almost, and he had already transformed hundreds of square kilometers of land into a plain under his feet, and he began to fly towards Shacheng. Shacheng can clearly feel the ground shaking in the mountains, but many people are used to it. They know that the Hua family has magic treasures that can change the terrain of mountains and rivers. No one in the big family has any special spirit treasures. After returning to Shachang for an hour to rest, Huakai came to the place where the terrain was changed just now, watching the mountains in front of him have been transformed into plains by himself. Huakai couldn't help but sigh for the power of the Lingbao produced by the system. If the Hua family can hold Takaliu for hundreds of years, this place will inevitably be built as a blessing and treasure by the Hua family. It took Huakai 4 days to transform thousands of square kilometers of land every day. More than 200 miles in the west of Shachang were transformed into a plain by Huakai, and then he began to transform the mountains on the west side of the plain into a mountain that was as high as 1,000 meters. The cliff, but it's not easy to transform it. The higher the cliff, the higher the mental energy required. In order to complete the transformation of the western mountain range as soon as possible, Huakai first transformed all the mountains to 200 meters high. Then, after 10 days, the entire mountain range was only half completed, and heavy snow fell in the sky. Winter is here, and the transformation of the mountains has not yet been completed. Some of the wild beasts in the Dongling Mountains have begun to gather here. Hua Kai did not dare to rest. He came to the easternmost side of the mountains, next to the forest closest to Weisung City, and sat down beside a big tree. Hua Kai drew the will of fire between heaven and earth, and the big tree was slowly ignited. He drew will of the wind to spread the fire westward, but it seemed more difficult for these trees to burn. This is not difficult to trouble Hua Kai. He drew the fire will between heaven and earth in the area of 10,000 mu in front of him, and soon all this area burned. Watching the fire getting bigger and bigger, Hua Kai watched quietly. Some places were about to go out. He continued to guide the will of fire to make it flourish. As the fire got bigger, the entire Dongling mountain range was covered. Surrounded by smoke, all the wild beasts fled to the inside of the Dongling mountain range when they saw it. Hua Kai followed the fire and flew high in the sky. With his help, the fire developed very quickly. He also deliberately let some unburned trees burn for a while, so that the mental energy cost is much less than the modification of the mountains. The fire continued to burn for a day, and Hua Kai watched the fire continue to spread in the air. At this time, a beast roar came from the Dongling mountains. A demonic beast saw Hua Kai arson the mountain and walked towards him. This kind of low-level demonic beasts Hua Kai didn't need to take action. Xiaoqiang stepped forward and quickly drove the opponent away. At this time, Hua Kai saw someone flying from the south. Hua Kai has seen the teacher. Hua Kai saw that the visitor was Zhongshen Sage, and hurriedly saluted him. You don't need to be polite. You are now sanctified. Let's get along as a generation. Hua Kai can't forget the gift of master and apprentice. Hua Kai said. Promoted to sage, you should know that you cannot destroy the order of the heavens and the earth at will, let alone the Dongling Mountains. If the entire Dongling Mountains are burned, a large number of low-level wild beasts and savage beasts will be burned to death, but the place of demonic beasts is bound to be the human city launches an offensive. This will only bring disasters to humans, and cannot eliminate the wild beasts and wild beasts. Zhongshen Sage said to Hua Kai. Teacher, the Chinese family built a city in the southern part of Jialiu County, only 30 miles away from the Dongling Mountains. Last year, there were more than 7 million wild beasts and wild beasts gathered here, including 8 demonic beasts, including 2 intermediate demonic beasts. There is a Lingbao in the Hua family that can transform the terrain. I want to transform all the 200 miles into plain grassland, separating Shachang from the Dongling Mountains with mountains. Then it will be difficult for wild beasts to reach Shachang. Hua Kai said. So, it doesn't matter. You must control the fire well. If you can't control and cause too much damage, karma will entangle you for a lifetime and cannot be resolved. After King Qin, you are the most likely to reach the god of transformation, but you cannot be like King Qin. One step was wrong, and the opportunity to transform the gods was broken. Zhongshen Sage said to Hua Kai. Thanks to the teacher for the teaching, the disciple knows. Hua Kai's cupped hands thanked him. Zhongshen Sage and Hua Kai talked for a while, and the two only talked about ideology and academics, and were not trapped by the war in the Central Plains. Hua Kai knows that the teacher does not want to involve himself too much in the contradiction between Baijia and other countries, but how can he escape as the head of the Hua family? Hua Kai watched the fire continue to burn. He entered other areas and continued to transform the mountains, allowing Wukong to watch in the area where the fire was burning fastest. On November 19th, the fire burned to the point where the mountains built by Hua Kai did not go out. Hua Kai guided the power of ice will to extinguish the fire in this area, and continued to watch other areas burn. Several demonic beasts arrived in the middle and were driven away by Xiaoqiang. By November 24th, the area more than 200 miles west of Shacheng had all become a plain. The western part of the plain is a cliff of more than 500 miles, the lowest cliff is more than 300 meters high, all the fires were extinguished by Huakai, and the transformation of the Dongling Mountains was basically completed. It's just that the 200-mile mountain area planned by Huakai has not been transformed, and the 300-meter high cliffs cannot stop too many beasts. When the fire is extinguished, he will continue to rebuild the mountains. At the same time, he uses the mountain river map to transform this area. Spiritual qi moves to the east of mountain and river map, and there will inevitably be fewer and fewer wild animals in this area. Shacheng ushered in its second winter, but this year it was protected by a moat. No barren beasts could be seen outside Shacheng. Some sporadic barren beasts appeared outside the moat, and they were wiped out by the Qilin Legion out of the city, looking at the west. Ping can no longer see a tree, and everyone feels relieved living in Shacheng. Although Shacheng was covered by heavy snow inside and outside, all the construction teams still did not stop. Shacheng is as warm as spring. Snowflakes fall in the city and melt directly. The land has never been frozen, and the construction of various houses is still in progress. 72%. Chapter 407. Shuhua and Tang Lei. In December, Huakai returned to Shacheng from the Dongling Mountains. In the past few days, there were more and more demonic beasts encountered in the transformation of the mountains. In winter, the beasts had difficulty obtaining food in the mountains and forests, so they left the mountains and went to the human gathering place. Desolate beasts leave the wild beasts in order to get food. Demonic beasts mostly use wild beasts as food. They will also follow the wild beasts to leave the forest and destroy human settlements in winter. This is the easiest and most effective way to destroy humans. Break through a city even if the wild beasts cannot completely kill all the people. Those people will die this winter because of the cold and hunger. Huakai encountered 2 demonic beasts in one day, and one was an intermediate savage beast. He knew that this year's work to transform the Dongling Mountains must be over. The mountains he had transformed were enough to block most of the beasts and savage beasts in the Dongling Mountains. This is enough for Shacheng. The height and depth of the mountains need to be increased, and it can only be done next year. Mo was not seen in the inner city. Huakai entered the family space and saw that there was only one person on duty in the assembly hall. He entered the special space in the world of Journey to the West from the assembly hall. Most of the core members of the Hua family are here, and his 35 direct disciples are also here. He saw everyone sitting quietly in the space and feeling the world of Journey to the West. Huakai was devoted to the world of Journey to the West. Huakai felt that his reincarnated disciple was already 24 years old. He learned everything from a young age. He became a child student at the age of 9, a scholar at the age of 14, and was promoted at the age of 18. At the age of 19, he became the champion of Tang Wang's defense. At the age of 24, he has become the third-rank official of the Tang state minister in power. You gave him a dream again. I didn't tell you that you are hurting him by helping him in this way. How can he take on the big responsibility without experiencing setbacks? Who taught him the meditation Ju? You see that he is only now in the primal realm. I don't even have a sense of breath. Huakai said as he looked at everyone around him. Patriarch, this meditation art was given to him by Mo Tuomong, and Huazan also asked the dream to teach him personally every night. Shui Chen looked at Huakai and said, every one of you has taught something. After he finishes his trial, whoever of you has tried, I will ask him to give you all of what you taught. It is difficult for him to break through the limits of his body without experiencing setbacks, and he cannot break through the limits of mortal bodies for 100 years. It will inevitably die within. Huakai said. Everyone was silent when they heard this. Journey to the West wants to break the limit of life. A mortal ascension to become a Buddha, talent and hard work are important, and luck is even more important. When Huakai saw that his reincarnated disciple encountered problems, he waited for the night. At night, he fell asleep and waited for the fairy to give instructions. It would be strange to be able to immortal ascension. Sure enough, the next day, Huakai heard Mo say that the trial of his disciple was over. Without the guidance of the fairy dream, the Tang dynasty minister was quickly driven out of the power center by his opponent, and half a year later, he was demoted and killed on the border road. I have seen the teacher. The disciple is ashamed, and the 0 trial ended without being able to persist for a month. The disciple Huakai said in shame when he came to Huakai. Everything can be encountered during the trial. The trial does not care about the length of time. It is good to be rewarded. Hua Kai saw that the opponent's willpower was 2 points higher than before entering the ascension, which was already very good. Although the disciples have had a hard life in the last half of the year, they have gained the most. The officialdom is a place where people can be tempered. The first person's trial is over for 25 days, which makes everyone know that the trial is not so easy. Everyone who can enter here is a Tianjiao level. When they arrive in the westward journey world, they must also have very outstanding talents. They are not the cultivation technique. And the lack of resources is actually the will to fight hard. Which one of you is going in next? Hua Kai asked, looking at everyone present. All Hua Kai disciples raised their hands to indicate that they all wanted to enter, and Hua Zan and the 10th young master of the Hua family also raised their hands, and they also wanted to enter. Hua Zan, 5 core Chinese families, 5 novelists. Think about your purpose of entering the journey to the west before entering. Your emotions will affect your reborn family. This time 10 of you will start at the same time, and see if anyone can get out of the mortal body. Hua Kai said. He sent Hua Xuan and 10 others into samsara. 4 of them were born in the human race, 3 were born in the Yao race, 2 were born in the Shira race, and 1 was born in the heavens with luck. Because journey to the west is too big, all 10 of them are more than 50,000 miles away from the nearest one. This time, none of the 4 humans born in the human race are in Datang. Seeing that 10 people reincarnated smoothly and all of them left the world of fiction, they couldn't see much when they were less than 3 years old in 3 days. This time everyone did not dare to help the reincarnated easily. On the second day, Hua Kai saw that Shacheng this year did not form a large scale in the desolate beast group. The Qilin Legion went out and wiped out the desolate beasts as soon as they gathered. The demon beasts with no scale could not attract demonic beasts, so Hua Kai planned to return to China City. After 2 years of construction at the foot of Huacheng Mountain, the small rivers and canals that flowed down from the mountain were planted with various trees, including green plums trees. Some tribes have begun to concentrate on planting fall alfalfa spiritual herbs, some of which are in the river. Spiritual water irrigates these fall alfalfa spiritual herbs, although the growth is not as good as that on the top of the mountain, but they can grow in at least 3 years. Planting fall alfalfa spiritual herbs is more valuable than planting spiritual rice. Nowadays, the green fodder market in Jialiu City spiritual herbs the price remains high. Back to Heavenly Horse Field everyone from the Hua family came to congratulate Hua Kai. Hua Kai became a novelist, sage, which is well known in the world. Therefore, Huacheng is no longer afraid of gold core temptations, and everyone feels more belonging to the Hua family. It's strong. The first thing Hua Kai did after returning to Huacheng was to come to the Lingtian area. A few days ago, he raised all the platinum Weiji pills and Hua Kai refined all the remaining 3 furnaces of platinum Weiji pills. The role of medicine pill is that the strength of Ascension family members is the most important as soon as possible. He intends to distribute 13 newly refined platinum Weiji Dan to the core of the Hua family as soon as possible, and Shu Hua's qualification level has now reached the 7th level of the Shantian realm. If he can transfer his qualifications to S, it is entirely possible that foundation building will succeed. Seeing Shu Hua taking the Ling pill, the qualification ascension reached S, Hua Kai asked him Zhongling Shu the result. Now in realm like Hua Kai, ordinary medicine pill has little effect, only Zhonglingdan can quickly treat Shantian injuries above the Zhochen level. Shu Hua brought Hua Kai to the Zhongling tree. Hua Kai saw that the Zhongling tree was full of fruits, and it seemed that it was not far from maturity. Zhonglingguo will mature in the beginning of spring this year, and crystal persimmon will mature next year, and green plums will mature this year. The following are all for the students to eat. This year, many elixir can be used. Since the dragon vessel is integrated into the central lake, the growth of the spiritual treasures and spiritual trees in the Lingtian has become more gratifying. Shu Hua said to Hua Kai. In the future, you will try to understand the power of Wood's will as much as possible, and try to break through the 3 levels of will power, so that the foundation building has a better chance. The things in the spiritual field are mostly left to the disciples, and you choose a few disciples to give it to the family can give priority to training. One more thing, in case you find a strong enemy in Weisung, don't fight hard with each other, do everything to protect yourself, and pass the news to me as much as possible. I have been sanctified in this world. No one can force the Hua family with strength. Hua Kai said. Shu Hua smiled and nodded. Who can be uneasy in such a powerful family, or say that without the strength, he can't grow spiritual fields? Lingtian can't move, and he can only make wedding dresses for others without the strength. After Huakai became sage, the Hua family is no longer afraid of these spiritual trees and magic medicines. When he arrived at the Undead Legion camp, Huakai was shocked. He saw a group of undead suit soldiers in the Undead Legion training in the training ground. The rows of undead who covered their bodies in armor army soldier, even if Huakai is sage, he can feel a strong sense of oppression. Master, are you just coming back from Shachang? Huakai saw a tall figure full of undead army suit coming, and he took off his helmet. This is not who Tang Lei is. What's the matter? Undead Legion suddenly so many people. I remember you said that the number of transfers is less than 200. Huakai pointed to a group of Undead Legion soldiers in the training ground and asked. Patriarch, didn't you say a month ago that sufficient family luck can speed up the expansion of Undead Army? I found a lot of Undead Army good seedlings this year, all of them are super physical. All the recruits have come in, but the Undead Army suit has only forged 460 sets because of the lack of strange stones. Tang Lei said. You ran out of the materials I gave you. You ran out of the strange stones I asked my fifth uncle to send you this year. You forged 460 sets in 1 month. Do you know how much these strange stones are worth? Huakai looked at the voice couldn't help but become louder. A set of Undead Army soldiers' armor requires more than 6,000 gold of strange stones, a team leader of 20,000, and a set of spiritual armor material of 100,000 gold. Tang Lei used 3 million gold of materials a month, which is about 2 summers. City funds. This, Patriarch, didn't you say that the family luck value is enough to expand as soon as possible? Look at this month I successfully transferred 27 ordinary Undead Army soldiers, and 4 Undead Army were promoted to Undead Army Commander now. We Undead Army have a total of 216 people. Tang Lei explained to Huakai. Okay, tell me what this is. You have received the Undead Legion for the Zochin Pneumatic Realm. How long do you want to train him for him to reach the Zochin Realm Zochin? 10 years, or 20 year, Huakai asked, pointing to a young soldier in the distance. Patriarch, this soldier is terrific. Pneumatic state can kill and practice chi state, but a good seedling of Undead Army. As long as medicine pill keeps up, he can become a qualified Undead Legion soldier within 3 years. Tang Lei explained vigorously. He is not qualified enough. Okay. If you think you can stay, let him go to the military academy to study for half a year, and I will solve his qualification problem. I heard that you started preparing Undead Army soldiers from the Donghu prisoners. Huakai asked. Lord, I don't want to Undead Legion to become an army. Tang Lei said, lowering his head. The Donghu prisoners of the Hua family have always used it with caution, even if they have been taken into the Hua family by Huakai, the Hua family has not allowed them to leave Huacheng easily. This is a good way for you. Tomorrow you can choose from the 5 legions death camp, or you can choose from the families converted from all the Donghu prisoners in the Hua family. I will give you a check at that time. It's just that those few people from where do you want to come back as soon as possible, the qualifications are too bad to be able to reach the pneumatic stage is already the limit. In the future Undead Legion will not be allowed to recruit reserve members below the middle stage of the Qi training realm. Huakai said to Tang Lei. The war in the Central Plains is difficult to end. The Hua family continues to ascension strength as soon as possible. In Shacheng, 100 Undead Legion soldiers played the role of thousands of Azure Dragon Legion. It is hard to break the defense. As long as 500 Undead Legion take shape, they will surely become one of the most powerful fighters of the Hua family. Undead Legion expansion is one thing, and your own strength cannot be delayed. Now Undead Legion has only you as a leader and 31 captains. You must ascension yourself above the foundation building level as soon as possible, and then let the 5 leaders take the position. Add them all, so that the Undead Legion can exert its full combat power. Huakai saw that Tang Lei had reached the 9th floor of the Shantian realm. His physique had reached 69 points, and his vigor had reached 64 points, but his willpower had reached 59 points, which had completely become a shortcoming. My lord, I also tried Undead King's job transfer, but it was too difficult. I only insisted on 10 minutes that all the soldiers died. I need the foundation building to succeed before it is possible to pass, but the foundation building is not that easy. Tang Lei looked at Huakai. You the will of fire are not far from the 3rd floor, let's put the Undead Legion thing first. Go to the trial of the Journey to the West, novel world, and when it comes out, maybe you should foundation building. 72%. Chapter 408 Tang Lei's trial. In the evening, Huakai returned to his own heavenly horse field courtyard. Huashuan went to the Journey to the West, world trial is not there. Huakai entered family space and saw that the Hua family's luck value has exceeded 200,000. Recently, I asked for consciousness. There are more and more novelists asking him, and Huakai chooses some questions to answer selectively. In this way, the Hua family's luck value also grows at a rate of over 30,000 per day. This enables Tang Lei to forge 260 pieces in a month. Undead Army Suit. When he came to Wujiangjai Huakai, he originally planned to upgrade Splitting Gun, but he saw that basic copywriting skills is also a low-level mental method of heaven. He wanted to try to upgrade the basic mental methods of novelists. Select basic copywriting skills novelist mind. Huakai clicks to upgrade. He immediately feels that he has entered a strange world. The new basic copywriting skills cultivation technique has entered his mind. Huakai earnestly tastes the difference of the new mind. The upgraded basic copywriting skills absorb spiritual chi more quickly, and it becomes easier to enter a state of creative meditation. This is extremely important for some novelists who are eager to be promoted to giants. Upgrade basic copywriting skills. In addition to giving him the insight of the new cultivation technique, he did not get ascension for any of his attributes. This is because he has already upgraded the same level of mind, and ascension has no attribute rewards. Coming out of Wujiangjai, Huakai came to the conference hall and saw Hua Zan actually here. Aren't you in the trial? Why did you come out in more than a day? Huakai asked when he saw Hua Zan. Fate is hard. Just over a year after being reborn, the demon clan where I was in was attacked by a nearby opponent, and I disappeared as soon as I learned to walk. Hua Zan said dejectedly. No one in the family will save you. Huakai said. Hua Zan was obviously stunned. He was reincarnated in the world of fiction, but it was a destiny added. He died at the age of 1. What kind of destiny is this, son? I didn't ask you to help me. I didn't say that I wouldn't save it when I was about to die. Huakai and Hua Zan came to the world of novels. Everyone was watching the growth of the other 9 people. They all watched when Huakai came in. You guys, why don't you save me? Hua Zan said indignantly. Didn't you say not to let go? You have to experience hardships to hone your will. Hua Mo said. The trial ended when I was only 1 year old. What did I practice? I just learned to walk. Hua Zan said, looking at everyone. I think we should be rescued just now. Hua Zawan said. Everyone looked at Huakai, then at Hua Zan, thinking of the significance of entering the world of novels, and then they understood a little bit. It can't help them develop, but it can help them tide over the catastrophe. You will be the protagonists of this world after you reincarnate. Try not to encounter difficulties that exceed their abilities, let alone die before reaching adulthood. It doesn't make sense to practice. Huakai said. After hearing this, everyone nodded. It was not that they were not allowed to take action, but that they could not take too much. Patriarch, then can we guide them to obtain heaven and earth spiritual treasures and guide the strong to rely on them? Shui Chen said. If it is too late, it is good to give some help reasonably, but too much influence on the world process is not a good thing for the tester and the whole world. Huakai said. Hearing this, everyone was intrigued, thinking about what kind of help to give the tester under what circumstances, so that he can survive in this world longer, which is also a test of the overall situation for observers like them. Since the creation of the novel world of Journey to the West, the core members of the Hua family and the Huakai disciples have to enter the world to see if nothing has happened. From here, they can learn Huakai's understanding and perception of the will of heaven and earth, and can also see some Huakai use his own novels to change everyone's cognition, which allows them to better understand the tasks that Huakai entrusted to him in the future. Huakai sees the rapid growth of family cultural value every day. With the novel world of Journey to the West, more people can pass on Huakai's thoughts, and the attributes of the Hua family have now undergone tremendous changes. Chinese family. Third rank family. Prosperity. 93,184. Combat power. 120,813. Agriculture. 67,134. Animal husbandry. 141,350. Commercial. 50,297. Culture. 28,123. Comprehensive strength. 500,901. Allies. Ordos tribe, 4th rank, Yao family, 6th rank, Lu family, 2nd rank, Sihai Chamber of Commerce, 4th rank, Ujumchin tribe, 2nd rank, Yan Kingdom, 1st rank. Affiliated forces. Ma family, 4th rank, Shui family, 5th rank, Yu family, 6th rank, Tang family, 6th rank, Huang family, 6th rank, Jia family, 6th rank, Ren family, 7th rank, Yijia, 7 products, Taijia, 7 products, Yujia, 7 products, Wangjia, 7 products. Hostile forces. Zhu family, 3rd rank, Feng family, 3rd rank, Gongsun family, 3rd rank, Zhao Guoshan family, 3rd rank, Lindsay City Bu family, 7 rank. Capital. 9 purple gold coins, 2,541 taels of gold, 34,215 taels of silver, 21,341 pieces of bone coins. Luck value. 130,482. Portable space. 6 cubic meters. The strength of the Hua family has obtained all-round ascension, the 6 attributes have no shortcomings, and the worst cultural value has reached nearly 30,000 points. When Journey to the West slowly spreads, plus his own sage identity, the cultural value of the Hua family has returned. During the period of rapid development, the Wahia's comprehensive strength has reached 500,000, and the main task 10 is one person behind the foundation building. It's been a year since Shui Chen half-stepped the foundation building, but I don't know when I will be able to cross the past one step later. The Hua family also has Hua Mo and Tang Lei on the 9th floor of the Shantian realm, Hua Zichen, Shui Pan, Shu Hua, and Yu Jun on the 8th floor of the Shantian realm. A dozen or so 8 people are already Shantian, and now their wills are above S. Realm is in a rapid ascension. In the future, Huakai Shantian will reach a full or even half-step foundation building. The question is who can take the lead in foundation building. This is really unsure. In winter, Hua Kai paid attention to the situation in Shacheng and Weisong, while allowing the family core to quickly convert the family luck value into family strength. He took 2 hours a day to sit and consciously guide the novelist who asked him for help, the family luck value. The daily ascension speed is more than 30,000. In addition to refining medicine pill and weapons, the remaining chi luck value is used to refining golden silk soft armor. During the war, the high-level combat power is important, but the army combat strength is the most critical. Huakai forges hundreds of golden silk soft armor every day, and the 5 major legions are slowly changing their outfits, except that the 4 major legions other than the Azure Dragon Legion can only wear golden silk soft armor above the captain. Undead Legion. After once again expanding the number of reserve members, Huakai selected 140 Donghu soldiers, which allowed the total number of Undead Legion to finally reach 500. The frequency of job transfers exceeded 10 per day, allowing the number of Undead Legion ascension quickly. At most, 3 people can be successfully transferred in one day. By the end of December, 3 more trial members of Journey to the West were eliminated. Demons were rampant everywhere in Journey to the West. There were so many difficulties. No one can guarantee to survive here. Moreover, the trialists will not be safe. Host. Hua Kai sent Tang Lei and 3 disciples into the westward journey world to reincarnate. Tang Lei was born in an ordinary farmer's home in the border of Datang. He has had a hard life since he was a child. The village was always invaded by foreigners, soldiers and bandits, and occasionally monsters came to the village to eat people. Tang Lei started to practice martial arts under a border veteran at the age of 6. He has outstanding saber technique talent. At the age of 12, he was able to kill the bandits who came to his village to plunder, and gradually began to make a name for himself in the border. Tang Lei's growth in Journey to the West was different from others. He yearned for strength and dared to take risks. In order to protect his relatives, he practiced swords for 8 hours a day, and slowly began to be followed by some people. Everyone in the Hua family was only in danger when his 2 lives were in danger. The shot helped him a little. By the end of the year, everyone's achievements and changes in Journey to the West have led everyone to discuss. Those who were the first to be reincarnated are now over 50. Although they are not in much danger of survival in Journey to the West, it is basically impossible to break through the barriers of mortal lives. The disciple of the Chinese family who reincarnated in Heaven Court, life comfortably did the lowest level work of Heaven Court. The children born to the fairy of Heaven Court also need cultivation to be able to immortal ascension, and in the end they can get immortal ascension. This disciple of Hua Kai does not seem to have the possibility of immortal ascension. Everyone focused on Tang Lei. Tang Lei had become the leader of the border at the age of 20. He was powerful and suppressed all the small border countries. He also shot and killed several little demons who invaded the villages in the Guan, and became the most among all people. It is possible that immortal ascension exists. Hua Kai has also been paying attention to Tang Lei in the Journey to the West. He even guided the power of the will of heaven and earth to quietly speed up Tang Lei's will comprehension. He hoped that Tang Lei would be the first person to break the barrier of mortal life. At the end of December in Shachang, the number of barren beasts increased, but because of the protection of the moat, Wamo controlled the barren beasts when they crossed the river several times. Attacked Shachang, but Wamo drove them away alone. In Shachang Wuyu, everyone is waiting for the winter to pass. Without Tang Lei hosting the Undead Legion transfer, they can only carry out continuous training under the organization of each captain every day, and a large number of golden silk soft armor has been added. Going to the various corps, the combat strength of the Takayanagi County Legion was constantly being held by ascension. Entering mid-January, Grandfather Hua Xing told Hua Kai Pill refining room that the elixir was consumed too quickly, and some elixir was about to be out of stock. In the past few years, the Hua family has purchased a large amount of elixir from the Central Plains and various parts of the grassland. For this reason, Huakai had no choice but to weaken the allocation of medicine pill in each legion. This year, the number of people in the Shantian state of the Hua family has exceeded 60, and the number of people above the Azure Dragon Legion has exceeded 60%. The worst of the 5 legions is already in the Kaiyuan state. Consummation, the Hua family can be regarded as elite. The war in the Central Plains was still the same. Throughout the winter, Han, Zhou, Zheng, Wei and other countries were fighting openly and secretly with Qin in major cities. Qin had eaten too many cities in one go. With the support of secret masters from major countries, they lost troops in one winter. More than 150,000, more than the loss of the population of these countries in a year. Some cities have been retaken in the defense of the country. The soldiers of the Qin state who guarded the cities have been driven out of the cities. In the winter, they were completely wiped out by the desolate beasts outside the cities. After Qin invaded and occupied these countries, some aristocratic families had already taken refuge in Qin. It was rumored that Qin had already begun in the country. There were also places such as Bashu and Yichu who were preparing for another conscription. The 5 great powers start their final fight. 72%. Chapter 409. Dan Zhao and the Mo family. Patriarch, why did the state of Qin attack the small and medium-sized countries in the Central Plains first, so he is not afraid of the other 5 major countries sending troops to deal with him? At the family caucus at the end of January, everyone discussed the situation in the Central Plains, and Shui Chen asked Huakai aloud road. The heart of Qin's unification of the world is well known, but why didn't the great powers send troops to destroy Qin? Did Qin attack Ba, Shu, Yichu and other places? That's because everyone knows that whoever comes first, King Qin, will definitely make an all-out effort to destroy them first. With the strength of Qin, whether it is Wei, Zhao or Chu, they are not opponents of Qin alone. They will not stupidly exhaust their national power and let other countries pick the fruits of defeating Qin. The Qin state chose to attack and occupy the Central Plains countries first. They felt that these small and medium-sized countries were best to win. Most of the central countries did not have wars for many years, and the will to resist would be relatively weak. After occupying these countries, the Qin state would be able to quickly take these countries' families and families. Assimilation of the family and the people, so that their strength will become stronger and stronger. King Qin dared to leave only 100,000 elite soldiers in the country, and sent 200,000 Qin Gorui soldiers to the central part of the Central Plains to fight. That was his confidence in his own. No matter which country Wei, Zhao, or Chu dared to do this time, he led the Qin army in Qin to eliminate the invading enemy. More importantly, Qin's Cultivation 100 Wars Heart Sutra is not afraid of karma, and the stronger the fighting strength, the more the Qin's troops staying in the central part of the Central Plains now is less, but the fighting power is not weaker than a year ago. If the country dares to relax its vigilance, Qin will inevitably slowly wipe out the entire Central Plains. Hua Kai said, looking at everyone sitting. Then there is no way to stop the state of Qin. This year, the state of Qin has already increased its troops from various places to South Korea and other countries. The other 5 major powers must have someone to stop the expansion of the state of Qin. Is this the way our Chinese family looks at it? Hua Mo is now guarding Shachang. This year he will marry the 2 princesses of the Yan kingdom. He is already the number 2 figure in the Hua family. The Hua family is just an emerging power, and the general trend of the Central Plains is not something we can control. She has already sent masters to attack and kill Qin's troops in Korea, Zhou, Zheng and other places. I believe that Chu and Wei will definitely take action this year. Zhao Guo has been grieving with Qin Wang for a long time, and it is also possible to take the lead in attacking Qin state. The 7 first-ranked countries have ruled the roost in the Central Plains for hundreds of years, and they all have their own cards. Our key task is to be ourselves. This year, more and more people will flee from the Central Plains. Wamo, you can do a good job in refugee resettlement. Shui Chen, all the 7 aristocratic cities in the eastern part of Jialiu County have been guarded this year. You should do a good job in managing these cities. After the beginning of the spring this year, there will be more and more affiliated families applying for city construction in Jialiu County, can extend to the middle of Takayanagi County. Wa Kai arranged. Every year, everyone has a deeper understanding of Qin's strength. Qin has already invested 800,000 troops in the central area of the Central Plains. In the country, including Bashu and Yichu, young people have been deployed almost, but he is still there. Still conscripting troops, who will Qin rely on for production? What will happen to spring plowing after the beginning of spring? King Qin is not stupid, or he may be one of the smartest people in the world. He must have his own consideration to do this. How the world's situation goes depends on how Qin stabilizes the situation in the Central Plains and continues to conquer all other countries, or stop to digest the effect. No matter how he chooses, the next step is definitely not easy, because the central part of the Central Plains is the core development area of the Zuzi Baijia, and the Zuzi Baijia will inevitably not let the Qin state conquer so easily. The King Yan has asked about Moore's wedding date 3 times, and I haven't responded yet. Care, when did you marry Yurantuya? Now your marriage is no longer a personal issue, it's related to the future of the Chinese family. In Moore, your marriage must be settled before getting married. Hua Xing spoke at this time, and only Hua Xing in the Hua family can teach Hua Kai in this way. Hua Kai was silent for a moment. At the time when the Central Plains was in such a great war, the Hua family would be the wisest to make a fortune. If they get married at this time, they will inevitably become the focus of the world, and the Hua family may fall into the war earlier. But it has been 4 years since I established a relationship with Yurantuya. Yurantuya is 21 years old this year. The 40,000 elite and 20,000 logistics soldiers of the Deu clan have been trained for 2 years, and they have formed combat strength. I don't know what direction the war in the Central Plains will develop in the future. I will give a reply before the beginning of the spring. The Hua family cannot blindly avoid it. My marriage date with Yurantuya will be determined soon. Hua Kai thought for a while and said, the meeting ends in February and the beginning of the spring is not far away, and the heads of all cities and departments must begin preparations for the new year. Hua Kai came to the world of journey to the west and saw that Tang Lei was over 40 years old. He is now the commander of the border, and he can use human luck to fight against some medium monsters. He is very famous in the entire Datang country, and some people even stand up in their homes. Up his Torii. Hua Kai used various special opportunities to help Tang Lei's ascension strength. Now Tang Lei is about to reach the limit of mortal strength. As long as he can take that step and communicate with the world, he will be able to break through the mortal realm strength and lifespan to obtain ascension. At this time, Wazawan came to the westward journey world space, and he brought a special message to Hua Kai. There was news from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce just now. Yesterday, the Mo family raided the Zuoshang mansion and the general mansion of Zhao Guo Zuoshang in Handan City. Zhao Guo Zuoshang was seriously injured. Stop this dispute, Wazawan said to Hua Kai. Zhao Dan prevented the dispute. How dare the Mo family raid the Zuoxiang mansion and the general mansion of the Zhao kingdom in Handan City? This is clearly a disagreement in Zhao's domestic opinions, and Zhao Wang used the Mo family's hands to unify his voice. General Zhao Guo is a famous general in the world. Did Wang Zhao want to take back all his military power and launch an attack on Qin state? Hua Kai's first reaction after hearing the news. Zhao Guo's fine horses are well known in the world, and the command of the 30,000 fine horses is all in the hands of the general. As a strategist giant, Zhao Guo's reluctance to send troops necessarily does not want to provoke disputes with Qin. How did King Zhao deal with the Mo family? Hua Kai continued to ask. The sub-sage of the Mo family is the left minister, the 2 giants of the Mo family are generals, and 37 of them are officials in the country of Zhao. This is to push the Mohist thought to the point of Chinese learning. Wazawan replied. Zhao Dan is taking a risk. Many countries in the Central Plains respect Confucianism and Taoism. The Mohist disciples are scattered all over the Central Plains. Today, gathering Zhao Kingdom must be in agreement with Zhao Wang. The Mohist school has a stable development place, and it is the master's. It was the first school in 100 schools to make a big country a national study. Zhao Guo received a lot of help from strong players, and he must want to speed up his ascension own strength before the decisive battle of the Central Plains. Compared with the other schools of Zuzi 100 schools, they stick to the rules and self-discipline, and they are good at defending the city. They are indeed rare partners. But is Zhao Wang not afraid of the increasing influence of the Mo family and seizing the power of the Zhao family? Huakai is not aware of all the deep-seated transactions. Zhao Guo must have a big move next, because Zhao Dan knows that Qin Zheng hates him most. If there is a chance, Zhao Guo will be the first to destroy Qin Zheng. Pay more attention to the military developments of the state of Zhao, and pay more attention to the dynamics of the state of Chu and the state of Wei, and increase communication and contact with the state of Lu. If necessary, you can support the state of Lu with some weapons, but all this has to be done in secret. Hua Kai said. The general situation of the world is changing every moment. As one of the 4 schools, the strength of the Mo family should not be underestimated. The Mo family also has a great influence in the Central Plains countries. Some countries will even ask the Mo family members to help defend as soon as they encounter war. It is inevitable that Mohism will become the guoshui of Zhao. This will also give some confidence to other countries in the Central Plains that resisted the rule of Qin. Confucianism and Taoism have not yet made a clear voice. No one can predict how far this war will eventually develop. But now it seems that Qin is already at a disadvantage. Hua Kai left the world of novels. He found Zhuang and asked him to pass a message to Yurantuya and asked about their marriage. After hearing about it, Yurantuya decided to come to Jialiu County to talk to Huakai in person. Huakai had an appointment with her at the Leopard Jade Pass. After riding to Baoyuguan on horseback, Huakai waited for 2 days in Baoyudian and saw a beautiful figure flying into the pass from outside the pass. I just thought of me. I thought you were going to forget me. Then I will die alone in the Ujumchin tribe. Warentuya pouted when she saw Huakai even though she was happy in her heart. You get down first, let's go into the house and say. Hua Kai looked at the sky-cleared leopard hanging in the air, and Warentuya sat on the back of cleared leopard and said to her. When Yurantuya heard it slowly fall to the ground, she watched affectionately as Hua Kai plunged into his arms. The two of them hugged each other for a long time without speaking. Yu's elite cavalry has almost been trained. Now there are more than 50 Shantian realms as commanders or captains. There are more than 1,000 people in the Aura realm, and more than 16,000 in the aerodynamic realm. If there are 2 more years, it will become an elite force that shocks the world. I heard Zhuang said that you have become a sage, that is, the existence of the gold core state, as powerful as the strongest condor on the mountain, isn't it? Yurantuya said while lying in Hua Kai's arms. Warentuya wore light leather armor in the winter. Hua Kai checked her ice will and understood that she had realized 3 levels 41%. She also realized the primary anti-freeze physique, and her strength had reached Shantian level 2 levels. Almost. The situation in the Central Plains will be more chaotic this year, but we must get married. Let's go. I will show you a good thing. Hua Kai pulled Yurantuya into the house, and the maiden Jia Ding in the courtyard hurried away after seeing it. Got out. It's still daytime. After the wind and rain, Warentuya showed a peach blossom. She was still shy thinking of everything just now. She leaned on Huakai's chest and told Huakai about the changes in Yushi Nation in the past 2 years. Because of Wahia's green feed, the quality of Yushi Nation's horses had improved a lot in the past 2 years. The ruling power of the country has also been greatly increased, and the population of the Yu Kingdom has also been steadily ascending in recent years. 72%. Chapter 410 Main Mission 11. The Hua family is not something that any country in the Central Plains can provoke at will. As long as the Yu family's strength does not provoke trouble at will, there will be no state intrusion. Within 2 years, the Central Plains war should not involve Jialiu County. Our marriage. Can't wait any longer, Hua Kai said, looking at Warentuya. Yeah, what should I do with the Moon Kingdom? I leave. Many tribes in the Moon Kingdom want to follow me. By then, the strength of the Moon Kingdom will inevitably be greatly reduced, and the Yu Kingdom will be divided into 2. Then you have to follow my tribe. How to resettle? Warentuya asked. You can graze the grassland thousands of miles away from Leopard Yuguan. You don't need to bring too many people to marry. Even if we get married, you can go back to the Wujumukan tribe on clearing the Cloud Leopard for up to 3 days. I will take it tomorrow. Go to a place. Hua Kai saw that Yurantuya's loyalty point had reached 100 points. He was able to set Yurantuya as a core member of the Hua family very early, but he did not do that, because the Hua family the core members need this place even more. Now that their marriage date is approaching, Hua Kai still decides to give Warentuya the place of the last core member of the family. Urantuya entered the secret realm space of the Wa family for the first time, and was very curious about it. When everyone in the Wa family saw Wa Kai bringing another person in, they all knew Urantuya. Why there are so many medicine pill and divine armament in the Wa family? You will know later. This is the core member of the Wa family. You are the 50th and the last. You can enter here at any time. I will tell you the functions of the 8 secret realms in the family. Wa Kai took Urantuya around in the space. Urantuya was very curious when she saw everything. Wa Kai told her the usage time of the 4 secret realms. After all her trials, she would definitely be able to ascension. Cut. Then in the future, will I be able to refine medicine pill here by myself, and then give it to the elite soldiers of the Moon Kingdom? Warentuya said happily when she saw the pill refining room. Ah. This pill refining requires family luck, and the Wa family also needs a price. Even if you can refine yourself, you can't bring out the space. Wa Kai said. I have a Fuyuan bag, which can hold things in a radius of 2 feet. Warentuya returned. Wa Kai looked at the small cloth bag hanging around Warentuya's waist. This was only for her when she came to Leopard Yuguan this time. It seems that there are also many national treasures of the Yu family. You will be the mistress of the Wa family from now on, but you can't take all your belongings out. You can trade with Wa Jia's elixirs in the future to give the Moon Kingdom a lower price. I think the chamber seems to be very lively. Let's go back first. Chamber. Wa Kai took Warentuya to look at the family space and returned to the conference chamber and saw his second uncle coming back from journey to the west. Second uncle, why are everyone so excited? Wa Kai asked. Tang Lei tried to break through the limit. In order to protect the human race against the monster, he broke through the mortal limit after killing the monster. Now the Heaven Court has sent an envoy to ask Tang Lei to go to heaven as an official. Huang Guangwen said to Wa Kai. I have seen my second uncle. Warentuya saw Huang Guangwen greet him. You don't have to be polite, the princess. Kair serves as a minister for me. When I see you, I should call my husband. When the country is built, you will be our queen. Huang Guangwen looked at Warentuya and said with satisfaction. The 3 came to journey to the west. Wa Kai saw that Tang Lei, who had been reincarnated, was negotiating with Heaven Court officials. He didn't want to go to heaven as an official, and only wanted to protect his own people. Many people on the border were very excited when they saw this place, and all the core members of the Wa family were also meditated when they saw it. Tang Lei in the world of Journey to the West is exactly the same as Tang Lei himself. Both are 2 meters tall, but the Tang Lei in the world of Journey to the West looks older and more stable. The choices he made in this world are all it was a manifestation of his nature. Everyone realized that only Tang Lei could break through the life limit of a mortal for such a long time. It was not without reason. Whether you don't enter Heaven Court as a god, it's also comfortable to be a loose immortals. This Heaven Court is deep. It's hard to get out as long as you step in. Wa Kai sighed as he looked at Tang Lei in the world of Journey to the West. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help turning their heads to look at him. It stands to reason that entering the Heaven Court is the best choice. Even the Western Spirit Mountain is under the rule of Heaven Court. Is there any trickery? Brother, why is it difficult to enter Heaven Court and go out? Besides Sanqing, Luyu, Wufang and 5 Lao, Golden Mother Mugong, 3 officials, and 4 heavenly kings, is there any other powerful god in Heaven Court? Hua Mo asked. Have you ever wondered why the Heaven Court is 33rd stage days? Why is the Zongtian 9 floors and the Sifangtian 6 floors? Why didn't the Jade Emperor act as the Lord of Heaven Court? Lord, Wa Kai asked. Many people immediately plunged their minds into the world of Journey to the West. They explored the various areas of Heaven Court, but in many places they couldn't enter at all. Patriarch, is this someone consciously entering the world of Journey to the West? He actually knows to avoid our investigation. Hua Zan said at this time. Everyone suddenly realized a problem. There are still some existences in the Journey to the West world that they don't know and cannot detect. What kind of existence do they play in Journey to the West? You can go to see the introduction of the original Jade Emperor. There are some in the novel. Even if I don't have the strength to perfect them now, I can only wait until the Gold Core realm or the Better realm. This world is a big chessboard. Heaven Court is one of the most important chessboards. It's not that simple to jump out after going to the chess game. But don't worry, if you can jump out of the chess game, my journey to the West will be ruined. You should be more aware of the rules of the world and understand the different worlds of the world. Don't touch those incomprehensible existences that may be against the tester. Influential. Hua Kai said. Everyone understands when they hear this. No one noticed that Shui Chen sank all his mind into the mountain of spirits. He went to explore every Buddha and Bodhisattva. None of these Buddhas, Bodhisattva, including Buddha Tathagata, could feel his exploration, but even so, Shui Chen also from these people, I realized something that I hadn't realized before. The entire Lingshan is actually a Buddha country. The land here is barren, but such a spiritual mountain can be brewed. Shui Chen discovered that in fact, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattva, and holy monks in Lingshan are actually part of Lingshan. Together, they form a cycle of heaven and earth will here. Everyone all are participants, and all are beneficiaries. Seeing the cyclical convergence of various will powers on Lingshan, Shui Chen couldn't help but circulate the will powers in his body. It is a pity that the world of journey to the west cannot absorb the spiritual qi and willpower of this world, so it can only be released. Shui Chen returns to the family. Space chamber returned to Jialiu City. The sky above Jialiu City fire will seem to be guided by some kind of guidance, and began to hover in the sky. Shui Chen felt the will of heaven and earth continue to enter his body, and the circulation of willpower in his body began to spread throughout his body. He knew that the opportunity for his foundation building was coming. Many people in Jialiucheng saw the fiery red clouds in the sky circling all the time. Some Shantian realms looked at the direction of Washington and guessed who is in the foundation building. Many people guessed it was Hua Zichen, Tang Lei or Shui Chen. Hua Kai saw Shui Chen leave suddenly and didn't think about it for more than an hour. He heard the system prompt, and the main task 10 was completed. He came to the family space crystal column and saw the family list ascension. The Shui family was stronger than the Ma family. As the most powerful family affiliated to the Hua family, Shui Chen has obviously succeeded in the foundation building. Hua Kai told everyone in the family that Shui Pan was anxious to leave the space to go back to Jialiu City to see his son. Everyone congratulated Shui Pan. The Hua family had another foundation building realm, and now the strength is only below the first rank of the big country. While congratulating Shui Chen on the success of the foundation building, everyone has their eyes on Hua Kai from time to time. The Hua family has such a strength that even the first-ranked powers dare not easily provoke them, so why not build a nation? The founding of the country has many advantages, but the disadvantages are also very big. The Hua family mostly relies on the family to manage the entire Jialiu County. After the founding of the country, there will be many problems. In this chaotic world, Hua Kai feels that now is not a good opportunity for the founding of the country. He is waiting for two things. The first thing is the dissemination of the novelist's thoughts, or the spread of his own views on governance, so that more people will recognize it, so that the future ruling ability of the Hua family can be guaranteed, instead of relying on the Patriarch System to check the loyalty value and then give it. Important task. The second thing is the growth of the members of the Chinese family. The children who have entered the Weisung Family Academy have now been studying for 2 years. At the same time as the qualifications of ascension, the family loyalty, strength, organizational ability, analytical ability, etc. are also steadily improving. They will be the greatest force to consolidate the dominance of the Chinese family. The Chinese family does not spare any effort to train these aristocratic children. Many of them are above the Shantian level when they graduate. They will tell the world what the Chinese family is like on behalf of the Chinese family. Guangtun grain, slowly become king. The thousands of years of experience of our ancestors can't be wrong. If the Chinese family were to establish a nation, then the people in the Central Plains might not stay in the Chinese family. It would be good if Jialiu County was loosened for a few years. System reminder. The 10th mission of the main line is completed. Please receive the reward as soon as possible. The main mission 11 is being generated. Main mission 11. Promotion to the first rank family. Task requirements. 1. The family's comprehensive strength reaches 1 million points, and all attributes exceed 100,000 points unfinished. 2. The host enters the gold core realm, and the number of family foundation building realms reaches 10 unfinished. 3. The territory reaches the state level, with a population breakthrough of 2 million unfinished. 4. The total strength value of allies exceeds 1 million, the number of allies above the second rank exceeds 5, and the total strength value of affiliated forces exceeds 500,000 unfinished. 5. The loyalty of family members reaches 95 points or more, completed. 6. The family owns a world-class industry, completed. 7. 3 family members with SSS or higher qualifications, completed. 8. The average qualification of family members is above B unfinished. 9. The establishment of an own country with a population of more than 300,000 in the capital unfinished. The 11 rewards of the main mission. The Night-Shattering Gun, Intermediate Immortal Soldier, Golden Crown, Low-Level Immortal Weapon, Lingyantai, Superior Spirit Array, Qualification, Pill 100 Bottles Random. 72%. Chapter 411. The 11th mission of the main line is much more difficult than Huakai expected. The Hua family has barely completed 3 tasks. The remaining 6 tasks require the accumulation of family strength. The last task is to build a nation. This is for the Hua family. It is not difficult, but there are 3 main difficulties. The first is that the Hua family needs to occupy 1 state. The 13 states and 7 countries of the Central Plains occupy 7 states. The other places are also occupied by the 2nd and 3rd rank countries. If Huakai wants to use Jialiu County as the basis, the territory will reach 1. The scale of the state must be to annex Yan State, but Yan State is the most powerful ally of the Chinese family. How can this be done? Let the Hua family take the initiative to attack the country of Yan, unless the brain is drawn. The key is that the chance of defeating the country of Yan is not more than 10%. The second is that the family's average aptitude must be above B. Huakai checked that the average aptitude of Hua's family is now C+, which seems not far away from B, but with an average of 2,000 people, how many people does he need ascension to achieve average aptitude from C plus a small rank enters B, or does he find a way to reduce the loyalty of those who enter some qualifications in the list? This is not a good way. The best way is to be loyal to those with high ascension qualifications and to give those with high ascension qualifications at the same time. It seems that we will focus on this matter in the future. The third thing is the strength of allies and affiliated forces. The Hua family must make good relations with more major powers. At the same time, the number of Ascension affiliated forces must be included in the Hua family's development agenda, and there must be specialized personnel to do this. As for other promotion to Gold Core, Foundation Building Level 10 people, Family Comprehensive Strength Ascension, etc. These are all requirements for the hard power of the Hua family, and the Hua family needs to continue to develop and grow. Huakai's mission is to create more for the family. Good living conditions give the family members continuous ascension strength, perfect the ideological system of the Hua family step by step, and finally form a new system that can solve the contradictions of this world theme. After watching the 11th main mission, Huakai checked the rewards. Sao Shai is the best spirit treasure. It is the most advanced spirit treasure Huakai has ever seen. It is a crimson brocade robe with a pair of big dragon eyes on it. It's boofin' at first glance. Huakai puts Sao Shai on his body, and his whole temperament is immediately highlighted. He looks more attractive than before, and a lot more handsome, giving people a sense of intimacy and a touch of majesty at the same time. Sweeping Shai. Break all illusion, reduce mental energy, willpower, and soul attack below the fairy level by 99%, and have the effect of suppressing air luck. The task reward of the main quest 11 Golden Crown should be the same as the Sweeping Shai. After Huakai puts on the Sweeping Shai, the family luck value ascension is 30% faster. Back to the chamber, everyone was amazed by Huakai's new clothes. Huakai didn't tell anyone that this was a magic treasures. With Sao Shai, the possibility of him being assassinated was minimized. NS. In the evening, Huakai and Warentia returned to the master bedroom. He took out the pregnant Ling pill, and did not dare to let go. The eternal pill had own thinking. Although this pregnant Ling pill did not show its conscious appearance, it did the profound lesson of this time. Huakai did not dare to be careless. This is an elixir, you take it first. Huakai said while looking at Warentia. What kind of medicine pill is this? It looks so beautiful. Warentia looked at the corner of the pregnancy pill exposed in Huakai's fingers and said to him. After you take it, the baby we give birth will be very smart and highly qualified. Huakai said. So amazing. The elixir is conscious, you can take it first, let's talk about it, don't let it run away. Huakai said. Although Warentia didn't know what it meant to let medicine pill run away, she still opened her mouth wide. Huakai put pregnancy pill into her mouth and closed her mouth. How do you feel? Huakai asked Warentia's mouth, not daring to let it go. Warentia couldn't speak and pointed to Owen's belly, indicating that the pregnancy pill had entered Owen's belly. Thinking of having entered his stomach, Huakai could not run away. Only then did Huakai let go of the hand covering Warentia's mouth, and Warentia looked at him with a little dissatisfaction. Each pill has the effect of taking heaven and earth and good fortune, and the elixir is even more rare. Everyone can be heaven-defying to change life. The pregnancy pill you take is the third-rank elixir. You are the first person in the world to take elixir. Hua Kai said. I just feel my stomach is warm, there is no other feeling. Yurantuya looked at Own's stomach and said. Hua Kai also wanted to try what it means that this elixir requires both men and women to use will and soul power to increase the chance of pregnancy, so there was a sound of wind and rain at night. After the wind and rain, Warentuya lay in Hua Kai's arms with a contented face, with a smile on her face. Kei Lang, my mental energy is almost exhausted. This feeling is really amazing. Our two will comprehend and mental energy are completely intertwined. As Yurantuya blushed again, there was no such thing on both sides. The feeling of revealing everything secretly in front of the other party made her a little shy. This elixir is really amazing, and it has such a function. You have a lot of willpower. You can see how much mental energy and willpower have been injected into pregnancy pill. Hua Kai asked. Mental energy is about 20%, and willpower is more than 10%. Yurantuya replied. Then we should come 7 or 8 times more. Hua Kai thought for a while and said. Kei Lang, I can't do it anymore. My mental energy has been exhausted, and I can't recover in half a month. Yurantuya said. Warentuya is only in Shantian realm. Mental energy can't compare with Hua Kai. After injecting mental energy into this pregnancy pill, it will be difficult to get over without 10.5 months. Well, let's go to sleep. Let's take your time. There is still some time before we get married. After we get married, we will soon have our own children. Hua Kai said. The two lie together and talk about their future children. It is very difficult for Hua Kai to want a child. I don't know how many wives and concubines Yan Wang is over 300 years old. In the end, there are more than 10 children, an average of 2. It takes 10 years to have a child. Kai Lang, I will go back to the Ujumchin tribe tomorrow. I will prepare a dowry when I go back. Too many of my tribes are migrating now. It is estimated that it will be difficult to get to Jialiu County this year. Yurantuya said. You don't need to bring too much dowry, or you can bring a part of it first. You don't need to drive cattle and sheep when you come. The number of cattle and sheep in Jialiu County has been increasing in recent years, and they have been sold to all parts of the Central Plains. Batch grain and cattle and sheep to let your followers graze outside the leopard Yuguan. Hua Kai said. Then what do we eat without cows and sheep? My Fuyuan bag can't bring so much food and grass. Warentuya looked at Hua Kai and said. Can't you enter the family secret realm space at any time? I will send Shui Chen from Jialiucheng what you need at that time, so that we will definitely be able to go to Jialiucheng this year. Our wedding will be in Jialiucheng. In April, I will go to the Ujumchin tribe to marry you. When that happens, you will be prepared. I will pass some horse-drawn carriages at that time, so that we should be able to come back before September. Hua Kai thought for a while and said. Yeah. Warentuya looked at Hua Kai and replied affectionately. Warentuya rode away on the clouded leopard the next morning. Although her mental energy has not recovered yet, the clouded leopard protection is very safe. Even if it encounters the intermediate demonic beasts, there is clouded leopard blocking. She can also escape into family space. After Yurantuya left, Hua Kai returned to Weisung to tell her mother about his marriage, and the whole Weisung knew about it in less than half a day. Hua Xing came to the Heavenly Horse Field other courtyard and asked Hua Kai's wedding date. Hua Kai's marriage was a major event for the entire Jialiu County. Jialiu County will welcome a hostess, and Warentuya's identity is even more special. Jialiu, the situation in the county is likely to change drastically. Kei, I heard that you will go to Yushi country to welcome your relatives in the beginning of spring this year, and you can come back in September, so let's set the wedding date at the end of September. I will now let people try their best to rebuild the Washington Mansion in Jialiu County, which has a large area. Entertain the guests. At the end of October, Hua Mo will be married in Shacheng. Hua Xing looked at Hua Kai and said happily. Okay, I have to prepare the welcoming team now. Even if all of them arrive at the Ujumchin tribe, it will take a month. We have to set off in the spring of March. Hua Kai said. Hua Kai's marriage is a big deal. As a ruler, the welcoming team will inevitably be very large, otherwise it will fall into the Hua family's face. The best people to greet each other must be Azure Dragon Legion. Originally Undead Legion should follow, but Tang Lei is still in the trial. Hua Kai decided to let Shui Chen be the general manager of the welcoming. He is the foundation building. The person in charge of welcoming relatives is the most suitable. Ma Changwang is Hua Kai's apprentice, but he can't do welcoming relatives. As the deputy head of Hua Zichen, all members of the Azure Dragon Corps must accompany. There has been no war in the Hua family in recent years, and no one will attack Jialiu County at this time, so it is safer for Azure Dragon Corps to leave Huakai. Huakai's marriage spread quickly in Jialiu County, and soon spread to various parts of the Central Plains. Some allies of the Hua family have begun to send people to inquire. The affiliated families are also getting busy. This is a good opportunity for the close relatives of the Hua family. Huakai is divided into 3 parts. One part arranges the welcoming staff and the betrothal gifts, the other is responsible for the transformation of Jialiu Chengwafu, and the other arranges the reception, including guests from various countries in the Central Plains and Warentuya dowry entourage. Huakai became an idler in the end. He still had the same life rhythm as before, except that he could meet Urantuya in the family space every day. After Urantuya spent 3 days returning to the Ujumchin tribe, started to test in the 4 secret realm. Huakai finally felt the difference between the darling of heaven and earth and ordinary people. After the completion of the 4 secret realm trials of Urantuya, all 3 attributes were ascensioned by 7 points, and she was promoted to the 9th level of the Shantian realm. 10 times there was no effect on her. 73%. Chapter 412. In February, the world is still cold, and there is already a family in Shacheng riding a horse to leave Pingdingshan. Everyone is preparing for this year's Huakai wedding. News came from various quarters that this year Qin will be sad. 100 giants in the Central Plains have taken the lead to fight against the invasion of Qin. Many people, students have gathered in the central part of the Central Plains. The Chu state has organized 400,000 troops to go to Shangcheng, Shenyang City, Zhunyang County, and the Hanshui area. They did not spend too much time in defeating South Vietnam. At this time, what did Qin want to fight against Chu? The competition in Zhao Kingdom has been completed, and King Zhao has taken back all military rights in the country, and may send troops from Wei State to attack Qin State at any time. How can Wei State pass Qin State at this time? From all angles, this time Qin is difficult to solve the crisis ahead, and many people are already considering what the situation in the world will be if the Qin army is defeated. On February 27, Huakai chatted with Urantuya in the secret realm of the family space. Since Urantuya was able to enter the family secret realm space, she had to talk to Huakai in the space every night. Childish. I discussed with my father and the patriarchs of the major tribes. Everyone still thinks that the dowry should be in accordance with the regulations, and the tribes that follow me should become my dowry. The 40,000 elites of the Yu family and most of the 20,000 auxiliary soldiers should also belong to me. In this case, the number of people who need to migrate will exceed 1 million, the number of horses will exceed 2 million, and the number of cattle and sheep will exceed 10 million. Warentuya looked at Huakai and said, "So many. It is impossible for 1 million people to migrate, 200,000 at most. It needs to travel 12,000 miles from the Ujumchin tribe to Jialiu County. You must drive more than 400 miles on the road every day. All horses are best horses, women and children. I need to prepare about 6,000 carriages. If you marry me, you are still the only heir to the Yu family." Huakai said, "My father and king once said that we hope that one of our children will inherit the throne of the Yu kingdom in the future. I will discuss with the father and the patriarchs of the tribes to finally determine the number of dowry, without cattle and sheep, but with horses. You can transfer on the road," Urantuya said. When the time has passed, the 2 of them are still reluctant to leave. They look at each other and they both know what they are thinking at this time. Since the last time their souls were in harmony, the relationship between the 2 of them has not only deepened, but the attraction between them is greater than before. Ns. It's not possible here, in case someone comes in. Warentuya saw Huakai's hand is already restless. Her mental energy has been fully recovered after nearly a month of cultivation, and she feels Huakai's hand, although she has something in her heart. I thought, but I still said, "Wait a moment, I'll come as soon as I go." Huakai said as his figure disappeared in Wu Jingjai, and after a while he reappeared. "I have cancelled other people's permission to enter Wu Jingjai, no one can enter," Huakai said. Warentuya nodded softly when she heard this. She could not help but flushed when she saw Huakai took out a tent from the portable space. Coming out of Wu Jingjai, Urantuya has left family space and returned to her tribe to rest. Huakai saw that the family luck was worth more than 170,000, and he asked the person on duty to forge 500 golden silk soft armor. The family is not in danger right now. It's enough to keep the luck value of 100,000. Recently, Wahia's luck value is still in ascending. Huakai has forged all the excess luck value golden silk soft armor. This time we will marry Warentuya's bride. Price includes 5,000 sets of golden silk soft armor. In the early morning of the next day, as soon as Huakai got up, he saw Hua Zan waiting at his door, and saw Huakai Huashuan walking over with anxious expression. Patriarch, Tang Lei's trial ended last night. He was squeezed out by De Tang and was finally killed for saving the people and fighting the Demon King. Hua Zan said unwillingly. Failed, he has been insisting on it for 86 days. It's already very good, Huakai said relaxedly. Tang Lei broke the bottleneck of mortals. He could have lived without this accident, Hua Zan said anxiously. Always live. You think too simple about the world of Journey to the West. Huakai said, seeing the red clouds above the undead legion not far away start to gather. Tang Lei actually wanted the foundation building. He and Hua Zan came to the undead legion barracks and saw undead soldiers waiting for him outside Tang Lei's house. Huakai did not dare to bother and waited outside. After more than an hour, the power of the will of heaven and earth dissipated. Tang Lei walked out of the house. See the Lord. Tang Lei saw Huakai bowed. Yes, it seems that you have gained a lot in Journey to the West, and you can directly succeed in the foundation building. Recently, you have consolidated the realm in the barracks and are familiar with the combat methods of the foundation building. Huakai said. My lord, I heard that you are going to the Ujumchin tribe to marry Princess Urantuya. I have to follow it. I can't leave our Hua family face. Tang Lei said. You, yes, not only me, but the entire undead army will go. Although we undead army are infantry, we are all cavalry. We all have own BMWs. This will inevitably lead to the whole month of the Ujumchin tribe. The clan knows our strength. Tang Lei said. Okay, the snow outside the city has begun to melt these few days. 3 days later, that is, the first day of March, the welcoming group will start to set off. You should make more preparations these days. Huakai left after speaking. While there is one more foundation building in the family, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Before the Central Plains countries had reacted, the Hua family already possessed the strength to fight against the Central Plains powers. This rate of rise is unprecedented in history. On February 30th, Huakai rode a horse, Wukong rode Shaoqiang down Pingding Mountain. Behind them were 500 undead army such as Tang Lei. Among the 500 undead army, 239 were transferred, and 261 were not successfully transferred. Huakai knew that Tang Lei had also tried to promote Undead King in the past 2 days, but he failed. So easy. After getting off Pingding Mountain, they set off along the mountain pasture towards Leopard Yuguan. It took them 4 hours to get out of the pasture area. Nowadays, the population of the lower pasture in Huacheng is increasing, and the area of woods is also increasing. Ordinary people have to go to Huacheng once. In the city, hundreds of large and small bridges have to be passed, and in the afternoon they came to Baoyuguan. Shui Chen is already waiting here with Azure Dragon Core. This time all the betrothal gifts are in Shui Chen's Dragon Carp Inkstone space, Divine Armament, 6th rank Divine Armament, 6th rank Divine Armament, 6th rank Armor, Inner Armor. There are thousands of refined tea, snow salt, Fahrenheit paper, novels, etc. The other 8 rank Divine Armament, 5 spirit pills, 3 life pills, and 3 horses are all invaluable. These things are enough to sustain the Ujumchin tribe has prospered for a century. In the evening, Huakai entered family space and gave instructions on the development of Huakai this year. The main development focus of Wahia this year is Shacheng. While Shacheng needs to be built, it must also pay attention to the reception of refugees from the Central Plains. As the person in charge of Shacheng, Wamo cannot stop its expansion. This year, Wamo's mission is to extend more than 300 miles to the south, east and north of Shacheng, so that the safety of Shacheng can be guaranteed. The development of other important cities of the Hua family in Jialiu County has stabilized. The Hua family needs to pay more attention to the construction of the city this year. There are more than 100,000 babies born in Jialiu County every year, and the population under the jurisdiction of the Chinese family is more than 250,000. Ascension. I believe that with the continuous opening of the Central Plains War, this data will continue to be ascension. On the first day of March, the main gate of Leopard Yuguan opened wide. Huakai rode Luma to the front of the team. Undead Army and Azure Dragon Army followed him slowly out of the city. There were no hundreds of people on the wall. Looking at such a majestic army, a sense of pride could not help but rise on their faces. This is the elite of their Jiaoyan County. On the way out of Leopard Yuguan to Baishan, a business group has already been busy for a year. Since it became safe outside the pass, wolves on Baiguan Road have rarely encountered them. Some civilians have been pushing carts to drive sheep outside the pass. The profit of the business group has become less, and they have begun to travel farther. Wahia commercial. With the continuous development of trade, the influence in the grassland is also increasing. They walked for more than 6 hours to Baiguan for more than 5 hours. All the business groups and caravans on the road saw them stepping aside and giving way to the Chinese family. Many people looked at Wakai and such elite Chinese cavalry. Waving happily to greet them, the Wa family greeted them. In fact, it is also a show of muscle for all the forces on the road. When he arrived in Beishan, the second uncle Wa Zili had already brought thousands of Wa family members to wait here. Wa Kai came here again, and it was a different scene from 2 years ago. The various inns, tea houses, and restaurants on both sides of the road are all 4 floors or more. The trading area not far away is larger than Jialiu City. Wa Zili took the elite of the Wa family to a cottage not far from the south. Soon the entire Beishan knew that Huakai had arrived with the Azure Dragon army. The heads of the families all came to see you one after another. Huakai will stay in Beishan for 1 day, and will leave Beishan tomorrow to enter the Linhu country area. Before that, the Wa family had sent people to notify the tribes along the way. On the other side, Chu State is located in the southern part of the Central Plains, and it has already entered spring at the end of January. The 400,000 army of Chu State began to go to the northwest. The 400,000 army was divided into 3 groups. Qin got the Chu army's movement and spread the news to Shenyang City as soon as possible. Qin Zheng received the news and sat on the throne. All the officials of Qin State under the Great Hall of the palace were arguing about the dispatch of troops by the state of Chu, but they did not discuss the result for a long time. As the second largest country in the world, the state of Chu it is not comparable to other countries. Okay, Qin Zheng said suddenly, and everyone in His Highness instantly became silent. There are more than 100,000 elites in the Yu country. Under such a favorable terrain as the country of Wu, they were defeated by the country of Chu in just 1 year. The order was to dispatch 30,000 sharp soldiers from Shenyang City, 70,000 troops to the Hanshui area to resist the Chu attack, and 200,000 troops from the 2 counties of Bashu. Qin Zheng said. Prime Minister Li Si stood up. My lord, Bashu counties already supported 200,000 people on the Korean battlefield last year, and another 100,000 people were dispatched to support them a month ago. Now the 2 counties of Bashu have almost been dispatched. Li Si whispered. 73%. Chapter 413. There are no soldiers to send in the 2 counties of Bashu. But the widow heard that there are 3,000 families in the 2 counties of Bashu, and there should be no problem organizing 200,000 troops. General Meng, Qin Zheng said while looking at a burly general in front of him. Enclosed, the general said in a deep voice. You go to the 2 counties of Bashu, bring 50 blood dragon guards, and send 200,000 troops from the 2 counties of Bashu to Wugwan. It is not a concern to defend the other 2 troops of the Chu kingdom in Wugwan. Qin Zhengdao. The minister takes orders. Meng Kuo bowed to Qin Zheng. When all the ministers of the state of Qin heard that Qin Zheng had sent Meng Kuo to the 2 counties of Bashu, they all bowed their heads and said nothing. As the leader of the Blood Dragon Guard, Meng Kuo is known as the world's #1 warrior. As long as he shoots, it must be a bloodbath. Qin Zheng's attitude was already very clear. At this time, the Yushi doctor Kai Zi came out. He first bowed to Qin Zheng, and then he spoke. Enlightenment King, Wei has been mobilizing frequently in recent days, and Shillingguan needs to send more troops. In addition, the rebellion in Yichu County of Shaoguan in the north is frequent. Kai Zi said. Everyone was silent when they heard this. King Qin needed to go to Wugwan to fight against Chu. If Wei and Zhao took action at this time, how would Qin parry? Dear Aiqing, can you have a countermeasure? Qin Zheng asked while sitting on the throne. The ministers of the Qin state were silent and did not dare to speak. After a long time, Prime Minister Li Si stood up. The Prime Minister, do you have a good strategy? Qin Zheng asked as he looked at Li Si. The only plan now is to make peace with Wei Guo. Li Si said. Talk to peace. Wei Guo has been fighting with us for hundreds of years. How can we make peace at this time? Kai Zi denied directly. The relationship between nations is nothing more than benefit. As long as I can pay the price, how can Wei state not be moved? Li Si said lightly. This time all the officials of the state of Qin were fried, and they all accused Li Si. As the world's first hero, how could the state of Qin cede territory to the state of Wei to survive? The people of Qin only stood to die, not to live on their knees. Oh, the Prime Minister tell me, Qin Zheng said at this moment. Everyone heard that Qin Zheng didn't even feel angry, and quietly waited for Li Si's idea of peace. Qin State ceded Yichu County to Wei State, and then we would be able to withdraw the 100,000 troops of Shaoguan. The remnants of Yichu County should be the headache for Wei State, and this can greatly reduce the contradiction between Zhao State and us. Yichu Country was once a subsidiary of Zhao Country. Li Si said slowly. Some ministers of the state of Qin criticized Li Si as a traitor, and the area of Yichu County reached more than 30% of the area of Qin State. If Yichu County was ceded to the state of Wei, the area of Wei State would suddenly increase by a small and a half, and the state of Qin would create one for himself. An extremely powerful enemy. The noise was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone saw that Qin Zheng was meditating, and all the ministers of the state of Qin in front of him began to meditate. This scene seemed very strange in the Great Hall of Qin State. Okay, the matter of negotiating with Wei will be handed over to the Prime Minister, Wu Anjin. Qin Zhengdao. The king, a military commander, walked out, wearing a black cloak. Everyone could not help showing a trace of caution in his eyes. You go to the country of Zheng. This king wants to settle the situation in central China this year. Qin Zhengdao. Lead the minister. Wu Anjin, the world's #1 general, has achieved great success in the foundation building. Qin Zheng sent him to Zheng State. This is dissatisfied with the war in the central region. Su Zhao, the minister is here. You dispatched 50,000 troops from Bidi and Longxi to garrison Shilling Pass. Yes. On March 12, a powerful force will suddenly appeared over the Chunshou city of Chu State. The people of Chunshou were so scared that they did not dare to go out at home. King Chu and 2 unknown masters sniped the attacking enemy. King Chu was seriously injured and 1 unknown. The master exploded and seriously injured the enemy, and the battle lasted for half a day. Hua Kai got news from his uncle Hua Zuan. During Qin Zheng's raid, the 2 sleeping ancestors of the Chu family were awakened. Finally, one of the Chu family's foundation building ancestors exploded before repelling Qin Zheng. The king of Chu was here. Suffered serious injuries in the battle. It can be seen from this incident that Qin Zheng has officially embarked on the road to dominate the world. This time, his ancestors blew the king of Chu to escape. After Qin Zheng recovered from his injury, he could go to Chu State. What kind of resistance did Chu State use? There is no foundation. The building's perfection is not a threat to Qin Zheng at all. At the same time, Li Si came to Daliang city of Wei State as an envoy of the state of Qin. In the Great Hall of Wei State, King Wei and the ministers of Wei State met Li Si. I have seen King Wei. Although Li Si is only the cultivation base of the Shantian realm Zochan, no one in Wei State dares to despise him. Why did Prime Minister Li come to the state of Wei at this time? Wei Wang asked aloud. Qin and Wei, as neighbors, should have more exchanges. Today, the Chu army invaded our Wuguan border for no reason. King Qin has already personally conquered Chu. Li Si said, and the Prime Minister Wei spoke next to him. Chu sent troops to invade Qin. What about Qin? Central Plains, South Korea, Zhou, Zheng, Weio and other countries have been attacked by the Qin army. If we don't resist, I am afraid that we will become prisoners of Qin before long. The officials of Wei State all agreed upon hearing this. Li Si turned around and looked at the crowd, his expression unmoved. Wei Zhang's words are wrong. Li Si said, oh, is there any secret in the past few years? Please tell Qin Shang. Wei Guo's prime minister said deliberately. The Qin state sent troops not for itself, but for the world. The countries in the Central Plains respect the philosophers and hundreds of families. The emperor in the country is like a fake, occupying the most fertile and safest area in the Central Plains. These countries don't want to kill barbarians all day long. Demonic beasts, but only delving into the doctrine. What is the difference between this and the human cancer? Li Si said. Apart from demonic beasts, the biggest opponents of monarchs in the world are the hundreds of scholars. Although Li Si's explanation is far-fetched, it can be said of the past. But I heard that King Qin has been looking for a panacea, just for longevity, in order to imprison the Korean master pill refining. A minister of the state of Wei continued to speak. At this time, most of them can fall into the state of Qin, and they can take the initiative when they escape. The rumors stop only with the wise. I believe that the ministers of the Wei state have their own judgment in their hearts. This time I am here to negotiate peace with Wei by the order of my king. We establish friendly neighbors, and we will advance and retreat together without aggression. Li Si said. King Qin wants to talk to me and form an alliance. This is strange. The heart of Qin Zheng's annexation of the 6 countries is known to all. How can I have a reason with who? If the widow thinks that you are also talented, it shouldn't be embarrassing for you. Go back and tell Qin Zheng that it is time for Qin to return to the oppression of Wei for so many years, and make peace. When the army of the state of Wei arrives in Shenyang City, I will talk with King Qin in detail. Wei Wang looked at Li Si and said loudly. Li Si saw King Wei get up and said with a scornful smile. If it weren't for the news of King Qin's raid from the palace and spread to Daliang City, King Wei would not dare to meet him easily. This world would be someone who could talk with King Qin on an equal footing, I'm afraid. No more than a palm, which certainly does not include King Wei. Wang Wei doesn't need to worry. It's not too late to listen to my Qin state's talks and conditions. Li Si said slowly. You Qin state can still cede the land and make compensation. It is impossible for Qin state to form an alliance with Wei state. Wei state prime minister said loudly. Qin state is willing to cede all Yichu county to Wei state and ask Wei state to send troops to Zheng state to rescue the central countries controlled by hundreds of scholars. Although Li Si's voice was not loud, his words were clearly spread to everyone. Minister Wei's ears. The Qin country did not know how much it cost to occupy Yichu country. Wei, as a big country with an area only a little larger than South Korea, has a land area not much larger than that of Yichu county. If Qin ceded Yichu county to Wei, then the land of Wei will suddenly surpass that of Zhao, Qi and other countries, and it will not be much different from Qin. This bait is really not small. Haha, Qin state really has a good calculation. Now that he has been attacked on all sides, he wants to buy Wei state. We are not in peace talks. We can take it personally with our strength. General Wei state heard this and said, this at that time, everyone realized that Qin was just an excuse for Wei to give up the offensive. The more Qin was so, the more it showed that they were afraid, and everyone's hearts became firm again. No, what the general said is wrong. Qin has never thought of being an enemy of Wei. If Wei takes the initiative to attack Qin, that is an invasion. At that time, Qin will swear to fight back, even in the end. What benefits can Wei get if he loses? Li Si said calmly. The officials of Wei Guzhang couldn't help thinking. Even if they paid the price and finally defeated Qin, what would happen to the situation under the most Haodian? There were Chu, Zhao, Qi, and the small countries in the Central Plains who jointly attacked Qin. How many victories can Wei get in the end? As the world's #1 powerhouse, Qin Zheng can let go of these kings and great families. Qin is sincerely making good relations with Wei. Now the hundreds of schools in the Central Plains are becoming more and more powerful. All walks of life in Chu are infiltrated by them. The central region is basically controlled by schools of Confucianism, Taoism, and law. Confucianism once participated in Sage as the master. Zhao state accepted Mohist school again, Yan state is full of novelists, and now only Qin state and Wei state have been eaten up by hundreds of scholars the least. Li Si said so, which made many people who have the idea of peace talks cannot help. Be more cautious. The king and the philosophers have been vying for the right to speak in the world, and they have been fighting for 1,000 years without a win or defeat. If the philosophers and the hundreds of schools are allowed to control the entire world, then it may be better to let the Qin state unify the world, so that their families have the right can also be guaranteed. Li Si was asked to go back to the official post for a rest, and when he returned to the room, he couldn't help showing a smile. Today's affairs have been halfway through. The fear of Qin in the Wei family is in their bones, and they will not take the initiative to attack as long as they see a chance. Qin state gave the conditions and Wei state could not refuse, and the other party was joined by a gap, then the crisis of Qin state would be resolved. Thinking of this, Li Si took out a piece of Fahrenheit paper from the mental space, he wrote some content on it, and then the paper slowly faded and disappeared in his hands. 73%. Chapter 414 The Battle of Xinjiang. Qin and Wei talked about peace in private. It is unknown to the world. After the signing of the agreement with Wei, Qin quickly withdrew from the garrison in Yichu County and went to support Zheng. Because although most of Zheng's cities have been fought by Qin, his will to resist has not diminished. Bai played the role of Zhengguo to integrate the forces of the Qin state, and began to suppress the rebels with all his strength and support those who took refuge in the own family. Gradually, the Zhengguo rebels were rushed to the southern area, and when they arrived under the Zheng State New Deal, Bai Qi organized a siege of more than 100,000 troops. As one of the direct disciples of Kong Zisheng, the grandfather of the Sun family in the Xinjiang city, he has been sleeping in his home for 100 years. This time his children and grandchildren awakened him, and he couldn't help sighing when he saw the children of the family kneeling in front of him. Finally, get up. Let everyone come in, Sun family giant said. Everyone in the Sun family was overjoyed when they heard this. They invited hundreds of people outside the courtyard into the house. These people were all talents above the scholars of the 100 schools. The leader turned out to be a famous giant. Behind him was a novelist. Everyone has representatives at home. Sun Miao, Dage, can it be okay if I haven't seen him for many years? The giant said when he saw the giant of the Sun family. Oh, you shouldn't have come. The affairs of the Central Plains countries should be handled by the 7 countries. Isn't it okay for us to stay out of the matter? Sun Miao said. Qin is cruel. Since it invaded South Korea last year, it has not stopped killing. More than 500,000 ordinary people have been killed, more than 3 million people have been displaced and have fled the country of the owner. What books are we reading as scholars? Watching Qin Zheng go on from this road of tyrants. The famous giant said indignantly. Heavenly Tao cycle. Qin's affairs should be left to the people of the world to solve. As scholars, although we care about the general situation of the world, we must not interfere too much. Sun Miao still said. No interference. Bai stayed in the country of Zheng for more than a month, and attacked more than 10 cities in the country. The shouts of killings persisted in the city, and the corpses outside the city were burned for a few days. Miao Dage, you are a disciple of Confucius Zisheng, and you are also in the great perfection of the foundation building. As long as you take the lead, we will be able to prevent Qin Bing from under the New Deal. The celebrity giant looked at Sun Miao and said. The other members of the house, Baijia, also stared at Sun Miao, and all the children of the Sun family also stared at their own ancestors. The Sun family is the only third-rank family in the Xinjiang city. It can be said that the family has spent hundreds of years of hard work here. Sun Miao looked down at the descendants of the generations he did not know, and walked out of the Sun mansion with firm eyes. Under the New Deal city, Bai Qi watched the soldiers of the kingdom of Qin bravely attack the city wall. Hundreds of members of the New Deal city helped defend the city. This New Deal city was very difficult to break. He organized 20,000 soldiers from Bashu and Sichuan counties to attack the front wall, and 10,000 soldiers recruited from Shenyang city attacked the left wall, but he sent 20,000 Qin Gorui soldiers to attack the right wall. This is the simplest battle for soldiers. Policy. 20,000 Qin soldiers quickly broke through the city wall of the New Deal. This city with a population of more than 150,000 is one of the 3 largest cities in the country of Zheng and the only big city left by the country. Ordered to accept the generals to prepare to enter the city. However, after waiting for a long time for the gate of the New Deal city to be opened, Bai Qi saw that Qin Bing was being beaten by the New Deal city's defenders in retreat. Many soldiers were driven off the city wall and smashed into a large area of Qin soldiers. He hurried to get above the Shantian state. Expert support. More than 40 Shantian players did not get the result that Bai Qi wanted. He flew into the air to see a group of students from hundreds of schools of scholars. Everyone was fighting with the elite of Qin, one of whom was still a foundation-building giant. Baijia finally made a move. Since you dare to come out today, you don't have to go. Bai Qi said when he saw the famous giant. He flew towards the city wall, and many people saw him retreating one after another. The world's #1 general was not a joke. There were millions of lives that died in Bai Qi's hands. Wu Anjin, please stay. Suddenly a voice rang from Bai Qi's side. You. The Confucian giant. Is the Confucian going to war with the state of Qin? Bai Qi said lightly, looking at Sun Miao. The old man and his family are in the New Deal city, and they have to face Wu Anjin. Human development demonic beasts as the biggest adversary. Please don't kill innocent people in Qin hegemony. After all, ordinary people are innocent. Sun Miao said. Killing the innocent indiscriminately. Stay at home and don't move. It is not innocent to help the defenders against Qin. I respect you as a Confucian giant and don't want to do anything to you. Let go, Bai Qi said coldly. Ha ha, the old man has not left in this New Deal city for more than 300 years, where can I go after getting away? Sun Miao laughed at himself. If this is the case, then I can only learn how to teach the Confucian giants first. Bai Qi held a long sword in his hand and didn't say much, and then killed Sun Miao. Sun Miao also held a dagger in his hand and fought with Bai Qi. Suddenly various images of Wu in the sky continued to appear. Both of them were rare powerhouses below gold core. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Bai Qi revolves the Heart Sutra of 100 Wars. The more courageous the battle. Sun Miao slept for 100 years and slowly died, but saw Sun Miao sacrifice a palm-sized boat in his heart. Retreat steadily from the beginning. The giant is going to work hard now. Wu Tu Chang. Bai Qi yelled and threw out the long sword in his hand, only to see that long sword turned into a blood-red river and placed it in front of him. Sun Miao forced the boat to cross the blood river, with a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. You lunatic! Bai Qi saw that the boat was getting bigger and bigger after crossing the blood river, and it flew towards Qinbing outside the city. He hurriedly put away the blood river and chased the boat. Heavenly Tao came. I used righteousness to cultivate my health. I learned from Confucius when I was young. I learned the rules of heaven and earth, and spread justice to the world. Over 100 seniors settled in the New Deal, now Qin soldiers. Sun Miao stood in the void. A powerful force of heaven and earth descended from the sky. He was going to use his major book power to fight against Qin. Many students from the New Deal city couldn't help crying when they saw it. They desperately began to fight Qinbing desperately. When Bai Qi heard that Sun Miao communicated with the world, his heart was shocked. Why don't the monarchs like to communicate with giants? Because they are afraid that the other party will fight you if they don't agree with each other. Therefore, many kings see giants, and even everyone should treat each other with courtesy. Miao wanted to fight with his life, and he saved the soldiers of the state of Qin without paying attention. He quickly blocked him with a sword in his hand. An extremely powerful force of heaven and earth locked Bai Qi, and a burst of Confucian justice continued to surround him. Bai Qi hurriedly ran the 100 Wars Heart Sutra to resist, but how could Sun Miao desperately deal with it so easily? Sun Miao's short sword appeared in front of Bai Qi's chest at some point, and Bai Qi was still being invaded by Confucian justice. At this time, the jade pendant on Bai Qi's waist suddenly turned into a white horse. Disappearing together, the short sword lost its target and flew back to Sun Miao. Sun Miao abandoned himself. Great work, one blow failed. As the world's first general, how could Bai Qi not have a life-saving treasure? He has already lost his will to his masterpiece, and it will take me how long it will take to recover. Before he recovers, he is just an ordinary foundation building. The hundreds of families on the ground brought tens of thousands of troops in the New Deal city to fight with the Qin soldiers. The hundreds of families had their own methods, and the Qin soldiers who killed them suffered heavy losses, but Qin soldiers had no intention of fleeing. Xinjiang City's hundreds of students and everyone know that Sun Miao cannot be the opponent of Bai Qi, the world's first general. They must use the time Sun Miao has struggled to get Qinbing out of the New Deal city and try to kill Qin Bing. This is the New Deal. It is possible to hold the city. Sun Miao watched his Lingbao little wooden boat grow bigger and hit Qin Guorao's army outside the city. Suddenly, tens of thousands of Qin Guorao's soldiers died in this attack. Countless karma gathered on Sun Miao, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. He felt that the righteousness in his body was being wiped out by karma little by little. When the righteousness was wiped out, his true qi would inevitably get out of control. At that time, he has only one way to go. Killing more than 10,000 people all at once, this is no longer possible for a Confucian giant. At this time, a sword shadow appeared behind Sun Miao, and pierced him in the chest without waiting for Sun Miao's reaction. Bai Qi appeared behind him, looking indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead person. Today, Sun Miao has caused enough damage to Xinjiang. All the rebels in the New Deal city must die, especially those students from 100 schools. No one can escape. Qin country must eliminate all resistance in order to rule here steadily. Ha ha, Qin is tyrannical, even if it defeats all nations. The thoughts of the philosophers and hundreds of schools can be passed down to the world. After all, you will not be able to dominate the world forever. 100 schools of thought is the correct way to revitalize the human race. Teacher. Sun Miao felt that his physical strength was fading fast, and Bai Qi's original injured state quickly recovered. Sun Miao didn't seem to care about this. Looking at Dongfang, he seemed to see Kong Zisheng, teacher of On, whispering softly, but his body was sinking continuously, and Sun Miao forcibly changed the direction to the army of Qin. Flew to the center. Everyone is running away. This lunatic is going to explode. Bai Qi seemed to feel something. He ignored the long sword still in Sun Miao's body, and quickly retreated, only to see a powerful blasting sound outside Xinjiang, and the whole Xinjiang the city began to falter. More than 50,000 people from the state of Qin died in this self-destruction, including more than 20,000 soldiers from the state of Qin. Some defenders in Xinjiang city were also knocked to the ground. The sky was clouded and heavy rain soon began. Spiritual qi is very abundant in this heavy rain. This is the tears from the world when a foundation building reaches the great perfection. The children of the Sun family cried bitterly when they saw this place kneeling in Xinjiang City. Their ancestors were gone, and the major works of the politicians were gone. Xinjiang City was guarded, and their Sun family was gone. Bai Qi stood in the void. He felt a huge willpower rising in the east. This force of will can easily kill him. He quietly looked at the east. This is the first one of the 100 schools of sage to arrive. Kong Zisheng only came with the power of will. He seemed to be feeling the rain after Sun Miao blew himself up, and he seemed to miss his own disciples. That powerful force of will stayed in the sky above Xinjiang City for a few minutes and then dissipated. Bai Qi left Xinjiang City and returned to the direction of Qin State's lineup. He saw countless Qin State soldiers lying on the ground. Some soldiers showed blood at the corners of their mouths, but they were not dead yet, but more people were motionless. Sun Miao blew himself up. All the soldiers of the state of Qin had no bones left, and a giant of the great perfection of the foundation building blew himself up, and his power was beyond everyone's imagination. 73%. Chapter 415. The impact of Sun Miao's blow on the Central Plains is hard to estimate. Qin State lost about 80,000 troops in Xinjiang City, and more than 40,000 soldiers were injured. Among these soldiers, more than 30,000 belonged to the Qin State's sharp soldiers, more than 20,000 belonged to the Qin State's auxiliary soldiers, and 30,000 were from the aristocratic army of Zhou, Han, and Zheng Guo who surrendered to the Qin State. After Qin Guo's sharp soldiers arrived, there were only more than 10,000 people left in Zheng State. The influence of the Sun family in the state of Zheng is very large. Everyone saw that the state of Qin forced Sun Miao to blow himself up. Many aristocratic families who surrendered to the state of Qin also hesitated at this time. The country did not receive any substantial rewards, but the losses were not small. Some aristocratic families had already started to flee, heading to Song State, Lu State, and even places. After the Battle of Xinjiang, Qin had less than 100,000 troops in Zheng, and Qin had less than 20,000 troops. They were unable to launch an effective offensive. They began to stick to the occupied cities and continued to deploy troops from Weo in South Korea, but Zheng suddenly the anti-Qin voice was several times louder, and the soldiers of the Qin state would be attacked at any time in the state of Zheng. In Lu State, thousands of Confucian students organized spontaneously to go to Zheng State to fight against Qin dynasty. Among them, there were nearly 1,000 students from other schools. Hearing that Sun Miao was forced to blow himself up by the Qin state army, the whole Central Plains voice against Qin suddenly rose. Some of the hundreds of giants in closed-door training also woke up one after another. They supported the anti-Qin explicitly or secretly. For a time, all parts of the Central Plains were full of anti-Qin voices. At this time, in Wugwan, Qin Zhengjuan was sitting on the throne of the city lord's mansion. He was running the 100 Wars Heart Sutra to resolve his karma. Today, 200,000 Chu state's elites are attacking Wugwan, and Xinjiang has only 30,000 Qin's sharp soldiers and 50 men. The Blood Dragon Guard was able to fight against the elites of Chu State. Several times, Chu State attacked the barrier. Qin Zheng personally killed one of the opponents in the foundation building realm and more than 20 Shantian realms. Feeling that most of the karma in his body has been eliminated, and the remaining karma can only be slowly eliminated by time, Qin Zheng got up and felt the white sound transmission. He watched the paper in his hand gradually solidify, and the above paragraph showed that come out. Confucianism. It's the death of Mingzi. Since you dare to stand in front of the widow, then disappear. Qin Zhengqing said. My lord, I just discovered the whereabouts of the commander of Chu State. A Qin general came to Qin Zheng and said to him. Really, that's great. Keep an eye on the widow. Qin Zheng returned. Your Majesty, can you still make another move? Your karma. The military commander has already seen that Qin Zheng's expression is a bit wrong. Recently, Qin Zheng has made too many moves. If he was not a soldier sage, he would have been unable to suppress it as a gold core. Karma is gone. I know my business, you don't have to say much. Qin Zheng said unhappy. At night, the Chu State military camp was raided. A late-stage commander of the foundation building in Chu State was killed. Hundreds of Chu State masters were killed. By the next day, Chu State was unable to organize an effective offensive. No one knew that day. At night, Qin Zheng left Wugwan. The fighting in the south was temporarily stable, and the main battlefield of the Qin state was the central area of the Central Plains. As some aristocratic families who have taken refuge in Qin repented, the pressure on Qin in various countries became greater. Many Confucian students use Heor and Truchi to easily kill a large number of Qin's sharp soldiers. The various formations of Taoism make Qin's army in trouble from time to time. The Mohist helps the Central Plains countries to defend the city. Various equipment cannot be produced one after another. Many cities occupied by the Qin state they have all been recaptured, and the situation in Qin seems to have reached a very dangerous situation, because at this time Wei and Zhao are still eyeing each other. But it was said that Hua Kai took the Azure Dragon army to the grassland. They were all horses, running for 3 hours in the morning, 2 hours at noon, and 3 hours in the afternoon. All horses' salvatorium spiritual herbs can be enough, and they can reach thousands of miles every day. All the tribes and horse bandits along the way saw that they were hiding far away. Even if the horse bandits dared to enter within 2 miles of the Azure Dragon Legion, they would not escape being destroyed. Entering the scope of the Xiongnu nation, Hua Kai saw hundreds of thousands of troops waiting in the distance, and everyone in the Azure Dragon Legion couldn't help but become cautious. Don't be nervous, that's a friend. The strongest ally of the Hua family. Hua Kai saw the Patriarch Tifa standing in the center of the team, and when the cavalry of the Hua family approached 100,000, the army slowly divided into two. This is the most grand welcome in the grassland ceremony. Patriarch Tifa, long time no see. Hua Kai rode forward and said in front of Patriarch Tifa. Brother Hua Kai, if I haven't seen you for many years, I really want to kill the old man. I heard that you are going to the Moon Kingdom to marry the Pearl of the Moon Kingdom. I will bring the 100,000 troops of the Xiongnu Kingdom to meet you here. Clan Chief Tifa said loudly. The army of the Huns made a loud shout of welcome, and Patriarch Tifa walked to Hua Kai with satisfaction. At this time, the undead army followed Hua Kai's pace. As the current guards of the Hua family, they saw the Huns. With 100,000 army, the horse stance frequency has not changed at all. Brother Hua Kai, your army is terrible. There is nothing more powerful in the world. Patriarch Tifa looked at undead legion, everyone in profound armor, helmets and masks that made everyone's expressions invisible. I can feel that as long as this army pulls out the knife at his waist, it is difficult for him to hold 3 rounds. Undead legion, the elite of the Hua family. I think the Xiongnu nation has become more powerful in recent years, and this 100,000 army is also an elite. Hua Kai said when he saw the equipment of the Xiongnu army. It's all based on the Hua family, as well as manager Shui Chen. Manager Shui Chen has also come this time. Let's go back to the tribe first. Patriarch Tifa said. There is still 600 miles away from the Ordos tribe. The Azure Dragon Legion can reach the Ordos tribe in a day, but most of the Xiongnu army rides strong horses. They don't have the feet of Azure Dragon Legion horses. As a result, it took 2 days before they returned to the Ordos tribe. Brother Hua, all the tribes in the Huns have been unified by the Ordos tribe. Many tribal chiefs took a small number of people to Linhu. It is impossible for them to come back. There are now 28 of the Ordos tribe in the Shantian realm, but I have not been able to breakthrough foundation building. This is the biggest hidden danger in the Xiongnu country. Back to the tribe, Patriarch Tifa held the grandest welcoming ceremony. Hua Kai tasted the largest dry spirit cow of the tribe. Patriarch Tifa said in his ear. It is indeed a problem if you do not enter the foundation building. As long as the affiliated tribe has a breakthrough foundation building, the Ordos tribe's status in the Huns will be threatened. After I have been promoted to the novelist sage, I will get sage's magical powers, which may help you. Hua Kai Dao. Hua Kai told Patriarch Tifa about the reincarnation trial in the novel world. Patriarch Tifa was very excited, but he didn't know how long the trial would take. This time your big wedding, I must go to Jialiu County to pay you a congratulation. I have been with the Hua family for so many years, and the Ordos tribe has not sent a formal member to the Hua family. This time I waited for Jialiu County to enter once. The trial of the novel world, I will arrange everything in the Xiongnu country at that time. Patriarch Tifa said after thinking about it. It takes only 2 days for you to ride a horse to Jialiucheng. After you arrive at the Ujumchen tribe, Shui Chen will have to go back to Jialiucheng first. Then you will go there first. Your foundation building is more important than anything else. Maybe when I come back to welcome your Antuya, you have already succeeded in the foundation building. Hua Kai said. After such a long time, the disciples of the core of the Hua family and Hua Kai have slowly summarized some of the main points of the world trial of Journey to the West. It is not important to all the origins in this world. It is a difficult point to break the barrier of mortals, and the second difficulty. How to integrate into this world system. The third step is how to grow in this system. As long as it is strong to a certain level, it can slowly control its own destiny. At this time, the fourth step is to use the strength of the system, ascension own, and gradually become the existence of the four heavenly kings. This step is relatively safe. The fifth step is to become the power of heaven and earth like Sancheng, Sayu, Tathagata. At this step, you will gradually have the power to change the world of journey to the west, and the whole story may be changed. If anyone can reach this step, Huakai will no one will be allowed to enter the trial again. If anyone can destroy the entire plot of Journey to the West, he already has the spiritual will of the Gold Core realm. Even if the world of Journey to the West is ruined, Huakai is worth it. Okay, after the Ordos tribe unified the entire Xiongnu country, there are now more and more slaves. How long can you stay here and select these slaves? Patriarch Tifa looked at Huakai and said hopefully. The main reason why the Ordos tribe can survive today is that Huakai selected tens of thousands of highly qualified slaves for him, so that Patriarch Tifa could know who in his tribe was qualified and loyal. If Huakai can choose a slave for him again, and look at the qualifications and loyalty of his staff, the Xiongnu nation can still be a period of rapid development in the next 10 years. Huakai thought about it for a moment. The strength of the Xiongnu nation's ascension is a good thing for the Hua family, but it may not be necessary for the entire Central Plains. Regardless of the final situation after the Central Plains War, the overall strength of the Central Plains will inevitably be greatly weakened. If ascension and their ambitions will inevitably grow in the strength of the Huns, Huakai does not want to personally destroy the Ordos tribe he has supported. I can only stay in the Ordos tribe for 10 days. I can help you check the qualifications of 20,000 slaves every day. In addition, the Wahia stronghold will be replaced by left-behind personnel this year. This group of left-behind members of the Chinese family can only keep about 10%. I need take the advantage of these few days to determine the personnel who will stay at the base in the future. Huakai returned. Patriarch Tifa heard that Huakai could stay for 10 days. He was very happy. In these 10 days, 200,000 slaves could gather all the elite slaves of the Huns. At that time, he could at least select more than 20,000 high-qualified people. Half of the Chinese family can still have more than 10,000. This welcoming banquet lasted until midnight. Huakai and Shui Chen, Wu Shu, Tang Lei, Shui Pan and others returned to the residence. Most of the Hua family came from their residence for the first time. It's much better than they thought. Thousands of tents were erected in the thousands of acres of grassland. There were hundreds of wooden houses in the middle of all the tents. Here you can see the grocery shops, grain shops, carriage shops, restaurants, tea houses, banks, etc., which are only available in the Central Plains. The exotic Central Plains urban area. The Hua family has more than 3,000 family members and more than 40,000 slaves. Among the 3,000 family members, only 100 are actually sent by the Hua family. The others have been raised from slaves over the years. Came to the largest house in the stronghold. This is the place where the person in charge of the stronghold lives. Since Shui Chen left here, there has been no one living here. 73%. Chapter 416. A total of more than 100 people in charge of the Ordos tribe base were waiting for Huakai's arrival. When the core members of Shui Chen and Hua Zichen came together, everyone was very excited. Some slave representatives had long heard how powerful the Hua family was. Even the extremely powerful Ordos tribe was not the Hua family. Opponents, everyone was very afraid of the owner of the Hua family. Sit down. Don't be afraid to see me. Many of you have seen me the last time I came to the Ordos tribe. I let you out of slavery and become a Chinese family. As long as you remember to become a Chinese family Jia Ding's oath at all times, the Hua family will always be your strongest backing. Huakai sits on the main seat, the other core members of the family sit on both sides, and the others can only stand. Patriarch, we will never forget, as long as our lives are still there, we will never stop fighting for the family. A special grade Chinese family member is now on the 4th floor of the Shantian realm. Hearing this, he hurriedly knelt down on one knee and solemnly said. Others who saw this place were all loyal to Huakai. Only those slave representatives saw this place with envy. With such a powerful family as the backing, there is nothing to be afraid of. Many of you have been here for 2 years, and some of you have more than 4 years. Our Hua family stipulates that the staff staying at the bases have a term of 2 years. The Chinese business group will come in a few days, and the person in charge will also come. Shui Chen will be in charge of family affairs in Jialiu City in the future, and the new one to take over the Ordos tribe base is Wazuo, one of the 10 young people of the Chinese family. After you come back this year, you will be able to receive a large sum of money to buy a house you like in any city in Jialiu City and spend your life with your own family. If someone does not want to go back, write an application and tell Shui Chen, we will make a decision after discussion. Hua Kai said. Many people have got married here. Some people have a deep relationship with some banner owners and tribes. They can continue to serve the Chinese family if they don't want to leave. Their wages can also be paid out, or they can be replaced with the medicine pill they need, weapons and other materials. After Huakai listened to the reports of all the personnel in charge of the strongholds present, his brows frowned. Many people saw Huakai's expression and did not speak. The Hua family has developed rapidly in recent years, and many things influence the future of the Ordos tribe and the entire Huns. But I told you earlier that the Ordos tribe is an ally of the Hua family. We only participate in commercial trade here. The Ordos tribe has the final say in this stronghold, but I found that we have reached out to other tribes in the Huns in the past 2 years. Huakai said the problem so clearly, everyone was silent, because the Hua family became stronger, and the Huns were actually dominated by the Hua family and the Ordos tribes. Many Hun tribes were in closer contact with the Hua family strongholds, and the Ordos tribes I dare not have any opinions on this. Maybe what I said before, everyone did not understand. The Hua family is now very powerful, and it is easy to deal with the Huns, but if the entire Huns become part of the Hua family's territory, what will the result be? Hua Kai looked at it. Everyone around. Everyone is in deep thought. If the Huns become a part of the country, the Hua family will only become stronger. Is there anything wrong with this? They may not think that you, as the core of the Hua family, talk about this problem. Hua Kai said. Let me talk about the benefits first. The Hua family controls more area, but the Xiongnu state and Jialiu county are more than 4,000 miles away. The two places will inevitably be divided. The Hua family may have an additional population of nearly 2 million, but the population is very limited to the strength of Ascension Hua family. The land here is much worse than the grassland in Takayanagi County, and it can't be compared with the pastures under Huachang. There are 100 BMWs every year and a certain population, but this will weaken the Huns, which is of little significance to the Chinese family. It is better to maintain the status quo and collect elixir, strange stones, animal bones, and animal skins. Shui Pan spoke first. There is another big problem. It is very difficult to integrate the Huns into the Chinese family. We used to transport slaves and bring slaves to Jialiu County and train them in slave colleges. They are easily assimilated. If the Chinese family merges with the Huns, those tribes' nobles will not be assimilated by us. Even if the assimilation is successful, they may not want to stay here, which is even more difficult to manage. We must always pay attention to the control and management here. It is enough for the Hua family to establish a stronghold here. Hua Zichen said. The disadvantages are far more than these. The Central Plains countries will change their attitudes with us when they know it. Our allies in the Central Plains may not be able to keep them. After all, the historical and cultural differences between the Central Plains and the grasslands, as well as hatred, cannot be resolved in a short time. Shui Chen said. Road. Everyone carefully tastes that when the Hua family does not have absolute power, they really should not go deep into the grassland too much. Only when the Hua family has the strength like the current Qin state, can it be possible to stretch out their hands while shocking the Central Plains. Far away. Everyone knows the stakes. Huakai asked everyone to establish relations with the tribes of the Huns within a month. The Hua family will only participate in the trade of the Huns and will not participate in any political or military affairs. In the morning of the next day, Huakai selected 20,000 slaves early. There were 3,317 qualified B or above. Many of them were soldiers who had been defeated by the Xiongnu tribe in the past few years. Huakai divided the slaves into two on the spot. Asked Shui Chen to bring half of the slaves back to the stronghold. In the afternoon, the slaves were selected for strongholds, some were promoted to the Hua family, and some became civilians on the spot. A total of more than 20,000 people were freed. Most of them will go back to Jialiu County with the Hua family welcoming team this year. Shui Chen suggested that the Hua family set up an ideological education and training center in the stronghold, but was rejected by Huakai. The method of the Hua family's slave training in the stronghold has been perfected, and it does not make much sense to establish a training center. On the evening of March 18, Huakai was invited by Patriarch Tifa to his king's account. Patriarch Tifa prepared delicious food and wine to entertain him. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Patriarch Tifa talked about the Hua family's withdrawal from diplomacy with the tribes of the Huns in the past few days. Since the Big and Small Yu kingdoms were merged, the family of the Yichu kingdom joined the Yu kingdom. The Yu kingdom has become one of the strongest tribes in the grassland. Even the Chang people have to pay attention to the threat of the Yu kingdom. All tribes in the grassland know that the Ujamukan tribe and the Ordos tribe can dominate the country because of the Hua family behind them. As the sole heir of the Yu family, Urantuya must become the mistress of the Hua family. Will become stronger and stronger. The Donghu family and Fenghu family have been destroyed by the Hua family. The various tribes of the Linhu country are closely related to the various affiliated families of the Hua family. The entire northern grassland of Dongtu Shenzhou has been in the hands of the Hua family, said the Patriarch Tifa. What do you want to say? Hua Kai asked with a smile. I know that the Central Plains is in a war, and the Chinese family must be involved. If you want to integrate all the countries on the grassland, tell the big brother in advance, what if I lead the entire Xiongnu nation to join the Chinese family? Tifa the Patriarch said. What Patriarch Taifa said is what he said in his heart. Hua Kai looked at Patriarch Taifa and said with a smile. Patriarch Tifa saw Huakai's smile. He knew that he had no chance to communicate with Huakai. After this year, the entire Dayu clan will inevitably be headed by the Hua family. His attitude is to Huakai. The significance is actually not great. The Ordos tribe is able to have today, it is all the merits of the Hua Patriarch. The Huns of the Hua family dare not stop it. I believe you will not let us suffer a loss from the Huns. Patriarch Tifa said solemnly. Hua Kai sat on the carpet and savored the roast lamb, then took a sip of marquee, and wiped his hands after eating. There is a big gap between the grassland and the Central Plains cultural system, and integration is not something we want to achieve. As one of the great families in Central Plains, the Hua family is unwilling to intensify the ideological contradiction between the two sides too much. Even if the grassland is to be unified, it must be slowly affect the tribes of the grassland first. The Hua family is not the Qin family. If you develop the Huns well, the future will inevitably be one of the greatest monarchs in the history of the Huns. As for the future of the Hua family and the Huns, let time, how about? Hua Kai said lightly. I know. Patriarch Tifa nodded. He said these words today, but it took all the courage to give him a positive answer, which gave him a bottom line. By the way, don't participate in any Central Plains war. If you have to be drawn into the war, let me know as soon as possible. Hua Kai said. Well, the Xiongnu National Assembly is fully focused on its own development. It will not easily go into war with others, nor will it invade other countries, said the Patriarch Tifa. On the second day, Hua Kai took the Azure Dragon Legion and the Undead Legion to the Ujumqin tribe. There was news from the second Zhuang that the Ujumqin tribe was ready to receive. After learning about the betrothal gift of the Chinese family, the whole tribe finally married things. Still not sure. On this trip to the Great Moon Country, the Patriarch Tifa told Huakai that although the Hua family dispatched were all elites, it was not enough for a powerful king to marry him. In the end, he had to choose 50,000 elites to welcome Huakai. Hua Zichen, Shui Chen and others brought together the elite cavalry of the Ordos tribe. The Ordos tribe could not only show their close relationship with the Chinese family, but also secretly meant to be a minister, which was more shocking to the Yu kingdom. Hua Kai finally agreed to the request of the Tifa Patriarch, leading 50,000 Xiongnu cavalry, more than 10,000 people from the Wahia stronghold, and the Azure Dragon Corps attacking 70,000 people to the Dayu clan. Because of the large number of people, the entire cavalry team stretched for dozens of miles. The Hua family did not hesitate to share the green fodder with the Xiongnu cavalry. From the level of the Hua family's grandeur, one can see the strength behind the Hua family. The distance of 500 miles a day is much slower than when I came to the Ordos tribe. There is no such thing as the Xiaoyu kingdom now, so leaving the Huns as the Yu kingdom, but the Ordos tribe is still about 6,000 miles away from the Ujamukan tribe. Because the horses of the Hua family welcome team are supplemented by a large number of spiritual herbs, they entered the grassland faster and faster. The tribes along the way did not dare to have any bad ideas about the Hua family. The Hua family went all the way to the west. It only took 4 days. Time left the Huns and began to enter the territory of the Dayu clan. The Dayu kingdom also gave Huakai a very high welcome. Their 5,000 army waited at the border. After receiving Huakai, Someone sent the news back to the tribe, and there was still nearly 4,000 miles from the Ujumchin tribe. In the king's account of the Ujumchin tribe, the Ujumchin patriarch sat on the throne and watched the arguing of hundreds of tribal patriarchs and banner owners. He shouted a little weakly. The princess is married, and the bride price given by the Wa family is enough for the half-month kingdom. As the only heir to Ru kingdom, Warentuya cannot lose face. I think we should send a few big tribes to follow Waran. Tuya married together. Our Kajim tribe was the first to follow the princess, and the princess should take our tribe to the Donghu grassland. A Shantian tribe patriarch was overwhelmed by a group of voices. It's early for your Kagam tribe to have our tribe take refuge in the princess. We, Gerardo Mukchi, have always served the princess. You have to face it, our tribe is the first to follow the princess. This kind of debate in the audience has been going on for 2 months. Warentuya cannot decide what she will marry when she gets married. She has to confirm it by the chief Ujumukan. But now the Ujumukan patriarch can't take the ideas of the major tribes, so they can only discuss together, and each time the discussion ends up like this. I said everyone, don't do this. After all, the whole tribe will migrate thousands of miles. I don't know what it will encounter on the road. The head of the Chinese family said that the entire western part of the Donghu grassland will be handed over to Warentuya for grazing. No, in case the cattle and sheep can't eat enough, it is not bringing the tribe to death, said a Ujumukan tribal banner owner. 74%. Chapter 417. The Wa family wiped out the Donghu king's court. The Donghu grassland has not been grazing for more than 2 years. How can the aquatic plants not be plump? I heard that the Wa family went to the grassland to clean up the wolves several times a year, but the more wild cattle and sheep settle there. Our Dayu clan is now full of news from the Chinese family. Who can you fool by saying that? A tribe patriarch interrupted the other party at this time. The eastward Shunzhou goes to the east, the more spiritual Qi is. Everyone knows that when Urantuya arrived in Jialiu County, she married Huakai and became the hostess of Jialiu County. Jialiu County has been in the Yushi State Business Group in recent years. More and more, everyone has a deeper and deeper understanding of the strength of the Wa family. Every year, so much green fodder from the Wa family will be robbed even if it is expensive in the Dayu country. When they arrive in Jialiu County, they will worry that the cattle and sheep will not have grass to eat. Which tribe will follow Princess Warentuya to Jialiu County? Let's not discuss this for now, first determine the other dowry items. At this time, an elderly banner owner said, it's easy to say what the king wants for a number. Our tribes can be divided equally, and the Ujumchin tribe's banners can also be distributed. What is appropriate just to dowry? A Ujumchin tribe's banner owner said. In the past few years, the country of the Dayu clan has been in good weather, and supported by Chinese products. The tribes are much stronger and richer than before. It is an honor for all of them to be able to give Urantuya a dowry. Or 100,000 horses, 300,000 cattle, and 1 million sheep. I have never heard of more dowry than this, said a patriarch. 100,000 steeds are still about the same. In the past few years, the Jialiu County Business Group of the Dayu Kingdom hasn't asked much for the horses. The Wahia produces tens of thousands of steeds every year, and the BMW has thousands. The horse has 3 horses. A tribe chief said. The Wa family lacks anything. Jialiu County is the best pasture. Now Wahia has been working hard to develop for 4 years. Jialiu County has sufficient cattle and sheep. They have been sold to all parts of the Central Plains. It is very popular in other places. Neither does this, nor does that work. The Wa family's welcoming army has entered the Great Moon Kingdom. We haven't got any preparation yet, or let's catch lots, said a tribe patriarch. Following the princess's dowry mainly depends on the wishes of the tribes. The key is that all tribes and the banners of the Ujumchin tribe want to go to Jialiu City, so everyone can't go. What can I do in my own country? This method was such a good idea. Patriarch Ujumukan was not easy to talk about this matter. In the end, it was decided by lottery. The chiefs of all tribes of the Dayu clan and the leaders of the major banners of the Ujumchin tribe are all cultivation bases above the late stage. In the end, there were 7 tribes, and the 3 major banners of the Ujumchin tribe were drawn. The princess said, this time I will bring 100,000 people there, and wait for everyone to stabilize, and see how many people will be sent in a few years. Each of your 10 families will first select 10,000 people. In the past, you will belong to the Chinese family. People, don't let the princess be wronged a bit when you arrive in Jialiu County. The old banner master said as he saw the ending has been set. The tribes accompanying the dowry are determined, and other items are good choices. Jaliu County does not lack anything. The things they carry are also symbolic. In the end, all the tribes gave 500 horses, and 10 were selected to be married with Urantuya. People replaced all the cattle and sheep in their tribe with horses. With the addition of tens of thousands of horses in the Ujumchin tribe, the main dowry of the Dayu kingdom was 100,000 people plus 100,000 horses. Never before. The Wa family's welcoming team entered the Moon Kingdom. Every time a tribe passed by, some cavalry would come out to follow them. As it got closer and closer to the Ujumchin tribe, more and more cavalry followed them. As the sole heir of the Yu family, Urantuya is of special significance to everyone in this country. They greet Huakai in this way and send blessings to the princess of their country. On March 28, Huakai was only the last 200 miles away from the Ujumchin tribe. He saw countless cavalry in the distance waiting in front of them. The Chin tribe walked, and when all the cavalry greeted them past, they would follow. The welcoming group passed through the Ujumchin tribe to welcome the crowd and came to the outskirts of Ujumchin. Huakai saw a receptionist waiting for them. Huakai roughly calculated that this time the number of soldiers and herdsmen welcoming the Onyu clan has exceeded 500,000. Perhaps all the tribes of the Dayu clan have arrived, and Urantuya is going to get married. This is the most important thing for the entire Yu clan. Important holiday. Wakai has been taken out of the account of the king of the Ujumchin tribe. If the Yu family normally welcomes the bride, he must undergo various tests to meet the bride's parents. Then, after seeing the dowry gift, the seeker can meet with his girl. However, there is no one who can stop Huakai from the Yu kingdom, and even Urantuya can get along with him on an equal footing, so all this can only be avoided, and I will see my father-in-law directly. When they arrived at the king's account of the Ujumchin tribe, the patriarch of Ujumchin and the high priest of the temple did not dare to entrust it. They got off the throne and stood in the big tent waiting for Huakai. Huakai entered the big tent and Shui Chen helped him recite the Wa family. The gift list brought by this time. Everyone in the Yu family knew about these things, but when Shui Chen read them out, they were still surprised. Patriarch Ujumchin asked to accept Shui Chen's gift list, which shows that Patriarch Ujumchin has passed the customs here. Everyone is busy with their next affairs when they go down. Huakai was taken out of the big account of Urantuya. Originally, entering the Urantuya Great Tent was also blocked, but the Ujumchin tribe omitted it from Huakai. Wakai entered the main tent of Urantuya and saw that she was wearing a large brocade robe sitting on the carpet, with a simple necklace of animal teeth on her neck, arms, and ankles. Girls have a lot of power in this tribe and country. There are 2 long braids behind her 2 ears, which means that she is a master of the tribe. Behind are countless little braids. The more wisdom she has in this tribe. The various bird heads on her brocade robe represented that her tribe had defeated and won the powerful demonic beasts. It was the honor of the tribe. The 3 dazzling special metal plates on her chest were shining brightly, which showed that she was the high-level sacrificial priest of this tribe. Such an excellent girl, not to mention the Yu family, has never appeared on the prairie. She is called the most dazzling pearl by the entire prairie. Today she is going to get married. Why, don't you know me? Do you think I'm so good? Seeing that no one came in, Urantuya got up and came to Wakai's side, turning around and asked. Well, it looks good. You are the most beautiful today. Wakai said seriously. Look, my hair was combed by the priests of the temple together. These 2 braids are so strange, said Urantuya. When they met today, there was a special affection between the 2. For the first time, Urantuya felt a little worried. From today onwards, she will marry Huakai. Leaving here, the Yushi nation may lose more than one heir. What's the matter? Wakai asked when seeing Urantuya's eyes red. No, I don't know what will happen to the Ujumchin tribe if I leave the Moon Kingdom. Urantuya said. You rode crossing Cloud Leopard to Jaliucheng in only 3 days. The greeter team will take half a year on the road this time. Then you can stay in the Ujumchin tribe first, and I will remind you at the Leopard Yuguan Pass. You won't be too late. Wakai came up with an idea. That won't work, you are here to marry me, everyone is watching. Urantuya didn't want to leave any regrets on her most important moments. The 2 were chatting in the account, and everyone else was busy. Shui Chen matched all the betrothal gifts with the Ujumchin tribes one by one according to the list, and then waited for the other party to sign for all the things, and their mission was only half completed. Next, the two parties will discuss the details of the wedding, Urantuya's dowry, even if these are prepared long ago, but there are many things in it. The placement of the marrying personnel, accompanied by Urantuya to the 30,000 dowry elite cavalry stationed in Jaliu County. This involved the Hua family's attitude towards the Dayu clan, but Shui Chen did very well. At the beginning of April, the herdsmen from the various tribes of the Yu family began to gather on the grassland. They were the people selected for dowry this time. They waited until mid-April for the people to slowly come together. Shui Chen put a list of all the dowry people's belongings in front of Hua Kai just glanced at it and handed it to him. Patriarch, the Yu kingdom says it has 100,000 personnel, but the total number has exceeded 160,000. They are all young men of the tribe. Among these 160,000 people, at least 40,000 cavalry can be pulled. The Yu kingdom has prepared 100,000 horses. With a steed as the dowry of Princess Warentuya, we can go home faster. Shui Chen reported to Huakaihui. You leave the affairs of the Ujumchin tribe to someone else. You will go home now and quickly send the carriage over. This time we have more than 200,000 people going home, and it is difficult for us to go home with 100,000 horses. The 6,000 carriages we have prepared may not be enough. If you collect more carriages, it is not a small challenge for us to go back before September. Hua Kai said. Hua Kai is welcoming his family with great fanfare. Yan, Qin, Lu and other places are rumored to have a big wedding for the new novelist sage, but the news is not hot in the Central Plains countries. Because everyone's mind is in the central region of the Central Plains. Since Bai Qi was frustrated in the New Deal city, the Qin army began to stop, and many cities have lost their hands. At this time, more students from all over the Central Plains came to Zheng State. They shouted slogans against the violent Qin, fighting against it. Qin's first line. Qin had no choice but to dispatch soldiers from South Korea, Zhou, and Wei to support Zheng. For a time, the three countries in South Korea and other three countries also rebelled against Qin, and soon there was news that the family regained their city, and some families began to find relationships to unite themselves. Allies want to retake the city that originally belonged to the owner from Qin. In the central part of the Central Plains, the story of the battle between the state of Qin and the philosophers was unfolded. Every day, countless soldiers of the Qin died. The cities occupied by the state of Qin were constantly being breached. Especially in the Weo, only the three most important cities were still in the state of Qin. Under control, the state of Qin may be expelled from the central part of the Central Plains at any time. The war in the Central Plains changed beyond everyone's imagination. As time entered May, rumors of Qin's tyranny were everywhere. The various schools of thought pushed Qin to the opposite of all the people, but another voice came out secretly, Confucianism. To take this opportunity to unify the Central Plains thought, all countries in the future must learn from 100 schools of thought, and Confucianism is about to abolish the monarchy. Two voices were brewing everywhere in various countries, and many aristocratic families began to take care of themselves when they arrived here. They didn't like the Qin state's dominance of the world, and they were more unwilling to let the philosophers and hundreds of families dominate the monarchs. With the evolution of public opinion, the Chu state sent troops to be used by hundreds of schools. All countries saw that when Qin was blocked by hundreds of scholars in the Central Plains countries, they planned to use public opinion to help them resolve the crisis. Most countries sneered, but some countries originally planned to send troops to fight against Qin. At that time, I couldn't help but slow down, and the most obvious one was Wei Guo. 74%. Chapter 418. 100 Families and Kings. No one could have imagined that the situation would turn out to be like this after the Zuzi 100 schools took action. Although the Qin army was defeated, the pressure seemed to be reduced a lot. They were in the four kingdoms of Han, Zhou, Zheng, Wei and the Zuzi 100 schools. In combat, the two sides fought indifferently. Although Qin's damage was severe, it was not in a state of defeat, and the battlefield began to enter a stalemate phase. In the Qi State Academy of Jixia, Zheng Shen sage listened to the arguments of the great families below. There was no expression on his face. Since the hundreds of families helped the Central Plains countries to fight against Qin, the anti-Qin sentiment of the great families of Qi has suddenly weakened, and now there is no more how many people advocated continuing to devote masters to Weo and other places, and everyone hoped that the philosophers and the state of Qin would spend a while before talking. After all, if the state of Qin is defeated and the situation in the world changes drastically, it is still strength for countries to redivide their own spheres of influence. 100 schools of philosophers are mostly used for conspiracy. Qin seems to have suffered heavy losses, but the main combat power has not been lost. If we let the situation of defending the country remain unchecked, if Qin persists for 3 years, the patriarchal family of Wei and other nations will inevitably slowly being breached by the Qin state. We will have no time to make any more moves. The Luo family patriarch looked at the relaxed faces of the patriarchs of the family and couldn't help but speak. Qi Guo actively advocated attacking one of the Qin family. Brother Luo, there are hundreds of giants from the various schools. Qin is not that easy to defeat, and the various schools are not so easy to deal with. I heard that Song has gathered more than a dozen giants to attack the kingdom of Zheng. When the time comes, how can Qin Bing be an opponent? Qin is our biggest enemy. It's good, but now we don't need to be in the forefront. Why don't we wait first? The family head said. Many people nodded lightly even though they didn't speak. The scholars of the Confucian school are not as good as the army. The Confucianism has run out of true qi, and it will not recover in half a year. The Taoist law array will use more and the effect will become worse and worse. The role of the yin and yang family and famous masters on the battlefield is limited. Political strategists are able to command the troops but mostly serve in the Qin country. Needless to say, novelists. If we don't give help to the philosophers, they may be able to temporarily suppress the Qin soldiers. The relationship between Zibijia and other countries may have deteriorated from comparison. The Luo family patriarch continued. Everyone looked at Zhang sage on the stage. There is still a Confucian sage sitting here. In fact, the monarchs of the Qi kingdom do not like to be controlled by Zhongshan sage, but there is no one in Qi state who can support the entire country to replace the king of Qi. They have to take orders from Zhongshan first. The relationship between the philosophers and the monarchs is subtle. Everyone knows that their relationship cannot last. Zhongshan sage controls the Qi country to develop Confucianism. They are to gain greater benefits and grow their own family. The conflicts between the aristocratic family broke out to a certain extent, and their relationship could no longer be maintained. Everyone looked at Zhongshan sage, and when they saw him being silent, everyone was quiet. Qin's strength lies in Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng's strength is not far from the last step. He is also a military strategist, sage, who can borrow the power of the entire Qin army. Zhongshan sage said lightly, and everyone listened quietly. The Qin state regards the 100 scholars as an obstacle to the development of the human race. Didn't you know that the Qin state prospered from the magnate of the legalist, Sheng Yang, and was stronger than the other masters, Zongzong, etc., and the king of Qin was the only sage of the strategist? If the Central Plains countries ignore the wars of Wei and Zheng, the Qin Rubing is a strategist. They can easily resolve their karma, and within 3 years, Qin will only get stronger and stronger. When the time comes, all the monarchs in the world will be courtiers, and everyone will live under the tyranny of Qin state. Zhongshan sage closed his eyes again after speaking. Qin Zheng's greatest confidence in wanting to dominate the world is here. Many leaders of Qi state can't help but nod their heads. Now the best way is to get rid of the domestic Qin soldiers such as Han, Zhou, Wei, and Zheng as soon as possible. This is tantamount to a big reduction. The strength of Qin state. But the more this time, the more people think, everyone wants to be the final winner, no one wants to consume all of Qin's troops. After Sage Zheng had spoken these words with the family owners of the great families of Qi, he rarely saw classes. He never went out in the Jixia Academy. It seemed that he no longer cared about the war in the Central Plains, and the great families of Qi at this time it was also divided into several factions. Some advocated fighting the Qin elite, and some advocated taking the opportunity to develop the Qi country steadily. In the end, everyone was divided into many factions. Some aristocratic families saw this situation. Some families moved south and planned to build a large defense line against the Qin army in Lu Kingdom. Some stayed in Linzi City to start training troops, and some even fled their families north to Shacheng, Jialiu County. N.S. Qin state disintegrated most of the enemies with one move, and Qi state started to split because of this. There were some bad voices in Zhao's country, but it was quickly suppressed by Zhao Dan. The total population of Qin was less than 5 million, and millions of troops had been invested in the central part of the Central Plains. Chu and Qin had fought at Wugwan. Chu had not broken through the checkpoints in continuous attacks for several months. The soldiers suffered more than 50,000 damages. At this time, Chu state also made a lot of voices. They asked Chu state not to put its troops on the consumption of Qin state. The king of Chu wanted to continue to send troops from the country to capture the Wugwan of Qin, because by this time Qin was about to be unable to hold on. Qin's sharp troops were killed in large numbers, and the auxiliary soldiers could not resist the elite attack of Chu, but the major families of Chu were unwilling to fight again as Qin state consumes. They have even begun to shift their focus to the development of trade with neighboring countries. The Central Plains entered a rare period of equilibrium. Everyone waited for Qin Bing to be consumed by hundreds of scholars in the central part of the Central Plains, and then everyone sat together to discuss the matter of dividing the fruit. Zhengguo, Xinjiang City. Since the last time Sun Miao severely inflicted the Qin army and Bai Qi led the evacuation in embarrassment, more and more hundreds of students gathered in Xinjiang City. 6 giants gathered in Xinjiang City and made this a bridgehead against the Qin soldiers. In the Sun Mansion, 100 families of philosophers have already occupied the courtyards of the Sun family. The Sun family has been unable to laugh anymore since the death of their ancestors, and they can't make a sound anymore. A battle report came, and a giant of the legalist family took a look at it, and his face couldn't help but smile. Everyone, Zheng Cheng has been taken down. 2 Confucian giants have taken action and killed several military generals of the state of Qin. Now we have regained most of Zheng's land. Zheng Wang is leading an army of 100,000 to Halao Pass, waiting for Halao Pass to be taken down. The entire Qin soldiers in Zheng's country are the turtles in the urn. The magnate of the legalist opened his mouth and laughed. My old friend Wen Bin is okay, where is he now? A Confucian giant couldn't help but ask at this time. When Juzi killed many of Qin Shantian, his body karma was a little overwhelming and he has returned to Chen state. Everyone was elected as the representative of this anti-Qin resistance, and together with Zheng Guo, he fought against Qin state. Everyone was silent when they heard this. A month ago, there were more than 6,000 students from the 100 schools who responded to their anti-Qin resistance. In just 1 month, more than 2,000 people have already withdrawn from the Qin team because of their karma. There are 5 giants. Only when facing the Qin Bing, did you know that Qin Bing was tenacious. Now Zheng Guo Qin Bing is less than 100,000. However, Zheng Guo unites 300,000 multinational troops, and there are hundreds of people above Shantian. They have to pay a lot for each step of victory, cost. Time passed slowly, and the threat of Qin seemed to be downplayed by everyone. The wars in the central part of the Central Plains were constantly being extolled everywhere, and novelists can also be seen in many places. The novelists did not participate in all the battles this time. They walked the streets and alleys, telling their stories in tea houses, restaurants and other places. The story of Jialiu County and the Chinese family began to be familiar to the people of Central Plains. Everyone knew that it was a free, prosperous, and tolerant place. This made more families and families willing to move to Jialiu County to settle down. On July 3, the Hua family greeting team returned to the Ordos tribe, a huge team of more than 200,000 people, and nearly 10,000 carriages took them several months from the Ujumchin tribe to the Ordos tribe. The average distance of 200 miles per day is mostly dowry women and children, which is their fastest speed. Arriving in the Ordos tribe, the Hua family has arrived this year. Arranged for Huakai to bring 20,000 new ex-slave civilians, as well as 18,000 high-qualified slaves selected from the Ordos tribe, plus more than 20,000 other slaves to form an army of 50,000, bid farewell to go to Uganda with him. The 50,000 armies of the Huns from the Chomokin tribe greeted their relatives and drove towards Jialiu County together. The same number is 210,000. This time because there are more slaves and civilians, their daily speed is getting slower and slower. Huakai and Urantuya did not go back to Jialiu County first. They walked slowly with the large group in the team. Every tribe must invite them. This is a recognition of the strength of the Chinese family. It is also a custom on the grassland. Newcomers entering the tribe can bring good luck to everyone. That night, Huakai learned in the family space that the cattle and sheep for Warentuya's dowry tribe were ready, and as long as they returned to the Leopard Jade Pass, all the livestock would be delivered. A total of 600,000 cattle and 3.1 million sheep are only 1/5 of the livestock in Jialiu County. Half of these livestock are the property of the Hua family at the foot of Shacheng, and the other half are given by the affiliated families. The various families of money said they would not accept anything. When everyone in the space left, Huakai saw Urantuya look at him. Although the two of them did not live together at night along the way, there was always a chance to stay in Wujingjai for a while at night. Half a month has passed since the last storm between the two of them. Warentuya mental energy has already recovered. Pregnancy pill. After 3 months of hard work, mental energy and willpower can be filled with the last step. When Kai saw Urantuya's figure disappear, he closed other people's permission to enter Wu Jingjai at will. Urantuya has been with Huakai for the past 3 months. Every time the two souls enter the state of fusion, Urantuya's willpower ascension is very fast, and now Ice Will has come unknowingly. 62% of the 4th floor, half-step foundation building willpower all over the body. Foundation building is possible at any time. The two entered the realm again, and Wakai could feel the energy of the pregnant spirit pill in Warentuya's body is getting more and more powerful. When the last trace of willpower is filled, the ice will of pregnancy pill under the action of the powerful mental energy, it turns on its own, forming a unique way of mental operation, just like the circulation of will in the foundation building environment. Wakai looked at Urantuya with a lazy face. The power of ice will in Urantuya has already begun to operate on her own. She is already in the foundation building. K. Lang, I seem to be foundation building. I feel that pregnancy pill is slowly disappearing. It is gone. Urantuya looked at Wakai and said, perhaps you are giving birth to our baby. This pregnancy pill is a nutrient for our baby's growth. Pay more attention recently. Wakai said while looking at Warentuya. Well, I know. We only have the wedding in September. Will my stomach be big by then? Warentuya felt that Huakai was suddenly in a daze. K. Lang, what's the matter with you? Warentuya couldn't help asking. The novelist has another giant. Wakai whispered. 74%. Chapter 419. Wakai originally thought that the next giant of the novelist would come from his disciples, but what he never expected was that the third giant of the novelist turned out to be the central part of the Central Plains. Journey to the West. It has been 10 months since the completion of this book. There are Journey to the West transmissions from all parts of the Central Plains. Many giants and everyone are also studying this new scripture. This giant of Confucianism has been a minor in novelist. He has been a giant for 300 years. He has been a novelist for more than 360 years. After studying Journey to the West, he suddenly realized the novel virtual world and became another novelist. Huakai felt it for the first time. The Confucian giant mental energy conveyed his gratitude to Wakai. Wakai conveyed to him some of his understanding of the novelist giant and sage, and communicated the principles and directions of the novelist spread in the world with him. Wakai found that the other party had a strong obsession with Confucian governance, and he did not force the other party. Academia is about researching and summarizing at the same time. Only time can determine whose path is right. Since the success of Warentuya Foundation building, Pregnancy Lingdon was filled with mental energy and willpower. Pregnancy Lingdon seemed to have disappeared from Warentuya's body, and the two could no longer feel that. With the feeling of soul and water, Warentuya always said that she could feel the small life gestating in her body, but Wakai could not detect the breath of life. In August, Jaliucheng was already enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Many guests who paid homage to Huakai's wedding arrived early. The novelist of the tea house storyteller had to talk to everyone about Wasage and the welcoming marriage every time they finished their sentences. Where did the team go? Huakai's marriage this year is the biggest topic in Jaliu County. The situation on the battlefield in the Central Plains is still at an absolute disadvantage. The Qin state as a whole can only defend some major cities. After Zheng's Qin army defended the Halao Pass for more than a month, the number of people injured in the battle exceeded 30,000. If Guan missed, then only the communist city was left in Qin Bing's hands. When a piece of news reached Jaliu County, everyone was shocked, and the people who had been bad-mouthing the Qin state suddenly shut their mouths. King Qin Zheng personally killed 16 giants from Halao Pass in early August. 1 day later, the 9 giants of Zhengcheng were beheaded by King Qin himself. Many giants chose to blow themselves at the last moment, causing a large number of civilian casualties. But Qin Zheng still continued to take action, and within 3 days, the news of the 14 giants falling down again came out, which shocked everyone. Everyone knows that Qin Zheng is the #1 master in the world. He is powerful and unmatched. However, he killed 39 giants and everyone can't help being shocked. Is it possible that Sage is so powerful that he is not afraid of karma? No one knows what happened after Qin Zheng killed so many giants. Since August, the entire Central Plains has basically rained every day. Zheng Guo's opposition army was blocked, and he saw that Halao Pass was about to be taken. Now there is no master who wants to occupy the tiger. The prison can only be filled slowly with human lives. All the human bodies realized that Qin Zheng was powerful, and at the same time they understood that King Qin was vicious. In this way, he completely put Qin state on the opposite side of the various schools of thought. The king of Qin was completely dead and reborn. It solved the crisis of the Qin soldiers in the central part of the Central Plains. He stood in complete opposition to the philosophers and hundreds of schools. Many officials of the Qin state began to resign. But this also has an advantage. He attracted all the hostility of the hundreds of scholars, and the pressure on him from other countries will inevitably be reduced. Qin almost emptied the domestic combat power, depending on the actions of Wei and Zhao. Wei Guo took the Yichu county of Qin state, whether he would make a move, but Zhao Guo shouldn't let this opportunity pass. Hua Kai said at the family core meeting. Patriarch, do you think Qin has a chance to reflex? Even if King Qin made such moves in Wuguan, Zheng Guo, and Wei Guo, even if he is a military strategist, sage, it is impossible not to be affected by karma. Does he still have the power to fight? What else can Qin have? Zhuang looked at Hua Kai and asked. Qin Zheng dares to do this, he must rely on him. We can all have the elixir of karma that relieves karma, can Qin have it? It's just that the effect of any medicine pill will get worse if it eats too much. Qin Zheng, at least it is difficult to show up again in the short term, now Qin has only 1 point to win. Hua Kai thought for a while and said. Which point? Hua Mo couldn't help asking. The Qin soldiers in the central part of the Central Plains, as long as they can rebirth from the blood in the battle, then as long as the Qin state defends the homeland, there is still a chance to come back. Hua Kai said. Is it possible for Qin state to come back? Although there are more than 300,000 Qin soldiers there, Zhou state has basically been calmed down, and then Qin state will be cut off, and they will become rootless duckweed in the future. Shui Pan said in disbelief. It's impossible for other soldiers, but Qin Bing has. Don't forget who their commander is. Hua Kai said. Others only thought of Qin Bing's commander, the existence that made countless countries fearful. As long as he broke his way in Zhou, Qin Bing would still be the fearless strongest soldier in the world. Then what should we do? Do you want to remind King Lu? Qin Bing is a Song state between Zheng state. If Qin Bing violently rages on Lu state, can he stop him? Hua Mo said. Lu is no longer the previous Lu. We don't know how many allies he has obtained from the Chinese family for so many years. If King Lu can't hold on, he will definitely speak to us. What I fear most is that Qi still has Yan Guo. Hua Kai had a trip to the grassland and became more confident about the situation on the grassland. The strength of Hua Kai has reached a very large level without knowing it. In addition to the 30,000 elites married by Yurantuya, the elites of the Hua family are no longer inferior to the two neighbors of Qi and Zhao. The land already has the strength to influence the trend of the Central Plains. Qi and Yan, will they help Qin? This is impossible, right? Hua Zichen said for the first time. It's unlikely to help Qin. The situation in Qi is getting more and more complicated. Didn't the Luo family contact us a few days ago? Yan is so silent, he must have his own card, but I don't know what they will do. With the character of King Yan in the Central Plains, he is the only one among the 7 heroes who does not move at all. Hua Kai said. Hua Kai worked with everyone to decompose the situation in the Central Plains, which allowed everyone to have a higher perspective to see the situation in the Central Plains. The current situation is the best for Hua Kai. The philosophers and the state of Qin desperately, novelists developed rapidly, and the Hua family received a large number of people from the Central Plains. Hua Mo told Hua Kai that in early July, the population of Shacheng had exceeded 400,000, indicating that Shacheng had become one of the most powerful cities in the world. Everyone discussed the development of the cities of the Hua family in this month, and Yurantuya listened carefully. There is something you must pay attention to. Among the many people who fled from the Central Plains to Shacheng this time, there are also some 100 students and students. They hoped to be officials in Shacheng. After being rejected, there was some disharmony in Shacheng. The voice said that although our Hua family did not establish a nation, it was more dictatorial than Qin state. Hua Zuan said at this time. Everyone gathered together and the gods heard it. Baijia and the monarch were born on opposite sides. They seemed to be unable to show their own skills without criticizing the monarch. Although Hua Kai could think of all this, he was still a little angry. Jialiu County is not another country in the Central Plains. You must pay attention to guiding the people to understand. Didn't the newspapers begin to be published in Shacheng this year? Promote with the people the efforts that the Chinese family has made for the common people in the past few years. It is better to find some when the civilians who have escaped from slavery speak, they must keep an eye on the people's remarks. The Chinese literacy work has been going on for 10 years. Unlike other countries, the Chinese have insufficient cultural heritage, and the people's thinking is likely to be biased. Recently, hundreds of scholars have been restricted from entering Jialiu City, Leopard Yuguan and Baiguan. We don't have the energy to argue with these students now, but don't let them mess with me. Hua Kai said with some dissatisfaction. Hua Kai's idea is not to allow any member of 100 families to participate in the management of the country, which is different from any other country in the Central Plains. It is necessary for the monarch to study the governance of the country by the scholars of the 100 schools. He can quickly deal with any problem through the family secret realm space, and the whole Jaoyan County is still developing rapidly without the existence of 100 families. Everyone in the Hua family knows Hua Kai's views and all obeys any orders from him. Hua Kai has never made a mistake in family development for so many years. This is also the biggest reason why Hua Kai has achieved the greatest achievements today. As the time entered September, the Hua family welcoming team had arrived in Beishan, and Hua Zili was already ready to receive the event. Beishan had already gathered countless livestock waiting for the Yu family to take over with the tribe. Shui Chen, as the person in charge of the wedding, held a ranch distribution work for the married tribe in Beishan. Hua Kai said that all the pastures outside the leopard Yuguan were handed over to the married tribe of the Yu family, and the 10 tribes of the Yu family were allocated. Upon reaching the vast pasture, there are more than 100,000 square kilometers of grassland outside the entire leopard Yuguan. Hua Kai, Warentuya and the welcoming team stayed in Beishan for a day, and took the 30,000 Yu clan elite cavalry to Baoyuguan. The 10 tribes only left hundreds of people to accompany, and everyone else had to drive cattle and sheep to go. Their new pasture, they must settle down before winter comes and prepare for the next winter. On September 3rd, the welcoming brigade came outside the Baoyu Pass. The Baoyu Pass closed wide. The Azure Dragon Corps and the Immortal Legion brought more than 40,000 Chinese civilians, slaves, and more than 30,000 Yu Dynasty soldiers into the Baoyu Pass. The entire Leopard Jade Pass has been decorated with lights and festoons, and everyone is cheering to welcome Warentuya's arrival. The wedding plan is on September 9th, and everyone can rest at Baoyuguan for 4 days. Hua Kai cannot help but feel proud when he sees the cattle and sheep that are constantly walking by the Baoyuguan from south to north every day. When I first arrived in Jialiu County, the Hua family grew out of nothing. In a few years, it has been established as the most fertile pasture. So many cattle and sheep have been handed over to the tribes of the Yu family. This is the biggest manifestation of Hua family's strength. Today, Dongtu Shenzhou, there are many countries with 3 million sheep, but the only one that will not affect their own development if they are to be taken out at once is the Wahia. Half of the 30,000 Yu family drove these cattle and sheep to the 10 tribal pastures. As long as these cattle and sheep were sent to these tribes, they would be able to survive on the grasslands, and here they could buy high quality and cheap ones in Jialiu County. Goods, purchase of grain, green fodder, etc., the days will change drastically. 74%. Chapter 420. Aladdin Ula was originally the patriarch of a large tribe of the Yu clan. Before the Dayu clan and the Xiaoyu clan were not merged, he followed Urantuya early and relied on the goods transported from the Hua family to the Yujumchin tribe. He grew rapidly and was able to follow Urantuya to Jialiu County this time. He paid a high price for this. In 4 months, thanks to the tens of thousands of tall horse-drawn carriages of the Hua family, which helped pull the women and children as well as migratory supplies, they were able to travel thousands of miles to enter the sphere of influence of the Hua family. As soon as they entered Beishan, they were shocked by the prosperity in front of them. Everyone here was dressed in fine fabrics and silks. When entering Beishan streets, there were prosperous pavilions. Many delicious food and scents wafted out of the restaurant and many people in the tribe. Attracted by the endless prosperity. Abba, I'm going there. The 10-year-old son next to him smelled the fragrance and pointed to the restaurant. His more than 20 wives and concubines were also waiting by the side. They had heard about the prosperity of the Central Plains, and they couldn't help but yearn for everything here. Guardian Shui will distribute grass to the tribes in a while. We have to follow the princess first. We will have a lot of opportunities to come here in the future. We will come to our ranch first. Aladdin Ula glanced at the distant market. There are many exquisite goods, but he must first settle the whole tribe. Others heard that they all followed Aladdin Ula to the southern part of Beishan, and several Hua Jading came to them in their own white clothes. Are you Alasta tribe? A Chinese family asked. Yes, I am the patriarch Aladdin Ula. Aladdin Ula saw that these two people were both at the cultivation base, and stepped back. You bring your tribe with us. The Hua Jading walked towards the southern mountain road after speaking. Aladdin Ula ordered everyone to keep up. Although the status of the Chinese family is not very high, they can only be regarded as guests as a dowry tribe. The clothes, dress, temperament, and strength of the Chinese family are not inferior to their tribal nobles. They don't dare to neglect. Riding a horse quickly came to a cottage, which is about 100 acres in size. There are thousands of houses in the cottage. These houses are built exquisitely and beautifully. Many herders watch these houses intently, which is much better than their tents. Knowing that you are coming, the cottage specially vacated for you. The houses are not enough for you to squeeze a little, and the horses can rush to the Beishan racecourse, 12 miles away from the south of the road. Guanxi Shui has already said that the next week will be yours. There is no charge for horses there. If your tribe wants to go to the commercial area, remember the name of your cottage, and get lost looking for shops to ask. Most of the shops can speak the languages of the grassland countries. The Hua Jia Ding seriously told them what they need to pay attention to in Beishan. Aladdin Ullah arranged for everyone. Of course, the best houses are for the nobles. The slaves are only worthy of the yard, and the owner can give them a tent. It is already a gift. When they settled down, the cottage was filled with various tables and chairs, and a burst of scent of rice drifted over the entire cottage, and many herders couldn't help but swallow their saliva. All the tribes and herdsmen began to eat. This time it was a welcome banquet hosted by the Hua family in Jialiu County. The food style of the Hua family is very different from the grassland. Many people use chopsticks for the first time, but they are satisfied with the various foods they have not tasted. Aladdin Ullah's wives, concubines and children can't make their way. After eating, there was a letter from the Hua family, saying that Shui Chen had asked the patriarchs to discuss the pasture and livestock allocation. Aladdin Ullah did not dare to delay, and followed Jia Ding hurriedly to build the city. When Shui Chen was in the Ujumchen tribe, none of the patriarchs like them could see him. He only told the patriarchs of the 10 tribes 6 things. First, tomorrow, the welcoming team will return to Jialiu City, and each tribe can only send 100 people at most. Second, all tribes can spend a week in the cottage where they currently live, and their horses, food and accommodation are all taken care of by the Hua family, and they can communicate with the Hua family if they have any needs. Third, take out a map and tell 10 people about the distribution of pastures outside Leopard Yuguan, so that they can choose one according to their needs, which will be their home in the future. Fourth, there are now more than 800,000 sheep and 50,000 cattle in Beishan, as well as tents, food and life items prepared by the Hua family. After choosing the pasture, each family can receive 80,000 sheep, 5,000 cows, 10,000 new tents, 5,000 stones for food, and a few life items tomorrow. Then they can send someone to bring the herders back to the pasture. Fifth, send people to the Leopard Jade Pass to wait. The Hua family will fill each tribe with 300,000 sheep and 60,000 cattle. These will be handed over to 10 tribes at the Leopard Jade Pass. The 6th and 10 largest tribes have the right to subordinate the Hua family to the 9th rank family, and Shui Chen has no time to elaborate on what power the 9th rank family possesses. September 9th is the wedding of the Patriarch and Princess Yurantuya. I hope you can manage your tribe members and don't easily cause trouble. If you cause trouble, all punishments will be carried out according to the rules of the Chinese family. You will belong to the top 10 tribes. For the management of Leopard Yuguan, if you have any questions, you can directly contact Yu Jun, the head of the White Tiger Corps. Shui Chen left after speaking. Aladdin Ullah came to the map of Jialiu County. The topographical map inside the pass was very vague, with only the locations of major cities and rivers, while the map outside the pass was more detailed. The 10 tribal chiefs quickly chose the grassland with the most abundant water and grass. Huakai divided the grasslands outside Guan into hundreds, each of which has thousands of square kilometers. There is no problem for them to graze tens of thousands of people in a tribe. Aladdin Ullah chose a piece closer to the Leopard Jade Pass, and the southernmost part of the tribe was more than 300 miles away from the Leopard Jade Pass. Back in the cottage where his tribe was located, Aladdin Ullah saw that all the banner owners of his tribe were waiting at the door, and everyone surrounded him when he came back. Patriarch, how is it? What did the Hua family say? The banner owners gathered around him and asked. When they came to Jialiu County with Yurantuya this time, they are already members of the Hua family. How the Hua family arranges them depends entirely on Huakai's intentions. The attitude of the Hua family this time may determine that they will be in China in the future. The status of home. I didn't see the direct line of the Hua family, and Shui Chen was in charge. He said a few words to us as a tribe patriarch and left. Aladdin Ullah said. Did he say how to place us? How long are we going to stay here? Aren't we following the princess? The flag owners were actually the most disturbed. They wanted to come to Jaliu County earlier. Most of them heard about the power of the Hua family. They only found out after chatting with the Hua family in the afternoon that Beishan was nothing at all in the Hua family, even the city. Not to mention, while feeling that the Hua family is strong, they feel that they have not received the attention of the Hua family and they are worried. The Hua family has divided the pastures for us, and the aquatic plants are very beautiful. Each tribe allocates 300,000 sheep and 60,000 heads of cattle. Tomorrow, we will give a part of it, and the rest will go to Leopard Yuguan to get the rest. The Hua family gave all our tribes a title of low nobility, but I still don't know what this title is. Tomorrow we will be divided into 5 batches of action. I went to Jaliu City to attend the princess's wedding. The 3 of you took 1,000 people to Baoyuguan to receive livestock, and the 3 of you took 200 people to understand the situation in Sha Jaliu County. We must have a profound understanding of the Hua family when we join the Hua family. Understanding. The rest of the people will gather supplies with me tomorrow morning and return to the pasture to clean up the wolves as soon as possible. If there are a large number of wolves, they can send people to Baoyuguan for help. In the future, our tribe will be under the management of Baoyuguan. Aladdin said. Everyone also heard what the Hua family meant. The Hua family has an attitude of no bad money. Everything you need is arranged for you. His tribe looks to woo you outside the Leopard Yuguan, but from this they also feel that the Hua family does not value them much. The Hua family did not give them dangerous places to help them resist foreign enemies, nor did they give them any request, saying that how many cattle and sheep need to be handed in each year. It is completely like you are developing you by yourself, and you need to speak. In the evening, when they returned to the main courtyard of the cottage, Aladdin returned to the courtyard. They saw their wives and concubines and children fighting in the courtyard, and they all came round when he came back. They were so excited when they came to such a good yard. One of his daughters came to him. Abba, will we live here in the future? It's really beautiful here. Hearing what the woman said, Aladdin didn't feel sweet anymore when he thought of the livestock and supplies he would accept tomorrow. His wives, concubines and children kept telling him about the new things he discovered today. Aladdin heard their yearning for this kind of life from their words. He began to make up his mind that when everything was settled in the tribe, he would take his family to take a good look. Look at the Central Plains. The people of the Yu family are not rare in Jaliu County, but most people in Beishan have never seen the nobles of the Yu family. The next day Alatanwula went to Jaliu City with the Hua family welcoming team, and the rest of the tribe became busy. It took them a day to count all the cattle and sheep. These cattle and sheep are strong and good livestock. Without good pastures, such cattle and sheep cannot be raised. Everyone is even more looking forward to their future homes. On the 5th day of September, the 10 major tribes of the Yu Kingdom began to visit their pastures one after another, because the farthest one was only 600 miles away, and all the tribes arrived at own new home within 3 days at most. When they got here, they looked at the endless grassland in front of them. The water source in the east of the east was many times more than that in the west. There were 3 large and small rivers passing through their pastures. Many people saw that the plump grass on the ground had calf-high, and they shouted for joy, "Stand up!" In the northern nomadic countries of Dongtu Shenzhou, the more eastward the population density increases, the more concentrated the country's power is. This situation is based on the fertility of aquatic plants. The Yu Kingdom quickly set up tents and built cattle pens and sheep pens for their cattle and sheep. When they were about to build, a large number of cattle and sheep were sent. Everyone is eating dough cakes that are difficult to eat in the Ujumchin tribe. With these cattle and sheep, they can live the most comfortable life here. The tribal flag owners took the warriors to clean up the wolves in the ranch. They didn't want to let the wolves share their cattle and sheep with themselves. Many tribal flag owners sent news about Leopard Yuguan. Everyone heard about the majestic Leopard Yuguan. The city walls and the streets inside are more prosperous than Beishan. I am very yearning for it. But all this requires the return of the Aladdin Patriarch. The Hua family has given them a strict warning that before Huakai and Urantuya's wedding, they must not have any conflict with the people of Jaliu County. They do not speak the language of the people here. Life habits are different, and contradictions will inevitably occur. In order for the tribe to survive here for a long time, they need to slowly accept the culture and habits of Jaliu County, and then gradually contact with the city of Jaliu County. Next year, they will put themselves in the moon. The remaining tribal population and slaves of the clan must migrate. Tribal population and slaves of the clan must migrate. Tribal population and slaves of the clan must migrate. Tribal